Welcome back to Fuji, where there are just over 7 hours remaining in the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA for the 22-23 season. Welcome along to RaceSpotTV for part 2 of our broadcast here this afternoon. My name is Ewan O'Leary, bringing you the next few hours with Lorenzo Bonda alongside me in what is going to be a fantastic finale to what has been a great season so far in this championship. Just over 7 hours remaining and plenty of action to come your way as well. Lorenzo, it's great to be alongside you once again. Just over 7 hours remaining. And I've got to say, since you've got here, contrary to what normally happens, it's been relatively calm. There's not been any safety cars at least, and hopefully that will continue with my presence as well.
Oh, wait, so you're saying that I bring chaos whichever stream that I go?
That has been known.
Okay. I'll take that hit with a lot of pride and happiness in my heart. Even though, yeah, it has been very calm. But then again, it's the nature of the track. I think, of course, the nature of the track is to invite dive bombs and things like that. But we haven't seen too many dodgy movements. Of course, a few mistakes here and there. But I think the fact that we don't have a lot of GTP cars around the track has been relatively clean. It's more like driver mistake related stuff than let's just say if I was in the track making a dive bomb out of Shizuoka. Actually, Shizuoka is from Fuji, but anyway, repetition. Going from all the way from like Goya to turn number 1 or something like it. So it's good to see that we have a lot of cars on the track. Not a lot of attrition from what we've seen for the past 5 hours.
Yeah, and as you say, a number of reasons that that may be the case. Before we go any further, and with nearly 5 hours complete now, we'll just take you through a rundown of the top 5 in each category, starting with the GTPs, who are, of course, top 5 overall as well. And only 5 cars on the lead lap, even at this early stage in the race. It's Maniti Racing championship leaders, currently at the front of this one by 19 seconds. A nice little dive through traffic from Maxim Naz as he continues to extend his lead out at the front. Vlad Kimachev is currently second, but still has that 10-second penalty hanging over his head to serve for a 5-second rule violation. Satellite Racing are in third, but will probably jump up to second during this next pit stops in about 15 laps time. Mivano are currently in fourth after their DNF at Motegi. They're out of championship contention, but looking to get inside the top 3 in the championship, and that's very possible for them to achieve today, with Pure Sims Esports joining them inside the top 5. In fact, the top 5 in the race right now are indeed 4 of the top 5 from the championship standings as we have right now. Only a Ryan Race team not in there because they've not attended today, unfortunately. So a shame to see their absence, but they are the top 5 runners in GTP. In the GT3 Pro category, we've got Pure Sims leading there with Alexander Davidson. It's not long since he overtook Alex Bennett for that position, with Impulse Racing's 156 just behind, which is an interesting one. That's not the Impulse Racing car that is involved with the championship, but it's still up there in the podium places. Not far in front of Nicholas Laubich for Urano Esports, and then we've got Phoenix Racing Esports narrowly at the moment hanging on to a top 5 position, because Lewis Woods for Impulse Racing, the championship contenders, are, well, there-ish. You can see that Porsche in the background. There it is, the blue and white and black there you can see in the background. That is a battle for 5th place in GT3 Pro. In GT3, we are without our championship winners. In that one, Maniti Racing sewed that up at Motegi with 173 points over the rest. They've decided to give someone else a chance at winning. Torque Freak Racing currently leading, winners at Monza, of course. Doing it again right now by nearly 20 seconds out of Rusty Spatulas. Then we've got Valorous Motorsports and Ander Gomez in third. And Satellite Racing and Archer Brothers, who round out the top 5. In fact, Jacob O'Reilly is at the wheel of that 5th place Archer Brothers car right now. He came into our YouTube chat earlier on to say quite what a challenge double stinting tyres was, even at that early stage in the race. But there he is, back out there again. So stable at the moment, Lorenzo. It's 3 hours since we saw our last safety car, and these championships as well, pretty close to being settled, it has to be said, in GT3 Pro as it stands. This car on your screen right now, this Porsche, needs to gain some places, or it will be done even at the halfway stage of this race.
Yeah, apologies, which is looking highly unlikely they're going to be able to move up or do anything threatening towards the other teams. Impulse right now sitting In not in the worst spots in the field is right ahead of the Phoenix Racing car. I think that is battling for P5 for the time being, but it's just Manidi has been on a class of its own today, and I gotta give him props for the strategy and so far keeping that team as honest that can be in terms of points and not giving any closure or distance to close, and maybe have some small hope towards the end of the race.
Well, it's still a very long way away at this stage. Through turn 1 they will go in this battle for 5th place. In front right now, of course, is the Phoenix Racing Esport car that has been on the podium once this season, back at Circuit of the Americas, where they were second behind Urano Esports, but weren't able to attend at Motegi as a result of being banned from a race, effectively. They were not available and able to race that one, and so they're returning here today after being suspended, as are Fiercely Forward, by the way, also in the field today, having returned from a similar penalty from being suspended. They're at 27th overall, though, a lot further down than these guys. In fact, quite a few teams are indeed suspended due to penalty points up and down the field. Aztec Simsports Visceral are one of them. Indeed, they're 3rd place in the standings right now. Obsidian looking to try and overtake them here today with a good result. There's plenty of championship positions, I guess, to fight for, even if it's not for the actual top places in the championships themselves. There are positions to fight for, and I'm pretty sure that Phoenix Racing Esport will be climbing a few today with a current run inside the top 5 right now. Here we go back to Miguel Vigo in the Hydrace Geodesic Racing Mercedes through the chicane, with Team RSO not far behind. We've got a lot of these battles, actually. There's some smaller 2-car battles in GT3 really to enjoy, and that's what we get at this stage of the race, really. Things very much spread out at this stage.
Everything is spread out, of course. We've seen a few mistakes from some cars. I'm trying to remember if this Hydra race Geodesic car has been on the wrong spot, I think, a few points in this race already. But like we once believed, it isn't the biggest separation we've seen throughout this race. Of course, I think the yellow flag might have brought a different dynamic at the early portions of the race. I think the GTP cars didn't do much in terms of breaking off the pack. I think there was more strategy and tire related than anything else. Of course, penalties playing out as well. But yeah, which is not surprising to say the very least. But then again, it's amazing how everything picked up after the yellow flag kicked off, right? It was all calm after the yellow flag.
Well, I guess
after
that's
the
what
yellow flag came, it's all hell break loose.
Sorry. I guess that's what we kind of need in this race. It's not what these drivers need by any means, but a yellow flag just changes the race so much, not least in terms of strategy, but in terms of action as well. This race would look entirely different in half an hour's time if we got a yellow flag now.
No, yeah, 100%. I think the fact that the yellow flag might have taken maybe the thing of doing short stints at the end to try to save tires, maybe for GTPs. And GT3 is doing maybe different things, as the Phoenix cars nearly took a rallycross style as Lewis was prepping for himself in the turn 1 overtake, but just couldn't go for it. But it's just things that make this race more compelling, and we still have to talk about tires, because like me and Arjuna were talking about, this track is only going to get hotter and hotter and hotter, and will stay humid. And the fact that it's humid and it has a lot of winds will make this track difficult for the afternoon time of racing.
So while we are on air here, I'll start that point again. It's currently 11 AM in Sim, virtual standard time, as our student likes to say. So it's getting towards the heat of the day, getting towards midday, and getting towards the hottest temperatures we will ever see in this race. And as we come towards the end of our stint together, Lorenzo, we will get to around about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, between 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, where it tends to get the hottest in the day in iRacing. I do wonder how the race is going to change through that period, because we've been speaking a lot about the temperatures so far and the fact that tyres are going to be the limiting factor here today, not least in terms of the sets that these guys have actually got to play with as well.
No, yeah, like we've said before, they have 14 sets. We're looking at the three-way split going to the final turn. Nearly contact between the private label Team Hype and the satellite cars, as we see also the geodesic GTP right ahead of these two. And now I think Lewis is going to be able to get the draft and make that a turn one overtake here. And I'll take back to my point after this overtake is done.
Side by side down the straight, very close to one another as well, almost rubbing on the front straight, but Lewis Woods with a little bit more in the second half of that one, just able to stretch his legs a little bit more, and Luca Alper is going to have to give way to Lewis Woods down in towards turn number one. That will be the pass for fifth place in class. Now Impulse have the 15 seconds they need to close to Urano, and arguably even more than that, they probably need to catch their teammates as well, although that task may be significantly easier, to be fair. It was a nice pass though from Lewis Woods. It's bog standard, what you'd expect at Fuji.
Yeah. Textbook over here, and good for Alper to not even contend that overtake, just let him go and try to do his best to keep up with the Porsche. We've seen the Porsches being highly dominant in this track. I'll talk about the balance of performance. Mercedes having 0.5% less than the other cars in terms of power. The Audi has 5 kilos more than the Mercedes, but has less 4 kilos less than the Porsche. And still with the Porsche with 9 kilos of ballast is enough to showcase the dominance of the car throughout the track. So it's an interesting topic to talk about. 14 sets to start of the race. They have to use those 14 sets. So from 12 on, whenever the race starts, it's going to be quite curious to see how they're going to manage the 12 sets maybe whenever the race started and went pit stop or pit stop.
Now, we have had an incident out on the circuit, I can say, from the GTP category. It's the number 79 Maniti racing car that has been involved and had to take a 3.5-minute pit stop as a result of this. Johnny Verhoeff down in towards the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit. Oh dear. It's on the brakes. It's difficult on the brakes in this car, as we know, but sliding straight into the Paceworks esports car and Ingersoll Rand's BMW as well. Johnny Verhoeff, I believe, got, yes, he did indeed, we've just been confirmed, a 10-second time penalty for that, as well as the 3.5 minutes lost in the box. That's a costly error, but not one that we're unused to seeing, really, in this GTP with its difficulties on the brakes.
It's not, but for them, long run, it might implicate on them losing the 6th spot in the top 6 for pre-qualification, because right now they are 64 points ahead of the private label Team Hype car. Just let me confirm if it is, but I think it is. No, actually less than that, 19 points ahead of the private label Team Hype, which is the direct competition. Connor right now is ahead of them, so he's driving the car which is literally ahead of them. So any spot loss they get, which is highly unlikely, there I think only 8 LMDH's cars still driving on this race out of the 12. I think there's 12, 10 or something like that still running. It's gonna be hard for Maniti to come back and claw the deficit, you know.
Yeah, they're a lap behind private label team. Well, they're a minute and 23 down at the moment. But if we were to have a safety car, it wouldn't help them really, because they'd still be a lap behind private label Team Hype, who are 3 laps down after taking a long stop earlier on. Maniti Racing 4 laps down. That's not the championship contending Maniti car, but as you say, the top 6 in the championship is going to be important, because as we saw this season, actually, so many, we've been able to fill up these IVRA grids all season long so well, because pre-qualifying was so competitive, and a lot of people missed out for the first rounds of the season, but obviously they got on the reserve list and they're able to come in now. But it was really, really competitive in pre-qualifying, and if you can avoid that in any way possible, then you'll absolutely take it. And Maniti Racing right now will not only have that championship contending one confirmed inside the top 6, they've got 1 confirmed entry into next season. They could have 2, and so it's very much worth fighting for, and there will be fierce fighting for that later on.
Yeah, maybe depending on circumstances of how close they are to the private label Team Hype car, this can become much closer. I'm just trying to grab the current gap they have right now to them. It's nearly a full lap, so it's tricky, but it is open. Maybe a yellow flag might be necessary to shuffle in the mix, but I think it's it's partially to the mishaps what happened to Maniti early on in the season. Always to be in that 79 car, being in the wrong ends of things, just getting involved into incidents and not being able to properly finish the race within top 6 standards might have damaged them in the long run, and that's why they're battling against the PTL TH car at the end of the season for the pre-quali.
There's a bit of camera work for you. Connor Harrington is not indeed that far behind, actually putting a realistic lap on that car they're battling there. By the way, the halfway points stage, they would probably lose 3 points with Maniti, and at the end of the race, they lose another 5. If things were to stay as they are, that would mean they'd only lose 8 points of their 19 advantage. And so, private label Team Hype do need to do a little bit more to get inside that top 6 in the standings of the GTP. At the start of the day, with the Ryan Race team not here, they could have been a little bit worried about falling outside of the top 6, but with Maniti Racing and Private Label Team Hype having difficult days, they may well be fine. Satellite Racing being up there so much might well put them both out the top 6, though, because let's not forget, Satellite Racing are only 33 points off of Maniti Racing there inside the 6th position in the standings, and right now Satellite running in the 3rd place, and I've got to say this is a wonderful drive so far from Satellite Racing in the GTP category. We know what they can do. They won a race as the LMP2 was the top category in the GSI Endurance Series last season. I remember they took they were even contending for the first half of the championship back in the latter portion of 2021, but they won a race at Barcelona and on that occasion, and they're performing really well here, up inside the top 3, and they will be second after this next round of pit stops.
Yeah, which is surprising to see. It might be the team that might be taking up a jump on both Maniti and Private Label Team Hype for the top 6. They are the 8th team, so I think one of the things that worked for Satellite is the fact they won Road America, right? They had, I don't know if it's gonna be me being negative. It's not a negative message. I want to say it's like they were given the win because Pure Sims had an issue, last-minute issue. I think with 6 laps to go, so they were given the victory. But then again, their strategy was perfect. It's just Pure Sims was really unlucky, and they got the win. Could have gotten a really good result in Daytona, but had a massive blunder in there as well. I think what did them was Daytona, because they couldn't recover with real top of solid results after that. But Taggy wasn't a good race for them, and Monza was definitely not the best race for them. So they need something to round out on top here on Fuji, and I think they're getting that so far.
They absolutely are, and maybe even a top 6 place to come with that as well. But let's wait and see. This is a lot further down the order. Fiercely forward, returning from a ban from the last race, just in behind German Sim Racing by about 5 seconds. Dominic Baumke in the Audi, one of the very few Audis we have in this field. Fiercely forward, of course, we're sport class champions, GT4 champions in the HyperX Club Sport Series. Were not able to defend that. We already know that, despite there being 1 round remaining. They will not be able to defend that title, I'm afraid. But they're still out here in the GSI Endurance Series, in the GT3 Pro category, having moved on up a little bit. But this has really been a bit of a season to forget for them. This car, indeed, is 30th in the standings, having only scored 26 points so far. There's 150 available for 1 race. You start to get the idea of quite what they've been through so far this season. But it looks like the German Sim Racing car may well be in the pit lane here. We're past another hour, and these GT3 cars, as we mentioned earlier on, are very much more worried about tyres than they are about fuel, because they can make it to the top of every hour with no problem. The fuel, not a worry at all.
I committed the sin.
What?
I committed the sin of trying to speak with my microphone muted.
I did wonder.
No, but it's like, like I said before, my only bone to pick is the fact that nowadays these GTPs are not going over the hour, even though I saw them going over the hour. But yeah, there have been the GTPs in general have been quite easy, doing over the hour. I think Arjuna said maybe with 14 minutes, even on top of cushion. So the danger of maybe avoiding a a final pit stop or doing something like that, it's on the cards for them. I think they're gonna be probably under fueling, maybe a circumstance at the final pit stop. The question is how big of an underfuel it will be, as now Ryan Waschowski's preparing that overtake. It's gonna be around the outside. It's doable, but it will take an effort.
A very narrow line there from Valorous Motorsports, who will hold the inside line. That's what you really need to do at turn 1 with the way that it is, and it goes downhill afterwards, of course. And the inside for Coca-Cola is what you need as well, but Wasilewski might just go around the outside anyway. No, well, he will, and get the inside at 100R. It will be onto the podium for Satellite Racing, who have managed that in GTP, and now they've managed it in GT3 as well. They clearly look quicker, and they're displaying that right now with what was a fantastic pass in the end.
Yeah, clean, crisp, well worked. You know, no major drama around the overtake. I thought there could have been some contact outside, but that was good enough for them to solidify P3. Another P3 on the cards for them for what it looks like, and solidifying themselves into what would be the top 6 in the GT3 class, because that class is wide open, I think, for 2 spots where it's disputed between SRN, Rusty Spatulas, Preston, and Nomad, and I think Valorous are battling for those spots at the current moment.
Mamoru Sudau is back at the wheel again of the Maniti Racing GTP. We were able to speak to him a little bit earlier on. And don't forget as well, if you are a driver who's currently not driving, or if you are, pop yourself in the RaceSpot TeamSpeak and we'll bring you in. Have a little bit of a chat, because it's always good to hear what is actually going on out there on the ground, on the circuit, because we can only tell so much from up here, from just watching. We were able to do that with Manuel Sudau a little bit earlier on, and he's back out there again in 3rd place. It will be first a little bit later on, and it looks like they're cruising to maximum points at the halfway stage right now. There is Vlad Kimichev. Now he's going to come into the box to serve his penalty. It's going to be another one of 10 seconds long, and they're going to make absolutely sure that they are stopped for the right amount of time on this occasion.
Yeah, because if they do not stop for 10 seconds, that could go up to another 10 seconds. That already was added up to about the 10 seconds. That was like 5 seconds. I'm already confused in the Comedicala about this right now. I'm already confused as well, just by saying this. I just hope they do not make any blunders or try not openize the situation even more.
No, I understand what Arjuna was getting at. I know it took him approximately 10 laps to quite get to what he was trying to say, but I understood at least.
Better late than never.
Yeah, well, exactly, and hopefully he grasped it at home as well. But they didn't serve their penalty quite correctly, I'm afraid. So it doubled, and they had to do it again, and they had to do it properly. Now they've been in the box for 10 seconds. I'm afraid I do have even worse news for the team number 90, though, because they are in the steward's room again for an incident with SimCity Racing. That penalty hasn't been decided before this pit stop, so it doesn't matter for this one. But Dylan Scrivens, as he gets into the car, might have to serve a penalty the first pit stop he makes today.
I know we usually don't talk about this, but am I allowed to drink on a RaceSpot broadcast? Oh God! It's like I'm getting SCO 2018, 20. I think there was a 2018, 2019 Suzuka flashbacks with Race Clutch. Me and Connery Maddock commentated on a race that Race Clutch. They were one of the leading LMPs, but at the start of the race they got like a 30-second, 20-second penalty, but after that they got like a 30-second. Then they got a minute. They actually had another crash in the DNF the race, and we were on commentary duties, and me and Connery we were like, guess who got another penalty, and we were like, oh no.
We're going to see what they're under investigation for as well. Because since we're talking about it, Iku Maricalo's got it up on the screen. There's the dive, and well, that was a move.
I'm sorry. Is this punishable?
Well, we're about to find out because it is the next one in line and it is under investigation now, under review by one of the stewards. They've just no, it's only a warning. It's just been put in there now. They do have to be careful because Black Kimachev does have probation next to his name, and so any penalty dished out to him is it is doubled. He's of course no longer in the car. Dennis Scrimmins now at the wheel, as you can see there. But yeah, in the end, that was just a move. And he only got a warning there for a late move into turn 10, which I think is absolutely the right call because we don't want to see too many late moves like that all the time. But you know, that particular occasion was fine.
No, a warning I completely understand, and I think that's the natural call, like you said, that you have to do, because like it's a big dive. You can see, you can even see they kind of tried it again, but they had kind of like an overlap to work with, and the Hydro Race GTP gave him the room, but that one, if you gave a penalty just because you did a dive bomb like that, if out of the blue, it would have been mind-boggling to me because like I understand driving standards and things like that. Me and Arjuna talked about this, but this is not punishable. I would say what the race control did was the right move.
I think that's absolutely the right call. I mean, how late is too late though, Lorenzo, when you're trying to write a rule book in this one? Because I've always found this really difficult to kind of decipher. It depends, of course, on who's driving, what cars, multi-class, and all this kind of thing. But we've seen some exceptionally late ones today, and we've seen some moves that have been coming for quite some time, and they've still gone wrong. So I'm not really sure where the line's supposed to be drawn, really.
For me, here's the thing. I've always viewed from a certain perspective, and I think a good example is me getting, as we look towards, I think, Pure Sims doing literally the same thing. But you can see here, same move, literally same move, no content, same move. This might this Brendan a warning as well, because this is literally the same move. Might have caught impulse by surprise. And this one has more implications than probably would have had with the other dive bomb. But here's the thing, like I said before, this track invites dive bombs, and I know because this entire third sector it has some very wide angles of entry, despite not being. And I mean wide angles of entry, but not for cornering, like apex cornering, because it can be like 90 degrees or something like that, and then it's much more tricky for you to navigate. But for entry, it is so wide that you can basically dive from 1 second back and somehow make the curve. Is it the right move? No, I've seen that done before on races that I've done. GT4s and GT3s did that to me on like the Senna S from Interlagos. I'm not gonna like that. But you understand that people will do that, and that is branded as a warning. As long as it is something that won't cause a contact and won't force the car off the track, right? You can still keep your line despite a major to minimal time loss. I think it's branded a warning. If you push a car off, or you force a car off, or you cause contact, then I think you start needing to think about punishments. They have to be the harshest punishment in the room, but it's some sort of a punishment so the driver can actually notice, all right, mind your driving standards for the next time.
I think as well, there's another thing that's been thrown into the debate as well, because that incident we saw a replay of, by the way, from Pure Sims when we were on board there, that was also under investigation for a move on impulse, but it was very quickly waved away by race control, and that one actually given no further action. And the only difference between those two incidents, Lorenzo, was the fact that Pure Sims had shown their intentions of going down the inside a bit earlier than Urano. The only thing you could maybe say against Urano in theirs was that maybe they didn't show what they were doing early enough, but Pure Sims certainly didn't, and so they only got a no further action and not even a warning for that one. And I guess that's another thing as well. You've got to. We talk about GT3s being predictable all the time, but you've got to be predictable in a GTP as well when you're trying to head your way down the inside. And speaking of, Pure Sims are going to do that right now on Simon Kurlatz. It's Movano versus Pure Sims, the reigning champions, alongside the eternally experienced team of SRC Movano Corsa. Daniel Kraft makes his way down the inside. He is through up into 4th place.
Yeah, but Kurlatz trying to make it a little bit harder than what it looked like for Daniel Kraft going to turn number 1. I think the fact that you had the the Rusty Spatula's car right there in the mix. I think might have been the offset for the comeback of Mivano or trying to fight the Pure Sims GTP. But still, yeah, that for race control you have to have an impartial and very analytical point of view of if the car had intentions. Where is the car prior to making the intention of making the overtake? Was he on the line? Was it towards the inside? So every bit of analysis that you do on the replay, and this is why one person, and this is why I like IVRA at a certain point. These race control incidents. It's not just one person reviewing that. It's two, maybe three persons reviewing from the same or different angles or from different perspectives. What was the issue all about? You know, so that's the good thing for me. You know,
it's the eternal debate between GT cars and or GT drivers, sorry, and prototype drivers about whose fault is which incident and so on in these types of races. It's one of the things that keeps us watching. On board at the moment, or looking at least at the Glacier Racing Ferrari that has been able to go really quite a long way on fuel here. One of the last waiting to pit now of this cycle of pit stops. We are still waiting for some of the GT3 category, in fact most of that slower category, but in GT3 Pro we've seen most of the pit stops so far. I'm not even going to attempt the name because Eco's here and it might not be a good idea, but Glacier Racing certainly leading and putting on a good showing actually.
I'll go for it.
I'm slightly scared. If
I'll take one for the team. Miro told me tutti arvi.
Wow, that was very. Oh dear, geodesic off the road down at the hairpin. Now, was there a prototype involved in that one as well? Because we've seen two investigations in the last 10 minutes for incidents or close moments down in towards the hairpin there. That's turn 10 at Dunlop, just before the sort of awkward chicane that you have. But there may have been just a little bit of contact with somebody for that Mercedes. By the way, that's not the same Mercedes that had its front left shattered earlier on in the race at the final corner. That car indeed out of the race for quite some time now. Has been out the race for at least 3.5 hours. That's the other geodesic car that's currently in 21st overall and 12th in the class. This is a look at what happened out of turn 6 with Paceworks Esports and also the Archer Brothers BMW just in behind. Now, the BMW might just break a bit too late here in its move on the Lamborghini and make contact with Vigo just up in front. Let's see if that happens. Oh, yeah, I'll polish my crystal ball because that is exactly what happened there. You've got to be careful of the cars, not only the car you're overtaking, but the cars in front of that as well.
Yeah, you gotta mind the distance. You gotta mind everywhere you go around. You know, it's tricky. So you have to have a 360-degree spatial awareness, and that's not what happened over there. Not 100%. As we're still waiting for Tutti Arvi to come into the pit lane, and I got a sign of approval of Joni Hagner, his teammate, so I can finally apply for a Finnish nationality after this.
You put in a better effort than I could ever do, so congratulations on that.
I'm not Will Chadwick, don't worry.
It's yeah, wow, I'm impressed, to be honest. I'm impressed. He's got about 3 seconds of a lead right now, by the way, and he's coming up towards the end of 40 laps on this stint, but is nearly losing the lead even in this situation. You just see the Porsche in the background there homing in very quickly, but it's time for Tutti Arvi to come into the pit lane. Okay, here we go. Here at Fuji, which is always a difficulty. Alexander Davison will retake the lead then for Pure Sims, and by a little bit of distance as well, just over 5 seconds to Alex Bennett. Davison has been continuing to pull that margin out, but it's interesting to see that the GT3s are able to not just make the hour, but they're even halfway through the next hour there, Glacier Racing.
No, and it is like me and Arjuna said, they've been butchering that hour mark, and I think this is a track that you can easily save fuel and still be consistently fast. So I'm not even surprised they're making 1 hour and between 1 hour and 10 to 1 hour and 30 minutes nearly of fuel. And like I said, I think this might open up quite a lot, in my opinion, on how the race will perceive whenever we're not even off the broadcast, whenever Cam and Ryan take over the broadcast, right? Even that's when how many teams have tire sets remaining? How many teams can under fuel going to the final stops in comparison to the other teams? Can play less with the fuel numbers and be more tricky or more mischievous against the other teams coming to the final pit stop to try to get those points. But it's looking a really good battle as we move forward into the halfway points in about 34 minutes.
So we are nearly there. The GT3s have made their last stop beforehand, and the GTPs might have. Not sure if they're quite going to make it, but it doesn't really matter because Dennis Rivens is still in a place to keep this championship alive going into the final 6 hours of the season. If halfway was to come right now, he would be 99 points adrift going into the final moments of the season, which means Urano would have to win and Maniti would have to just effectively not complete 90% or more of the race distance for Urano to become champions. It really is a miracle job that this team are having to do right now in the number 90. All the penalties they've had as well is really setting them back. As we've mentioned, they've effectively been stationary for 25 seconds in the pit lane, longer than they should have been in the last hour and a half. But I'm not going to go through Arjuna's whole debate about that again. But it's third place at the moment for Shrivens. It could be second by the end of this one. Only just over 6 seconds to Adam Crane in the Satellite Racing at GTP, not far in front. But for now, Urano have a big job on their hands. We're expecting nearly 500 laps here today. So if Maniti stay within 50 laps of the eventual overall class winner, then they should be crowned champions in 6.5 hours' time. So they can even afford quite a lengthy damage repair, really, with 50 laps to play with.
Yeah, but from what it looks like, Iku, please don't tell me they got another penalty.
I didn't think that was the case. No, we've been handed a message by producer Iku Rakala that they do have a penalty still to serve, but apparently they have cleared it, so it's fine. But you wouldn't. I mean, they've had such a bad race so far. I just believed it because penalties have not been going their way so far this race. Thankfully, they've cleared them all for now, but there's plenty of time for another one, unfortunately.
I was like a step close of nearly having like, oh my days, they have a heart attack. It's like another one. I was about to actually go into YouTube and keep watching the DJ Khaled's another one memes.
I mean, yeah,
it would get depressing. It would be very depressing.
It's well, there we are. But we've. Oh, it was a different penalty for somebody else. We do still have penalties to serve, by the way, for numbers of cars, but not for the number 90 team. You'll be glad to know. No prototypes actually involved in any investigations at the moment as well, which is absolutely fantastic to see. Here's Connor Harrington, currently making his way around the Obsidian car, or trying to. Samuel Grana at the wheel of that one right now in the 138, and they were leading by quite some distance earlier on. They were having a great run of things, but a long pit stop, not their last pit stop but the one before, has set them back to 7th place now, but I didn't quite see why they had to stop for so long.
Good question. Let's look what happened to Connor on the replay. Because that was Sector 3. I saw their car spun around coming back into the track as you can see the WS car in front going to the second final turn. And Connor, he forgot to remember that his car has dodgy brakes.
Especially when you're turning at the same time and going uphill. That's why he ended up side by side with Obsidian, who we saw there briefly. But I'm not sure if they'll get a penalty for that, really. They kind of self-inflicted one, I suppose. So maybe not, but we'll find out in a little bit of time. And it's especially surprising given that the damage is so sensitive on these BMWs these days, in the prototype category, that even a small bit of contact can send you in pit lane for quite some time.
And yeah, as as we're trying to look into potential damage at the but at the private label team hype car, but doesn't look like there's anything. I know they had some issues early on in the race. That's why they lost a lap to everybody else, and we're looking towards the other cars like the WS competition going around the corner, Chris, Porsche, but it's like I think it has to do with the new soft body model that some of the cars in iRacing have. I know they implemented quite a lot of cars, like all the formulas. I think have it. The W12 and W13. I know the F3 has it. I think the IRO4 has it as well. So I think it's part of because it is a soft body model that it is supposed to reproduce more realistically like damages of maybe underfloor damage or suspension damage or body damage that normally like the LMP2 that we know even back in the old days, if you hit someone with the front splitter at 450 kilometers per hour, nothing would happen.
No, it's certainly a vastly improved damage model on iRacing from when I first started watching, and even commentating, to be honest. Do you remember the way, especially in GT3s, especially the Audi as well, for whatever reason, do you remember the way the rear wings used to get bent in all kinds of funny shapes? It used to be ridiculous. None of us admitted it at the time, obviously, because it was just what we had back 5 years ago or 6 years ago, whenever it was. But now we have proper damage model for a lot of cars, and it's fantastic to see. But it was looking back now, it was a strange time to see those rear wings in quite that state.
The W-shaped wings.
Bendy carbon fiber.
Yeah. It's like the body was made out of adamantium, but the wings were made out of paper.
Yeah, it was really quite bizarre. But those days are very much in the past now, which is certainly a good thing. Speaking of GT3 racing, by the way, and things coming up on iRacing as we look at Obsidian homing in on WS Racing Esports right now, who are having a good day so far. Next big GT3 race on iRacing generally will be the Nürburgring 24 Hours in the iRacing special event. Don't think I'm missing any other GT3 events between now and then. I think the final round of the IVRA GT Sprint Series is before then, actually. With an interesting championship to settle there as well. I think that's before Nürburgring. But yeah, in terms of special events, we'll be at the Nürburgring 24 in the not too distant future.
Don't we have the World GTE Championship as well?
Possibly, but I don't commentate on that, so I don't know.
All right, all right. Might be the ones that we might be commentating. All right, that makes much more sense.
Plus, in terms of actual GT3 racing of championships, we have plenty with IVRA and PRL and all sorts on RaceSpot. But in terms of special events, Nürburgring will be the next, and that will be a very, very interesting one to watch out for. I wonder who out of these drivers is going to be competing in that particular one, because it's very, very popular. Although maybe not in the GT3s, to be fair. It's a real nightmare just to get to the finish of that race.
I just one thing I really want is to see if we're going to be able to commentate with the also the Radio Le Mans personnel that we commentated on a few years back, and I think that was one of the coolest broadcasts we've probably done on. Like I've got to commentate with 5 minutes with John Jaime and Nick Damon and me, Dylan Coyle, I think Samuel Aurora and Peter McCann. We were talking about the intricacies of the Porsche engineering and technical specs and things like that, and something like it. It was like the 5-minute conversation, and when Peter went on it, it was like the encyclopedia has started. It was like mind-boggled. To lack for the better word, I had another word at the tip of my tongue, but I'm keeping it PG. Yeah,
it's pretty unbelievable. I certainly couldn't match that or even get anywhere near it. So there we are. It's quite remarkable. A few Porsches on our screen right here as well. WS Racing Esport in their GT3 car just gave way for the GT3 Pro and the Obsidian car behind to get through here. But there's only 10 GT3 Pros on the lead lap here, such as the long green flag run that we've got. these guys are actually over a minute off the lead now of Alexander Davidson, and so if this carries on for another 3 hours, you'd imagine they will be off the lead lap, and we'll see the face of this race change quite dramatically. But especially compared to some other IVRA races we've had this season, we've had a lot of cars on the lead lap go right to the end. Thinking of the rounds like Road America, where we had lots of yellow flags, and so the cars very much stayed all on the lead lap together, and to an extent at Daytona as well. But round here at Fuji, that doesn't seem to be happening. We're already down to 10, and we've got a couple of them not too far away from going a lap down, like Orion Race Team and Team RSO, towards the back of the GT3 Pro field right now.
Yeah, which I think prior to coming to the race, I think we expected to have more attrition in this race than what initially was expected, because Fuji track that makes traffic lots of difficult spots for you to overtake, especially going to sector number 3 and things like that. But that's when everything is right on paper, and we saw only 12 cars line up in the grid. Unfortunately, my team didn't line up in the grid as well, but because nobody couldn't do this race. So unfortunate to see my number 37 race team in the grid. But anyway, we try to come back next season. But it's still, I think the lack of GTPs made this race much more wide open, even though we've seen plenty of mistakes coming from the teams going around some of the corners. And I really want to look on how has the weather picked up in terms of track and wind, in my opinion.
We heard the wind direction a little bit earlier on, actually, giving them a bit of assistance down the front straight and into the final sector as well, which contributes to some difficulties at turns 13, 15 and to an extent 16 as well. So there we are. It's something to note. It goes down the inside, one of the geodesic cars, and the Maniti Racing 79 also splitting up this battle a little bit. Eduardo Pecorini has spent quite some time trying to catch up to German Sim Racing in the Audi. They've not been able to get through as of yet in this fight for 15th place, but the Porsche very much threatening right now and is not too far away at all. We once again try and use that slipstream on the Audi and try and get through, but this move is taking quite some time to happen, really.
Yeah, the GSI, and it seemed to have been on the wrong end quite a lot in this race. Let's see if Pecorini's going to go for the dive bomb as Egbers. I completely butchered his name. I just did not chat with accounts. I apologize for German Sim Racing. Their broadcast is going to love it. But anyway, coming back, is Egbers just doing a really good defense so far with that Audi that, like I've said before, have seen the worst of wear in this race. I think this has not been the day for that Audi. Not by a long chance.
No, they're off the lead lap at the moment, I'm afraid. And struggling down in 15th position. Just ahead of Fiercely Forward, as I said there. They're not actually that far in front. They're only 4 seconds in front of the GT3 leader in the order right now. So that is quite some quite a damning indictment on their race so far. Still 6 hours and 21 minutes remaining on the clock here at Fuji. Now we've got a bit of time and we're focusing on the GT3 field. We'll focus a little bit more on the oh dear, I've done it there. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing team here, because it's not been their race, I'm afraid. Miguel Vigo down in the garage at the moment and maybe out of the race. We'll be able to find out from him though, because he is currently waiting for an interview. So we'll drag him in now and have a bit of a chat. Miguel, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. Although maybe not under these circumstances. I can see a car down on pit road at the moment. Are we going to be seeing your car back out there, or is that you done for the season?
Nah. We decided to park it. We made a brilliant recovery back to P8, and unfortunately we got hit again in the kink. So we took some damage from that, and we ended up being about a lap down from the leader. So if there was a caution out, we would have still been a lap down. So we just decided it's not worth it to just be hot lapping for 6.5 hours or something that was left. So it's better to call the season, and I get my afternoon back. So.
I suppose so, and it really is the afternoon, I guess, for you as well.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about how it all ended. We saw the incident down in towards the hairpin from up above, but how was it from your perspective? What did you see?
I mean, I couldn't see anything. I mean, I knew those two guys were behind me, and I mean, I was just turning in for the corner, and the next thing I know, I'm just being hit and spun. So I would assume that the guy on the inside just braked too late, trying to pass the other guy on the left, and he just went into us. So as we were making our turn.
It was a real shame to see. I mean, not the season, of course, that you wanted, but how would you sum it up as a whole, really, now that it is pretty much over? You were 19th and 23rd coming into the season. I guess, are you going to go away with a little bit disappointment, I suppose, after what you expected coming into the season?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it is disappointing. I mean, we've shown that we've had pace to, kind of be up there in the top 5. Not enough to maybe podium with some of these pro teams, but that's kind of, I guess that's one good thing to take away is just our pace has been very well, especially today too, with the Merc just being a little bit harder to drive than those Porsches. I mean, they're blindingly quick, especially with the last sector. But we've just been unfortunately hampered by hardware failures and accidents not of our own fault that just kind of just take us out. So kind of have to take the good with the bad, and hopefully next season come back a little bit stronger and see how we do.
Absolutely. I mean, bringing it to this race a little bit. Just first of all, I know it wasn't your car, but did you see what happened to the 172 in terms of smashing over that curb and breaking the front suspension in a manner I've not seen for quite some time? What is your opinion on these curbs that lie perpendicular to the racetrack, just off of it, to destroy anyone who dares extend track limits? Because personally, I think they're a terrible idea. I don't know what you think, based on having driven around here for the first 5 hours of this race.
They are pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think they should be breaking suspension like that, but luckily we kind of found out early in our practice that if you just as look at it, you can definitely break the suspension. And we actually, my other driver, he actually just kind of sniffed it, and we actually had like 5 degrees of steering offset just because of it. Luckily, we were able to fix it in the pits, and it kind of returned back. But I kind of had to tell him, hey, don't go out so far out there like that, because it's just gonna take the car out. And it's funny too, because it's like sometimes you can take it and nothing happens, and other times it's kind of draw the luck.
Yeah, it seems like it at times. In terms of the traffic as well, we've been offering a lot of theories about why this race has been relatively cleaner than some of the ones we've seen so far. Thinking back to particularly ones like what we saw at Road America, where things were quite a lot more chaotic, and even Motegi was more chaotic than this. We've offered 2 theories about possibly the relative lack of GTPs compared to some of the other rounds, as only 9 still running right now. And possibly the wideness of the circuit at Fuji. What do you think it's more down to, or do you think it's down to something else?
I think it's those 2 factors combined, not to mention the uneasiness, or when people kind of get into the race and start the race, usually within that first hour is when we'll really see the cautions. Normally, historically, that's kind of been the case, and that's just because people are kind of nervous and are kind of tiptoeing around. They don't really know what to do, and so once the race kind of progresses and we kind of get the cautions out of the way, then everybody kind of settles down and kind of starts doing their laps, and we see less cautions because of it.
And just finally, Miguel, before we let you go, what's the plan for geodetic racing over the next few months? Will we see you back in IVRA again next season?
Oh yeah, this is for sure. We've been doing IVRA for I don't know, I think like 5 years now, 5 or 6. Before it was called DGFX. This is our staple series. We love this series just because the cautions mainly. It gives everybody, teams that may not be like pro team or anything like that, a bit of strategy to win a race or something like that. And we've seen that throughout the season and previous seasons before. So hopefully we can improve on that, and you'll see us in other leagues as well. SEO and all that stuff. So.
Absolutely, it'd be fantastic to see you there. Miguel, thanks very much for giving us some of your time, for chatting to us. Commiserations on today for Geodesic Racing, but we look forward to seeing you again in IVRA very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys, and thanks again for the stellar job you guys have been doing throughout the season, for the past couple of years. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Miguel Vigo there from Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, joining us, having parked both of their cars at this stage of the race. Not yet at the halfway stage, but both the 172 and the 162 confirmed retirements here this afternoon. That brings our number up to 7, along with Phoenix Racing Esport, who are also a retirement that I did not spot at all. Luca Alpert retired good 15 laps ago, and I'm not quite sure how they managed that, unless I'm forgetting something. Not entirely sure. Lorenzo Bonda joining me, Ewan O'Leary, once again for the next couple of hours before we have another change around in the commentary room. But we're not far from the halfway stage now, Lorenzo, and we've already got 7 retirements, which is a number quite high compared to what we've seen at some other points in the season.
It's still quite high, but we have 36 cars still up in the running. So it's I thought it would be a bigger number, to be very honest, in terms of DNFs, given the fact that the traffic can be very hard for you to manage, especially, like I said, Sector 3, I've said this many times before, it sounds like a repetition, but always good to remember. And unfortunately for us is we still have 36 cars running, of course, not albeit in the same conditions they started on in this race, but still trying to go strong to finish up on a strong note in the season.
It's an interesting situation we have right now. So Maniti Racing into the pit lane from GTP, just under 13 minutes away from the end. In GTP, the gap between Satellite and Urano is just over 1 second. Where Urano finished here doesn't seem to matter a whole lot, really, because the situation with Maniti Racing leading at the halfway stage would remain the same. They would need to win the race, and they would need Maniti to not complete 90%, which they will need to be classified and get points in this race. And even if they did finish in 9th place, which is the last running car, they would still do more than enough with the points they have currently grabbed here this season. We're needing a little bit more right now from Impulse Racing as well. Urano have moved up to 3rd. They look like they're all going to make it to the halfway stage. Impulse Racing's 156 has dropped back, but the 157 needs to gain points on Urano at the halfway stage. So in just 12 minutes' time, it looks like Urano are going to fall further back in one championship, but seal another one.
Yeah, which is insane to think about, just not having the best of performances. In the GT, still struggling a little bit, but there is still the opening for Impulse. But in the other spot is just that Maniti will get maybe towards the end and clinch that championship. But it's been a good battle so far this season. This is why consistency matters a lot in these championships. Don't necessarily, like me and Arjun said, win them all, but being there every single race and being in good spots will get you towards the end, maybe with a very massive win at the end of the season, and getting that prize that everybody wants that is going to be available for them thanks to GSI.
Absolutely, GSI providing the prizes for this season. The championship winner in all 3 categories getting GSI wheels, so it'd be fantastic for them, and yeah, we look forward to seeing who's going to manage it. This is the battle for 2nd place, though. Satellite Racing versus Urano as Pure Sims Esports reigning champions come down pit lane. They did actually have also a mathematical chance today, did Pure Sims. They come in 117 points back, and so they needed Maniti Racing to finish quite far down, even at the halfway stage here at this stage, and that's not going to happen for them, I'm afraid. So Daniel Kraft comes in and will fall off the lead lap likely with this pit stop right now. We'll hope that the caution stays out at least for, or stays away at least for another 10 minutes. Well, at least until these guys at the front pit. Into the traffic again, and it's Satellite Racing on Satellite Racing. Ironically, the GT3 car holding back the GTP, inviting pressure onto its second place car.
Yeah, and didn't do a lot of work right there of his GT mates, but the time loss was quite considerable, up to the point that now the Urano car is on the back of the Satellite Racing car, and now the fight is on with 9 minutes to go, and looking forward to see what does Adam Crane have left in the tank to stop the onslaught of Dylan Scrivens.
Let's see, out of the first corner, Urano tucked right in, and there's going to be no chance surely through the Coca-Cola turn 3, which we've seen so much drama through already. Delta Sport ending their race there and bringing out the first caution of the day. And we've seen a great save. I think it was from SimCity Racing, although I couldn't be sure. Somebody did a remarkable job, miraculous somehow, to keep it out of the wall down there at turn 3. That curb on the outside just spits you off to driver's left and straight into the wall, as we saw with Delta Sport and Beckham Desir a little bit earlier on in the race. Quite some time ago, indeed, in this race. Through the bottom of the circuit and the chicane, past the Prestana Nomad Mercedes that has done so much on strategy and is still off strategy a little bit than the rest of them, having pitted later, or it continues, I should say, to pit later than its rivals in each cycle of pit stops. We'll see how that pans out towards the end, but Scrivens finds himself nearly to the inside line. He pushes Adam Crane out wide, who will have to pull to the inside line now. He's not going into pit lane, instead breaking the slipstream of the Urano car, which tucks right in. There is the gap closing. The slipstream on the tremendously long front straight here at Fuji, going right in the favour of the championship contending car. The number 90 goes down the inside, and it will be through. That's another 4 points if things stay as they are at the halfway stage.
Yeah, and I was looking at the in terms of a feel over here, ranges. They have 26 laps. Meanwhile, Manini has 27. But the gap is still very big. 14 seconds separation down to Scriven as we see a car coming back on the track, nearly making contact with the satellite. That was the Impulse, and nearly things went haywire for Impulse in that GT3 car that could have decided maybe the championship.
Yeah, mate, that was not ideal. I think, by the way, that was the championship contending Impulse car. Actually, Lewis Woods, it was. He's suddenly 20 seconds behind his teammate Lars Meyer there, and he was about 5 seconds behind. So I wonder if Lewis Woods has been off somewhere, but he really needs Urano to go off somewhere himself to stay in contention for this championship. Currently running 5th with Urano 3rd. It doesn't matter where they'll be. If Urano are in front of Impulse, they will be crowned champions at the halfway mark. It's been one of those seasons in IVRA that has seen lots of championships settled from quite some distance. It turns out my 50-50 guess was wrong. Lars Meyer was the one who went off, and that was going wrong for quite some distance there, but he did the right thing, did Meyer there. He just straightened the wheel into 100R and thought, you know what, there's tarmac on the outside here. I'm going to save the car instead of spinning off and crashing. I'll just use the tarmac on the outside instead, and that was a smart choice.
Yeah, the problem is he didn't make the very smart choice of rejoining nearly in the back of the satellite LMDH, but fortunately was enough to avoid a crash with the P3 in the GTP class, and life goes on as we have less than 6 minutes to our halfway points.
Not long to go, and probably 4 laps until we get there, as Arjuna and Will were trying to work out earlier on. They created technicalities for this rule that I didn't know existed and had to be thought about, but we eventually got to the bottom of it. It's not, the points aren't taken the second that 6 hours elapses. The overall leader has got to come to the line again, as if you would at the end of a race, of course. When the 12 hours are up here, we don't just end the race at turn 5 or wherever the leader will be. We have to wait for them to come round to the start-finish straight. That has to happen. And then, effectively, that lap is taken, the end of that lap for everybody is taken as the results. So it'll be the next time across the line for everybody, and that will be where they are for the halfway points. as we eventually did get to the bottom of. So I'm glad we sorted that out now, and we can enjoy that in 5 minutes' time. Thankfully, not too much maths to do for us, because we know the implications and quite what needs to be done by who in the remaining half of the race and the remaining 6 hours of the season. But it's not just been the GSI Endurance Series with early championships settled so far. We've got a very similar situation to this one in the Hyperx Club Sport Series finale coming up at Suzuka next weekend here on RaceSpotTV. One championship settled. One championship with more than 100 points between 1 and 2, which means it will probably be settled at the halfway stage. And another that might go to the end, as we see here. The final round of the GT Sprint Series, the weekend after that, has got 1 out of the 3 championships still up for grabs. So out of the 9, Lorenzo, we've actually only got 3 likely going right down to the wire, which is quite low, really. But it's quite good to see, and quite good that we've got them spread out over the 3 series as well, meaning that there is interest in terms of the championship right to the very end of all the races.
No, which is always good, despite the low rate, as the WS car defending hard on the inside, not allowed Obsidian to come in. Maybe a cross over here is going to be done by Obsidian, but it's going to get the acceleration. But as you said, yeah, 100%. I like to see these battles come down to the wire, of course. We're not going to be seeing them coming down to the final lap of the race, but if we get that, even if it is just for one category, it's going to be good for content and for excitement for everyone to watch in these following finales that we have on the IVRA series.
I suppose you never know. It could come down to the final lap in this one. If Urano are second and somebody else is first, if Maniti are already out of the race, then maybe. But it's hard to see Maniti actually getting out of the race, because the thing that needs to happen really is repairs that are going to cost them more than 50 laps, and they'd have to do something horrible to their car to manage that, surely.
Yeah, it has to be a disaster. But then again, you're at me for the next hour, for the next 2 hours, and everything can happen.
It certainly can. So we'll see if it indeed does. There is the race leader in the background, the number 17 championship leader, Manuel Sudal, out the final corner, and will be 2 laps to go to securing another 50 points on his way to a championship here. He will negotiate the battle for 5th place in GT3 Pro here in a moment as well. And I just wonder what the focus is here for all of these drivers at this middle stage of an endurance race. I know it's multi-class, so you're always kept on your toes, but as Dylan Scrivens came in to our booth earlier on and said, there isn't a lot to talk about after these stints, because they're generally just getting laps down, staying on the lead lap, staying up there, and seeing what happens here. Maniti Racing, as I mentioned earlier, basically just need to complete 90% of this race, and they've won it. It doesn't really matter where they finish.
Yeah, just proving that point I said, of being consistent doesn't need to necessarily give you assured championships. It's just being consistent and finishing out on top. Maybe top 5, top 3 would be the top results, but Maniti just doing their job of keeping this car on track, avoiding penalties, avoiding potential late race drama that could have inflict damage on their long run against Urano, and then get that championship, which is the goal of Manuel Sudal coming into this race.
It is into the penultimate lap and the end of the penultimate lap now before halfway. Manuel Sudal is very close to clinching these 50 points. I guess the worry a little bit for him is the gap that's closing now to Urano, closed by 2.2 seconds on that last lap. And it might well close just a little bit more on this one as well. This is the end of lap 230, so we can judge from that we'll have about 460 in this race. And so, as I mentioned, you've got about 46 laps to lose before you start going below the 90% of race winner margin and so on. That, of course, doesn't apply for the GT3s. That will probably actually not be within that rule by the end of the race, by just how much slower they are. It's, of course, down to your class winner and not the overall winner. Sudal, though, with a couple more cars to negotiate on his way to the halfway mark here. Down in towards the hairpin he'll go. 6 hours will tick by now. And he's just a few corners away from making his situation even more comfortable. And Urano Esports in GT3 Pro are very close to clinching a title.
Yeah, as everything now comes down to possible miracles and things like that, as we still have last of a race left, and like looking forward to see what kind of the stories develop as the second half of the race begins. We still. It's amazing.
Sorry,
that,
pit stop. Pit stop needed. Oh no, dear me. He fooled me there entirely. Sudal goes next to the pit wall. I don't know if he thinks he's won the championship there, but by my calculations, they certainly haven't at this just yet. Anyway, but Sudal takes the points anyway. I thought he was coming into the pit lane. Apologies.
Yeah, you baited me. And like a good fish, I fell for the bait.
Yeah. I would argue that's a bad fish because generally you get caught.
It depends on your perspective. I was saying, like, in your perspective, I'm a good fish. Like, I have the brain of a goldfish. Therefore, I just jumped into and ran right at it. Kind of like Dory would forget every single thing that she was talking about. But anyway, that's kind of like my brain as it functions on a single daily basis. So I just went for it. I did bad. You did good. You know, you played your cards. What kind of fish would you go on? What would be your go-to fish?
Goldfish? I don't know.
I'm like a trout guy.
It's not something I've spent time talking about or thinking about, I should say. Nicholas Lowis certainly does know what he's doing here. He comes over the line, and Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports know exactly what they have just done. They have clinched the title. The GSI Endurance Series in the GT3 Pro category will go to them. The 41 points they have accumulated there means that their advantage over Impulse Racing is now unassailable. And it's good to see the drivers in the race actually very aware of what's happening in the race as it goes along.
Yeah, well, let's see how the final hours of the race will bring towards other people. We still, of course, they know it's not out of the woods just yet. Everything can change, but basically, it is what it is. As now the LMDH comes for their pit stop. The GTP is doing their pit stop, so we should expect maybe Miguel Vigo to give the cars to someone, or maybe even Dylan Becky Scrivens giving the car to someone.
I think these two just got it. Oh dear, GSR off the road. German Sim Racing. 100 odd. And it's, well, a bit of a palaver to figure out which one it is. It's not the 168, it'd be the 167, I suppose, in that case, will it? If that's even a number for them. Not entirely sure. I frankly forgot that it is indeed. And it's Justin Claessens, as you can see. I frankly forgot that they had two GT3 Pro cars in the race. One of them in 18th there. And Egbers is just a little bit further up in front. This is actually the last running car at the moment in the race, down in 35th, and maybe that's been as a sort of a representation in visual form of quite how their race is going, really.
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
Well, I'm... there we are.
Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike.
Yeah, we'll go with that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of like great minds think alike. It's just not been the race for GSR. Like, it's either like a human mistake or something like that happening around the track. And if you wanted to go for like a drinking game, you probably would get very drunk with the number of mistakes that happened to GSR. Not just one car, but two cars.
This is through 100 already a bit wide at Coca-Cola, but that's fine. And now into this section where they do actually have a headwind on the way in there, but Claessen's just losing the rear, really. And we must have caught the right back end of that as he got back off the grass there. It just ran out of grip, really. Didn't seem to do anything particularly wrong. Just the Audi running out of grip. Maybe coming towards the end of the tyres there.
I'm really looking forward to see from another angle. From what it looks like, there's a slight snap of the wheel, kind of like, you know, it's kind of like a minor correction of the wheel that kind of like takes away from the ideal line. And I think by the time he did that, that was enough to offset the behavior of the car. The rear is just gonna step out. We're gonna look right now from the aerial angle. You can see glasses just clipping the apex. When it goes to the outside, you can see there might be a minor work on the wheel that offsets the entire behavior entirely and makes the 167 go to the inside portion of the track. But not only that, I think it might be related to the crosswinds that might have caught into the back of the car and made him lose grip as he went by.
That is true. It's well, to be fair, it should be a bit, unless the wind direction has changed. Of course, this is Will Chadwick was talking about the wind direction earlier on, saying that it was behind the backs of the drivers down towards turn 1, and so blowing just about northeast sort of direction, if that's helpful to anyone. So it's, but that was, let's not forget, about what, 5 hours ago I think Will was here. Well, oh, sorry, not 5 hours ago. That's a really long time. Maybe a little bit more recently than that. But yeah, it could well have changed since then, and it certainly seems a bit brighter out there from what I can see. What are we currently in? We're just past lunchtime, just past midday, virtual standard time at the moment, and the sun really has come out now. I bet the track is heating up quite substantially, and the drivers are going to be really struggling now with these tyres throughout the hours, especially in GT3, where you do have to do more than 60 minutes on a set.
Yeah, I'm really looking for what is the track conditions though. Like we've seen the sun is out, but how hot is the track moving forward in terms of temperature? I would say, like me and Arjuna expected plus 40 on the track. I kind of expect about maybe 45 to 50 at the top of the hour in the track conditions. Say humidity might be about 70%, which is very high, and the wind stays around 20. I think the afternoon is going to be nightmare for these GT3 as they move forward.
It really is. It will get a little bit easier towards the end of this race as it ends at 6 p.m, but we're not going to see darkness here, and that's going to well, help us out in terms of being able to see quite the hell what's going on here today. A little bit later tonight, I should say, but other than that, it's not particularly going to challenge these drivers on this occasion. So, just less than 6 hours remaining. Mount Fuji in the background, casting a shadow over this racetrack. And right now, it is Satellite Racing casting a shadow over everyone. Goodness me, can't talk. Over everyone else, I was trying to say there. They currently lead by about 3/4 of a minute ahead of Manuel Sudo until the Scrivens inside the top 3 as well. But once again, it's Satellite Racing who are doing such a good job this season, or this race in particular. Here, Lorenzo might be on their way to a top 6 in the championship as well, as Maniti Racing and private label Team Hype in front of them are down the order. They could find their way into next season of the GSI Endurance Series without having to go through pre-qualifying.
Yeah, which is amazing to see. You know, like I said before, the win they had at Road America was very good. You know, I think that helped them quite a lot on the long run of not being overly concerned of making up the points. I think also the fact they kept it consistent apart from maybe Daytona, where they had a massive blunder and they needed to, like I said, have a solid race. They had a promising race of sorts, I think, in Motegi, but they couldn't do a massive capitalization at the end of the day. It's what do you need? You know, come in the clutch hours, come in the clutch time, and so far they're delivering that and getting a massive runaway on the private league Team Hype and the Movano car, which I'll just say, take out Movano is a big thing. You know, you put a team that has pedigree in prototypes like Movano it's a huge thing. It should be commended. And private label Team Hype is a team that had some struggles. I don't think they deserve to be in this spot fighting for spots, but then again, I think they should be running away at least this race with a solid result.
Well, I have been impressed a little bit by private label Team Hype in this season. The first half of the season didn't go very well until Daytona, where they had a great run at the last 12-hour race of the season. They had a fantastic run. There is the Movano car. who are a little bit in danger of being caught by satellite today, but they have 97 points on the way into today, and that should be enough for them to hang on to 5th place in the standings, and it will become 4th, actually, as Orion Race Team won't be scoring any points today, obviously, having not been here at all. There is Obsidian in the GT3 Pro standings. They're fighting for, they've been off the road, I can tell you, in the last few moments. They're fighting for a top 6 in the GT3 Pro standings as well. They're about 80 points to the good on the way into today, so they'll be feeling fine. But maybe a feeling of what could have been a little bit today, because they were leading for quite some time earlier. But that has pretty much ended now. They're down in 6th place and letting a number of cars go there in towards the hairpin. So, well, not sure what that's all about really for them. Here is a replay of what happened down towards turn number 1. Ingersoll Rand right behind them, as well as the Glacier racing car. Oh, and it's a misjudgment from Ingersoll Rand that sends them right around.
You can call that friendly fire since they're from the same. Both teams are from the same country.
I guess you could do, I suppose. It's I guess easy to do when you're following someone so closely. It's pretty easy to do, but I believe Obsidian Racing have actually got damage as a result of that, or maybe they're just making a pit stop anyway. But here they come.
Yeah, just taking a quick look and see how many laps have they done. Obsidian, well, timing just reset on me, but we're approaching a time that soon all the cars are coming into the pit lane to do their service. So it's due like 30 laps. You can see some GT3s in 30 laps in already. So it's coming clutch time. I would say maybe in the next 5, I'm not gonna say 5, but 10 to 15 minutes we should be seeing GT3s coming in for pit stops maybe.
It's yeah, I mean, even Glacier Racing will be next 20 minutes, I think, this one. So that'll be quite some time. They should lead as well by the time they get round to that. Glacier currently running in 5th place with Tujiavi still at the wheel there, about half a minute behind Lewis Woods for 4th. There's Alexander Davidson leading for Pure Sims Esports, and that gap nearly out to 10 seconds now. And they're about to put a lap on Urano, actually, which is rather bizarre. But Konstantin Scharf has just been in the pit lane to make a pit stop in the last few moments. So we have 6 GT3 Pros on the lead lap. Into the final sector they come. A bit of traffic here. Fiercely forward, a lap down on Urano, by the way, who are trying to put a lap on them. Pure Sims a lap in front of both of these two. Out of the final corner. And cars on 3 different sets of laps will maybe even go 3 wide on the front straight here.
Why not go for a tussle?
It's about to be 4 wide. Goodness me. German sim racing. Oh, it is 4 wide at Fuji. If ever there was a view of how wide this circuit is, then there it is. 4 wide on the front straight.
Yeah, which is insane to think about. You could even fit 2 or 3 more cars in there if you want to.
There's a lot of space between them.
This track is big. I think at the max I've seen was like 6 wide or 5 wide in real life in Fuji during a Super GT race. It's just insane how wide this track is. So it's nice to see that wideness coming into from real life into.
Speaking of most cars wide I've ever seen, by the way, or been involved in even, it was a race I was even involved in. I know Barcelona is not a wide circuit, but we did manage 5 wide out of turn 2 at Barcelona once on a lap.
What?
I was. This is a very long time ago, by the way. It was lap 1 of a V8 supercar reverse grid race at Barcelona. Yes, it was chaos, and it was 5 wide off turn 2. So that was we just about fit, but everybody. Imagine, when you're walking down a corridor of some kind of building that's not actually that wide, and you're trying to squeeze past one another. That's a bit what it felt like driving. So that was so there you go. That's most cars wide I've ever experienced.
What the heck?
Not something I wish to repeat, to be honest.
I am so confused how you get 5 wide around turn 2. Like turn 2 in Barcelona, they're 90 degrees basically. How? I'm trying to perceive the image. I can't. I simply can't.
No, it's I say something I don't want to repeat. To be quite honest, it was very very tight. But there we are. We have just been handed some official point standings, by the way, as we are 15 minutes away from that now. We can indeed confirm that this car is a champion. 115 points ahead of Impulse, with 100 possible remaining on the table. Maniti Racing still with more to do, as they only have a 95 lead. But Urano Esports confirmed as champions. Constantine Sharp has just gone one lap down here in his Mercedes, but to celebrate their championship and winning achievement, we are going to go on board with this car for just a few moments' time. As we step aside, we're going to let you listen to the grumble of the Mercedes. This is RaceSpotTV in the GSI Endurance Series, 12 hours of Fuji, and these are the champions of GT3 Pro. We'll be back in just a few moments' time. Welcome back to Fuji for the final 5.5 hours of the GSI Endurance Series season in 2022-23. The car you've just been riding on board with have just been crowned GT3 Pro Champions for the season, as they have an unassailable 115-point lead over Impulse Racing in second. They've just gotten themselves back onto the lead lap in GT3 Pro. Interestingly, as Alexander Davidson pits from the lead there, right as we come back to live pictures, Ross McFarlane gets at the wheel of that car now, with Lars Meyer looking like he might even overtake them just for a little bit before he makes his pit stop as well. My name is John O'Leary. I'm alongside Lorenzo Bondo for the next hour and a bit, and it will be interesting to see what happens here, Lorenzo, because we've had a really long period of green flag racing now. Glacier Racing still out there as well, having not pitted yet. They're going long, but the strategy's really starting to come to the fore now, and everything getting quite spread out. But the gap for the overall lead is now down below 2 seconds for the first time I can remember.
Yeah, it's looking really beefy so far from what it looks like, and interested to see how that will develop moving forward. And I'm also interested to see how that Glacier Racing will be able to keep up with the leaders with this longer fuel strategy, despite not being highly competitive with the Ferrari in this race. So good developments on GT3 Pro regarding podium spots and with some dose of wasabi action right now between Sudal and Scrivens.
Could be a lead fight. The first one we've seen for quite some time here between these two teams. Maniti versus Urano. Of course, Urano need to win this race, but as soon as Joe Scrivens has gotten into this car, the number 90 has just been absolutely motoring here. No penalties, by the way, for any of the prototypes in the recent past. It's been very clean, but that can't really be said for Urano for most of this race so far. They've had 25 seconds worth to serve just in the last 2 hours, or 3 hours, or in the recent past anyway. It's been very a turbulent time for them, but now the gap below a second in a battle that we've been hoping for quite some time. But I just wonder how hard Maniti Racing are going to fight for this, really, knowing the situation that they're in. I don't know if they're going to keep Dylan Scrivens behind for too long.
It wouldn't be the logical move, just, why try to battle yourself way too much for something that I wouldn't say it's necessary, or it's not even the point of you trying to go to at the end of this race, as Maniti basically has the championship locked in, and finish up this race would be just enough for them to wrap up the championship. Of course you want to win for the ego boost, but I don't think they're looking towards that. Being that one to massage their egos just for the sake of one spot.
Over the line again. And interestingly, the Urano GT3 Pro car just up in front here will be negotiated. Can't really do anything to help out their teammates there. The GT3 is so much slower than the GTPs in a straight line. And they're quite a lot slower through these more downfalls corners as well. It's the real slow speed ones where mechanical grip comes into it, where the GTPs do struggle a little bit at times. Waiting to see... obviously rain is a big discussion in iRacing, but I'm looking forward to seeing a bit of rain in real life for one of these GTPs. We haven't seen that at all just yet in either of the Sebring races, at Daytona, at Long Beach, at Portimao. We haven't seen any rain. And how fast these cars are going to be in the rain, because they do seem to rely a fair amount on downforce. And as you and Arjuna were discussing early on, I think it was Will and Arjuna, but somebody was discussing early on. These cars are obviously a lot slower than the LMP ones were back in the day. And I wonder what the performance is going to be in the rain when we inevitably get a wet session at some point with these cars.
I really want to know how the Peugeot is going to... If you ever had Peugeot in iRacing with no wings and things like that, how it would behave. All right, it does have wings. All right, let me just say this, people. It does have wings. I've seen it in person. It is a little bit odd, but still, it's weird to know that thing can handle itself aerodynamically for a race like in a race.
Down the inside for Dylan Scrivens, and he will take the lead here with 5.5 hours to go. Manuel Sudell, exactly as we expected, not really offering up too much of a fight there, and that is not a surprise one bit. So Urano take the lead here at Fuji, but there's still a long, long way to go, and Maniti Racing certainly know that, and that showed down in towards turn 1.
Yeah, I'm glad to see they're looking towards the big picture and not forcing things, you know, not force a penalty or something like that that could damage them on the long run. And just let the 90 go, you know. What are you competing for at this point of the race, you know? Just win and things like that. Like I just said before, you're massaging your ego. It's not even necessary. Just try to finish the best and pick up the glories later. And I think Manuel might be celebrating this with the beer. We'll never know. We only gonna know in about 1 hour and 5 hours and 29 minutes.
We certainly will be quite some time away at this stage. Feeling like a long time away anyway for these drivers. Some of them certainly. Only 5 cars on the lead lap right now though, and that really does kind of narrow those who can actually win this race. Urano, Maniti, Satellite, Pure Sims, Movano. 5 really top-class teams in the world of iRacing, the world of sim racing, the world of prototype racing in this field as well. But even if we do get a safety car, any team below that, any team who are not called one of those 5 teams I just read out, you know, aren't going to benefit from a safety car particularly. So we've had such a long green flag run now that the pace at the front of the race has really narrowed those who can win this one. Admittedly, those 5 teams are separated by less than 3/4 of a minute at this stage, which after more than 4 hours green flag running is pretty impressive, really. But there's very limited teams who can now win this race realistically.
Yeah, it's just, I think, coming down to 2 teams over here. GT3 Pro might change the scope of things when it comes down to the final hours. We know that Ross McFarlane and Pure Sims over here in Fuji, they have master strategy. But the thing is, everything can change in the blink of an eye. Of course, we can have yellow flags. Not saying that we'll have yellow flags, but anyway. Just waiting to see how that will pan out, because we know for a fact that whoever's behind them, and I would say Impulse or whoever is going to be Maniti or Urano or Glacier, are looking forward to try to have a scrap at them just on strategies at the end of the race of this race.
This of course is where IVRA differs from other championships in iRacing and the special events and everything in between. We do have safety cars here, and that does make things different. I think what's interesting as well is we're continuing our discussion about, you know, LMDH and LMH, GTP, and all of the other acronyms you can think of for these new breed of cars. Is the difference in racing between the WC and IMSA racing as well. I mean, IMSA racing is a little bit more like IVRA, I suppose, with the fact that it has the safety cars that work in a similar way to what they have in that series, whereas the WC steers away from safety cars, apart from at Le Mans, where we are going to have them this year, and they aren't going to ruin the race either for categories that aren't the top class, which is a first and is a good thing, but it does take away from quite a lot of green flag running that we're going to see. But anyway, this racing a little bit more like IMSA racing, and it does take a certain kind of thinking about this one as well. I think the racing with safety cars like we see in IVRA actually increases the strategy options, but also it means that those who win here, I think, in my opinion, are slightly more astute with tactics, because it means that they can adapt and they're flexible with their strategy, which is exactly what you need to be with the possibility of safety cars at any moment. It could ruin your strategy, it could really help you out, but you've got to be really on your toes with it all. And I take my hat off to these guys who think about the tactics and the strategy for these IVRA races.
Yeah, this is why we don't drive, we just commentate.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I wouldn't mind strategizing, but I've never strategized a long race like this.
I mean, I am an Indy 500 winning strategist of sorts. So
Of
I don't
sorts.
care. I don't care. Hold up. I don't care which split it is, or
Okay.
if it was an official split or not, if it was an official race or not. I did help my team win in terms of strategies. So I am considered a strategist. So I can like run myself on the shoulder and say, yeah, I did this. But other than that, it's like it's not easy. It's you need to know fuel. You need to know how the car behaves. You need to know the strategies and how the race grooves and things like that. Points of risks and things like that. So need to know A, B, C, D, and E. Uh, Points of views, how the race performs. So not
Well,
easy. It takes a lot of work.
you can have that claim to fame, Lorenzo, whether it was in whatever split it was, as long as this particular official or unofficial race or split or whatever it was, as long as it had more than one competitor against you.
No, 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 no. R was the Brazilian version of the Indy 500.
Okay,
Like,
well, yeah. See, there you are.
no,
You can count that.
yeah. It's kind of like I want, like I can say I'm a 12 hours of Sebring winner. Split 11, but sure, I won something.
Absolutely. Well, I'd take it if I was there. So there we are. I've got to get on one of these special events one day. I'm thinking about it over the course of the summer, doing one of them, but not entirely sure which one or.
Spot 24 RaceSpotTV. Let's go.
I guess so, but I don't want to offend anyone who likes the Spa 24, but particularly with the lack of safety cars, it's the most boring 24-hour race of the year in my opinion.
Ooh.
I'm sure to actually go it'd be great, and obviously I do enjoy the real life race as well to an extent, but out of the big four that we can say 24-hour races, the big four, for me it ranks fourth.
Really? Okay. What would be the top 3 ranked races? Nürburgring, Daytona,
The big
and
four.
Le Mans.
The big four, in my opinion, as you say there, Daytona, Nürburgring, Spa, Le Mans. Yeah, they're the big four endurance races, in my opinion. Yeah, Spa's the fourth. It's still good, but it's just worse than the other 3. That's
It's okay. It's okay. Don't get me wrong. You'd be shocked if I put Spa in 5th.
Oh right, okay.
My top 5 is, and you'd be shocked if I had this one, is obviously Daytona 24. It's going to be Nürburgring. It's going to be Le Mans. I put Nürburgring over Le Mans just because, like, I like the fact that you can have, like, grassroots racing in Nürburgring 24, 143 cars, something like that, racing in one singular track. So, and things like it. You could say, are there any other endurance races that matter more than the N24? I would
Yes.
say Le Mans 24, yes. But for me, the 4th biggest race, in my opinion, highly underrated, it's Dubai 24.
Wow. Okay, I thought you were going to go with that actually, because then again, what other 24-hour race is there that would even go close to those 4? I suppose. But yeah,
You could go for the 25 hours at Thunderhill.
I suppose, but that's almost in a category of its own, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's almost different. What I would say about Dubai though is that it was better kind of 6 years ago when there was a lot more of those kind of Nürburgring 24 kind of entry level kind of cars in them.
Yeah.
There was a Clio in 2015, I seem to remember. There were all sorts of really a lot slower cars than GT3s, but I think they started to push a little bit more for the real top GT3 teams, and they did come, but unfortunately at the expense of some of the lower level teams. And I think even at this year's Dubai 24-hour, there was barely more than 50 cars on the entry, which is a little bit disappointing compared to the 100 we had in 2017, which may have been too many, to be fair, but around 80 or 90. Fantastic fields, and I agree. But these days, I think it's fading slightly.
You have to blame, I think, COVID. I think that's where you have to blame COVID and the logistics, and also the war, making everything more expensive in terms of logistics and things like that. Because the interest is there. I think other thing is the fact that I think back in the day, I think the Dubai 24 was more like an entry event for a lot of people. Right now,
Yes.
it's part of the Hankook 24-hour series calendar. So it's kind of like you have to run the season. I don't think you need to run the season. I don't know if you have to run just one race. I'm not 100% sure on the regulations. You'd have to check with the body of Preventic. You have to check with Preventic about that. And so it's an interesting race of sort, and like I said, it's one of the most underrated tracks you have around. It is so good to drive at Dubai. It's not the easiest of tracks, but it has such a flow that not many tracks, and I cannot remember if Dubai Autodrome is a Tilkadrome, but it doesn't
think
look
it is.
like if it is, it doesn't look like it is a Tilkadrome, you know.
Yeah,
It
it's.
doesn't drive
I
like
agree. Actually, I really like the circuit. And by the way, I think you might be correct about the whole COVID thing because yeah, as you say, they were in 2019, for example. I know they did actually have a 2020 race, didn't they? I didn't check that one because it was before COVID, even in 2020 January. But they had about 80 on the entry in 2019. So I suppose that point you make there is correct. As you said as well, Iku Maikala mentioning to us, are there any other that matter other than Nürburgring 24? Clearly, I can guess which one he prefers out of the four, and maybe which one would be at the bottom of his list based on what you said about Le Mans as well. So there we are. What I was going to say though was completely reverse to that, as we get a brief bit of side by side here, by the way, between RSO and Orion on your screen down towards turn one. This is RSO making their way through and up into what will be 9th place in the standings. They make that work. What I was going to say, though, personally for me, is that my number one race would be a toss-up between Nürburgring and Le Mans, and I'm not sure which one I'd go for.
Nürburgring and Le Mans.
There would certainly be 1 and 2, but I don't know what order.
In terms of, it's like Le Mans 2040 have the history, right? Of so many great races like Ford versus Ferrari, Mercedes versus Porsche, Audi versus Peugeot, Audi versus Toyota, the threes. Shoot, you can even go to the Bentley days whenever Bentley won a race. I think Aston raced as well. Like back in the old days, I think you even had like brands like Maserati and things like that doing back in the day. So it's a prestigious race that has spent from the 20th century in the decade of 1920 all the way down to today, up to we are at 100 years. We're at 2023. It started in 1923. And is making 100 years today in about 6 weeks, 7 weeks. So it's an interesting one, but I think in terms of race as a drivers or gentlemen, even for gentlemen's racing, Nürburgring is the way to go because you could get like let us get a Manta, for example, like the Evergreen Opel Manta that races in there. It's an iconic race car for that track. You could get like a Clio, a very old Dacia or something like that, and be eligible to run in a race like that. So that's why for me it's this takes over the top of other than going for Le Mans.
Yeah, I think so. In terms of, yeah, if you were a complete nobody in the racing world talent-wise, and you wanted to do one of those big 4 24-hour, then Nürburgring is your best bet. But yeah, in terms of those at the front, it's wild. the battle for the race win. The fact that there are no safety cars closing things up together also kind of adds to the show when there's a close finish. Like in 2016, there was a pass on the last lap. 2017, there was a pass on the last lap as well. think it came down to the final hour in 2018. So, it often comes down to the very end, despite the fact it's only covered by slow zones and not full safety cars, which, in my opinion, has taken away from Daytona a little bit on occasion. Is a really late safety car in IMSA. It's kind of like what's ruining NASCAR a little bit at the moment. It's really late cautions and overtimes all of the time. It gets a little bit old sometimes. But not that there haven't been some good editions of Daytona and whatever in recent years. But
limited stage racing in NASCAR, you're still part of the problem.
Yeah, it's we could have a whole different discussion about stage racing in NASCAR. But yeah, in terms of that, but in terms of my ranking though, personally, like the accessibility for gentlemen drivers is not what ranks highly at all. In my opinion, it's the pure entertainment of the battle at the front of the field. And in recent years, Nürburgring has probably been ahead of Le Mans purely because for the last 5 years, I'd say at Le Mans, you know pretty much who's going to win as you turn up. Really, unfortunately.
Yeah, which this is why I think this actually might be the first time in 2023.
It's 2017.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2017 or 2016. The tickets sold out that early, The tickets sold out in December. Like early December, because I know I looked around mid-December, around like the 20th of December to buy it. Me and my friends to go there, and they were sold out. That surely you'd say, oh, Toyota is the team to beat in Le Mans. But you have cars that are only made for this race. Peugeot, in my opinion, in Portimão was kind of a decent car-ish, but going for Le Mans, you have so many teams. You can have like Cadillac might be a team that they have the engine. They definitely have the engine. They have the performance that can beat them up. The Peugeot is a scary team because their car on tracks that have no downforce, like Le Mans, they will do very well. They will be a bullet out of hell. What else? I'm trying to remember. I think maybe the Porsche is gonna do really well, even if they don't learn at the first year. Next year they're coming up just as strong. So it's something that you have to take notice. Toyota's dominance, I think, in Le Mans races might be coming to an end. I'm not gonna say this year, but maybe next year, whenever the other teams come in, and like Santa Frasqueta, Lambo, Ferrari learns from their mistakes whenever they're not blowing up cars or anything like that in F1. Porsche will learn from the mistakes, and the other hypercar teams will learn from their first full year in WEC that it is not like IMSA. IMSA is a very different series for you to tackle on, with so many different tracks and layouts that they are not even on the same level as the WEC is.
And let's not forget that the BMW will be at Le Mans next year as well. Not this year, I don't believe, but next year. Cadillac, by the way, taking 3 cars to Le Mans as far as I'm aware. Sorry?
They're gonna have 2 cars, if I remember, in WEC next year.
Yeah, I think that will be the case, and that's the case for most teams, I think. Other than that small Italian team you just mentioned, I've forgotten the name of. Yeah, it's I think they'll only have 1. But anyway, side by side for 3rd place in GT3 Pro, by the way, as Impulse take it to Urano. That's the 156 of Philippe Gogolok, just behind Konstantin Schaaf, who's been caught. And they were briefly going side by side there. But another look down the inside at turn 6. That was a very nice move out of the exit of 100R. Looking up the inside for the hairpin, and they'll go side by side. Even a bit of contact between the two. This is quite an aggressive, lively battle.
What have done?
Urano evolved outside line here with Impulse. Oh dear, into the chicane they'll go, and this is really going to annoy Private Label Team Hype, who are just in behind, and they'll get through Obsidian style, if you remember from early on in the race, turn 13. But Impulse Racing do manage to find their way through, And yeah, that was an enjoyable fight between the two of them.
Yeah, some small blows, but a very gentleman-like battle. You know, if giving each other space, and good to know that Konstantin Scharf didn't want to overdrive the car into the right-hand turn out of the chicane and maybe put some damage in the tires.
That was Connor Harrington who had to make his way through on the two of them, by the way, but he had a moment earlier on in that lap on board the private label Team Hype BMW, currently running down in 8th place right now through Coca-Cola. Oh my goodness me, what the hell went on there? I don't know if you saw the wheel work there. He's done pretty well to keep it out the wall, to be fair, but his wheel seemed to be going all over the place there, Lorenzo, almost as if he didn't have control of it at all.
No, not at all. It's kind of like a Monka steer meme coming into life right there, as the movement of the hands go around the wheel. But yeah, no control whatsoever. And I think it looked like from the car again, he maybe slide bottom out whenever you go into the curve and you bounce back into the track, and the suspension and also lack of grip not giving you the best moments right there. At least they kept it out of the wall.
That was a success to keep it out the wall. We've seen incidents there in the past, as we mentioned before. This is the leading fight in GT3 though. Torque Freak Racing, having won back at Monza, are the only team other than Maniti Racing to have won a race so far this season. Well, excuse me, that's not quite correct, is it? Satellite Racing also won at Daytona, but it was a fantastic performance back at that race at Monza for Torque Freak. Looking to repeat that, but Rusty Spatulas would very much like to add their name to the list of winners as well. As they go out onto the front straight, the two Porsches are going to battle here as well in what is a nightmare line of GT3 cars for that race-leading Urano GTP to negotiate here in a few moments' time.
Yeah, wondering what Henry Miettinen has in store for John Goodwin. Last lap for Rusty Spatula is nearly a full, like 2/10 better, but they've been much more consistent than Torque Freak as the laps go on. So that 2:11 can put some really good moments right there, as we have issues. Just adding insult to injury for private label Team Hype. Jesus.
Yeah, Connor Harrington has dropped out of the race, I'm afraid, due to connection problems. And so that's dropped them even further down. And I'm afraid any hopes of bypassing pre-qualifying for next season, I think, have gone with that disconnection.
Yeah. And a message to the boys. I feel gutted for the boys. You know, I have a good rapport with the boys, but I pick on them. They pick on me from time to time whenever we used to do like the open wheel series on the IR18. But it's unfortunate, you know, for them to go out like this. Not ideal, and I do feel gutted for the boys. If they have a shot, great, but I don't think it's gonna be in this race. They might have a shot on pre-quali because they have really good setups, and then I think they can have a performance to advance to the next season.
Absolutely. By the way, they also had if you were with us earlier on, they also had Tommy Milner at the wheel of that Cardiff private label Team Hype. It was great to chat to him a little bit earlier on. Of course, two-time Le Mans winner, by the way, in class, of course, with Corvette back in the past. But I'm afraid not going to be the win here today for them. Out through turn one go the two GT3 leaders right now, and up towards Coca-Cola. Rusty Spatzer looking very, very threatening here. That's almost surprised with the pace they've found at this stage in the race. They pitted on the same lap previously. It wasn't long after the points were awarded. Now they're back out there again, fighting one another, and Miettinen just looks quicker at this stage in the race than John Goodwin.
Yeah, just like I said, you know, I think he's just looking for the perfect move to try to capitalize or get a really good run without having any people to get on their way. And moving forward as the satellite comes in for the overlap, and that opens the door for Rusty Specialists to come in and causing some slight contact between them.
out of turn or the chicane they go, and into the final sector with the wind behind them, pushing this already quite loose Porsche around. Although it's not particularly bad at slow speed, to be fair. They should be absolutely fine. Into the final corner they'll go as well, and they'll Rusty Patches will be hoping to pick up a good slipstream, a straighter exit off of the final turn required for a nice bit of slipstream, and maybe a move down in towards turn 1. That doesn't look close enough really, unless there's going to be a dive on the brakes here from Miettinen just in behind. Well, he is gaining on because of the slipstream, because of the length of the straight, but I think decided to lift off in towards turn 1 there rather than make a dive on the brakes.
Yeah, not risk yourselves too much on overcommitting something, especially given the fact that there's also a battle for position overall on the track, because that German sim racing car from Marcel Egbers is right behind them, battling for position as well. So that Audi is trying to sneak his way in around the Porsches and go up on the spot.
Very much is. If you're wondering what overall position this is all about, by the way, it is down in 24th now. We do indeed have the GT3 Pro overall leader in 10th overall right now. Just showing you how few GTPs we have remaining at the end of this season. A lot of them struck off of our list at the start of the day. Teams like Race Clutch, Valkyrie, The Lot, JP1 Esport, Trek, SimCity Racing, loads out of the race even before we came in today, and Delta Sport and ATRS already out as this race is continued with a DNF as well. So yeah, it's a depleted GTP field. Yip Delix, by the way, has gotten back at the wheel of the Urano car, with Mauro Sudau continuing to give chase, and he will pass through there with the Movano car as well. Down in towards turn 1 again. A bit of a bigger gap on this particular lap, and a long time until they'll have to pit either of these two as well. So this battle is going to go on for a very long time.
Seems like forever they're still battling on, which is, it's kind of like a mental battle. You know, you have to stay consistent, you have to avoid making mistakes, but there's the frustration not making the overtake unless you're saving fuel. So it's kind of like a 5D chess game, and none of them wants to be Ding Loren trying to make blunders against like he did against Nippon Miachi in game 3. Yes, I'm going into the chess route here, people, for a little bit. I'll come back into racing right now, but it's kind of like in these kind of battles you have to be consistent and focused every single time to avoid these kind of blunders and get yourself frustrated, and easily by frustration your race can go downhill just as quickly as the move you've done gone down in flames.
That's certainly. Well, chess I guess has some similarities to sim racing. Not in terms of style of play or style of activity. It's not similar in the slightest, but I guess the mental games and whatever. I can't proclaim to know much about chess other than the basic rules, and even then I'm not sure. But there we are. It's similar in that way, I suppose. We go back to the reigning champions car. Oh, excuse me, that's not the. Sorry. Oh, I did spot the Pure Sims car, but we're focusing on Chris Beats here in the SimCity Racing car, just behind Virtual Motorsport, and being caught by Fitzy Forward as well a little bit further back. There is the BMW of Virtual Motorsport. Marcel Bosman, not a team we've spoken too much of this season, not a team we've spoken too much of today either, but they're currently running 12th in GT3 Pro and just having a quiet time of things, which sometimes is well, it's better to have a quiet day sometimes than one where we're seeing certain teams a lot, because generally when a team is on the broadcast a lot, then they're generally getting into quite a few problems.
Yeah, and I nearly saw that Virtual Motorsport car nearly getting, I think it was like 1 hour and a half ago to 2 hours ago, nearly getting bullied by the GTP cars. So it's still keeping on track, and it's a team that we haven't seen much of them, which is good to know, right? And but I think is a team that only had its first few races not long ago. Let's say maybe had a full season, but this is the first time they're actually having a solid result next to the top 10.
Yeah, I've not seen too much of them. Virtual Motorsports 18th in the standings coming into today. They have been here all season. Their best result came in the last 12-hour race that we had, and that was their only top 10 of the season so far when they finished 9th. And so maybe they can repeat. Clearly a team that maybe can do a little bit better as the races get longer, and you do sometimes get teams like that. Maybe don't have the outright pace, but they're a lot better at staying consistent and staying out of trouble than some of the other teams around them. And maybe that's what they're hoping for today in the second and last two of the 12-hour races that we have in this endurance season. Movano just splitting the two of them at the moment. I see Movano GTP getting through with another one, the Maniti GTPs in the background there you can see, but this gap has certainly closed in. Chris Beats on the back of the BMW. SimCity Racing, by the way, a team who are new to IVRA Racing at the start of this season, and they've had some good performances. Maybe not so many in this championship, although they were 4th at Monza. They've had a better time of things elsewhere, I would say, but it's been a successful debut season for them as they've populated all 3 of the IVRA Championships. Chris Beats will head his way down the inside and make the pass in towards turn 1. Meanwhile in GT3, it's side by side for the lead between Talk Freak Racing and Rusty Spatulas, and finally Henry Miettinen will get through. It was a battle through the entirety of the final sector, but finally Rusty Spatulas are into the lead.
Yeah, it took him a little bit of a while, but finally the Finns are back on top, which is good to see. And like I said, I had the pleasure of meeting them at the Expo last year. Let's see if going to be able to hold that lead for the remainder of their stint, as I think they're due to come to the pit stop in about, maybe I would say, 16 laps as we look at the replay of the move from Rusty Spatulas.
Yeah, this is what happened. I have a feeling Maniti are going to get down the inside of both of them and push Talk Freak offline here. Oh, it was nearly contact indeed. Aggression from the Maniti prototype, but not by no means out of the ordinary, and by no means was that warranting any kind of finger wag. So they'll remain side by side through the final sector, and Miettinen makes use of it. That's exactly what you've got to do in traffic as a GT3 driver. When you are behind, you see your rival pushed off, you've got to make use of those opportunities, and that's the kind of thing that a multi-class race presents you in terms of an opportunity that a regular race just wouldn't.
Yeah, this is why multi-class is that thing of traffic gives and traffic takes, and just because the traffic took away the gap of Goodwin's car right there, it opens the door for Miettinen to put the car in and make that overtake, as now you can see the satellite just basically stitching through the traffic, and basically creates a small gap between both orange cars. But now the advantage right now goes to the 211 Rusty Spatulas car, and the gap is slightly opening up, and soon they might be out of draft range.
May well be. Not that the draft is hyper important at Fuji, but it is a factor. Miettinen does certainly look quicker though at this stage. So that's the Dutch Payment Porsche coming out the pit lane, and this is the crazy thing actually, Lorenzo. I can bring up now about this kind of racing. Sorry, in IVRA Racing, Dutch Payment Esports during the second safety car period of this race took a slightly shorter pit stop than the rest of those who pitted. SimCity Racing were the only one to stay out in GT3 Pro. Dutch Payment Esports were the only one to take a shorter stop. I'm not quite sure how they managed it, but they did, and they vaulted into second. They briefly led the race, but that strategy call with 10 hours to go is still affecting them with 5 hours to go, 5 hours later, and it's still making them come out of the pit lane at strange times, as they just did there, right in the middle of this GT3 lead battle actually.
Interesting. I did. This is the one thing I might have yet realized, but it's a big call. But the thing is, this call you probably needed to be on the top of other ones. You needed to maybe basically match the other ones. Oh, they're doing these numbers, we're doing these numbers, and I think we're good. But unfortunately, I think the race is not going in the way of Deutsche Payment with this up strategy, doesn't it? It's just making things more complicated for them. I'm not gonna say go in this blunder of the pit stop. Is just going on a very unique strategy on the pit stop.
Ivo De Bruyne, by the way, getting in the YouTube chat and informing me that Virtual Motorsport have been with IVRA for quite some time now. So I apologise. I thought they were a bit newer. But it's just a team that fly under the radar quite effectively. And as I mentioned earlier, it's quite a good way to be because generally we're reporting incidents and stuff on the broadcast if it's a particularly chaotic part of the race. And if you're not involved within it, then it's a good thing, I would say. So yeah, I apologise. They clearly are a little bit stronger as the 12-hour races go on, because I believe even with the 12th place they're currently in right now, they would still have their best result of the second best result of the season so far, better than what they've managed in the 1500 kilometre ones or the 1000 mile ones. They have just dropped down to 13th actually, but even so, that's still doing all right. Still plenty of cars out there on the circuit. 35 still in the race. We've not had a retirement since Miguel Vigo more than an hour ago now, which I'm very glad to report. About an hour and a half since we've seen a driver in pit lane now. Or a driver, sorry, out of the race, team out of the race. So we remain at 7 retirements for the finale of this season. And still plenty more racing to go. A very, very long green flag run. I'm not entirely sure. Oh dear, as German sim racing out the final corner get things wrong. Just in front of that battle. There is the Audi. And it ends up right behind the fellow Audi. I think that is once again the 167 that's running right at the back of the field. With Marvin Lesmuller. Dropping down the order. Not sure if there was contact or whether that was a solo spin. But it was a spin, and it's dropped them down even further. It was indeed the 167 of Marvin Lesmorman, and he'll get back going again. It's difficult to motivate yourself though when you are 9 laps off the car in front. I can't imagine how they're feeling in that car right now.
I'll try to keep the short answer. Pain.
I mean, I suppose in some ways though, it's just a relaxing afternoon driving in some ways as well. When you find yourself in that situation, they don't have any pressure on them.
Or they could be like going for an internal game and develop like who can get drunker and drunker by the mistakes that the team is making. I'm sorry, I'm gonna start picking on GSR. It's just not the most fortunate race for them in this race so far. But we know they're a very strong team. It's not clicking. This track is not clicking with the Audi.
They are a strong team, and they were crowned IVRA GT Sprint Series powered by Hosting Road champions in Division 2 last weekend, by the way. Only 6 days since that success was confirmed at the round of Road America. They did not need the final round at Bathurst to seal that. And if I could settle a championship before the final round, if there was any final round I want to avoid, it's Bathurst. Because if you ever wanted a calm, stable championship finale, then Bathurst is not going to provide one for us next weekend. Or 2 weekends away, sorry.
You're saying a hypothetical final.
Oh no, it is the final race. Bathurst is the final round of that championship in 2 weekends.
Of club sport, okay.
Oh no, of
no
GT Sprint.
Sprint. I think club sport is
Suzuka.
I always forget. It started with the Japanese track and it ended with the Japanese track. But it's like I don't between these two. For me, Suzuka. I wouldn't take Suzuka. For me, it's much easier for you to do Bathurst than this.
I don't know really. I'm interested to see how Suzuka pans out in the Club Sport Series. To be fair, because I can imagine the TCR lap times, especially, are going to be really long.
For traffic management, it can be a true pain.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah, I'm slightly concerned about it in terms of that. And yeah, it was of course this very circuit that we started the Club Sport season on all that time ago. But it did feel that this circuit does feel big quite a lot of the time. It felt very big with the Club Sport cars out there on this one because they were producing a few bit slower lap times than this. I think the Porsche Cup cars at best were in the 150s, were they, or what, high 140s somewhere around there.
What the lap times?
Yeah, the lap times.
For GT3 cars, do Suzuka.
Oh, not. Oh, I mean, I was talking about Fuji early on.
Fuji.
Trying to remember what they were doing, because since we've already seen it. That's off the road for Belarus Motorsports at a weird point. You don't often see a car off there.
Yeah.
A flat-out kink on the run down towards turn 10 there, and they've found themselves off the road somehow.
I think they spun at the hairpin and took an alternate path.
An awfully long time to have a spin there, unless, as you say, they were rejoining. This is out of 100 on board with the BMW. Ah, so he got a bit of damage here, Vingbo. Just seemed a little bit nervous on the rear end there. Out of the corner he goes, up the curb, up the AstroTurf, and
what the?
You're absolutely right. That car's damaged. Is it just me or that car damaged?
No, the car is not damaged. It's just your
okay.
man.
It looks nervous to me. It looks very nervous.
No, I don't know. Could be, but it doesn't look like it. If it is not damaged, he's doing a very good job of masking the damage. But it's like now.
Oh, and again, look, again. It's got to be something with this car at the moment because that has gone around way too easily, even down at turn 1. It's not often a real slow-speed corner like that. You just lose grip like that.
Yeah, I'm starting to believe in you.
Thank you.
It's for me. It's odd. All right. If this spins again right here, Ewan, pick 6 numbers. I'll give you 6 numbers.
6 numbers, goodness.
Yeah, so you can win the lottery.
Oh, I see what you mean. But I'm just a bit slow there. Yeah, it just seems something's wrong with that car. It doesn't look, as you say, visually, it doesn't look like anything's wrong, but just the rear end at the moment, that car just looks really, really nervous for Emma Ringbo.
Slow speeds.
Yeah, he's 30 laps down on a stint here, so I guess tyre wear could be coming into it right in the heat of the day here.
Yeah, big possibility.
But he's not even safe in the slower speed stuff here in the final sector. Based on what we saw at turn 1. He's being caught now by Judge Payment Esports in the Porsche, which you'd expect to be having more rear end problems than a BMW, which is typically more planted than this.
Yeah. That was a weird incident to look at.
Well, he's continuing on anyway, whatever it is. He seems to be fine. Iku Mercalli reporting to us that his diffuser's certainly bent, as we can't really see anymore because the Just Payment Esports car's just masking it right now. But
get out of the way, Porsche!
he reckons the floor could be broken here for Emma Vingbo. That's why we can't really see. Trying to look now. Oh, that was awkward. Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
that thing is bent. It's not straight.
Okay. Well, there's our answer in one sense then.
But would that be enough to offset the balance of the car?
Oh, surely, yeah.
On slow speeds? I don't know. It's just me. Just while guessing. Tinfoil hats on and everything.
Yes. It certainly seems as if the damage is there. Adding tyre wear as well into the equation, nearly 30 laps into a stint. But yeah, I can absolutely believe it, to be honest, because if you think about it, these GT3s aren't particularly reliant on aerodynamic downforce. It's, you know, all created elsewhere, and so surely any damage to the floor and diffuser would, you know, provide quite a challenge, and it is certainly doing, as we can see.
Yeah, maybe floor damage would be more of a believable. I think, my opinion, thought of. It's. I just read what Tiku has told us in our RaceSpot chat. But yeah, like under floor damage could add up to the issues, like maybe affecting the airflow of the car, precision, how the car navigates around the corner. So it could be a possibility, but yeah, it's an odd one. It's an odd one to see.
Very odd indeed. Here, Ryan Walker also throwing the suspension damage into the equation. The steering looks straight, so I think they're fine with that. But either way, there's certainly problems going on there. Oh no! Oh dear! German sim racing. Speaking of suspension problems, surely they're going to have some now, because that is exactly what Jude Desick did earlier on in the race, to retire their car. Those curbs that are perpendicular to the racetrack at the final corner have claimed another victim.
Yeah, but it's odd to see that, to be very honest. Is what kind of suspension you must be running for allowing the car to bounce like that around a turtle curb? And it's not even into fully the turtle curb. You're just like catching the tip of it, and the car just decides to go like Snoop Dogg controlling the airplane on Soapplane. So it's weird. It's really weird. It's kind of like you have car hydraulics, and but they're not made for that.
And here is another view of that incident out of the final turn, and there it is.
Boink,
Wheels
bounce,
in
bounce.
the air. I mean, what do you think of those curbs that are perpendicular to the racetrack? Because you know, it does its job of making sure people don't extend track limits out the final corner, which is, of course, what we want to see. But also, it can end races, as we've seen already.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've seen many races ended just because taking the curbs like that. It's like I'm not a fan of these turtle curbs outside of two corners like that. I think it. I don't know. It damages the track, how it flows and things like that. I understand its purpose, but I'm just not a fan how it is done. It is much better handled how Macau did the turn number 3. Sorry, 1, 2. Yeah.
What did they do?
3. Remember when for Sophia Flörsch had the crash?
I do not remember at all. No.
Like
I don't know anywhere in Macau you could break track limits.
No, well, her crash basically blew track limits and then something else. Basically, her crash involved going way too fast, bounced over the turtle curb. But the thing is, it was set off in a way that I think was bent into the corner. You know, when you make slightly bent into the corner, so you can kind of clip the apex a little bit.
Yeah.
But the car just gone straight, and what serves that is basically a ramp. It serves as a ramp to immediately throw the car into the camera stands. So that's the problem with things like that. That basically can catapult a car in real life if it stayed over there and had things like that close to it into a crowd. And I think, like Ryan Hardinge said, this can break backs real life, because the brute force you have bouncing a car like that into the floor, back into the floor, is enough to break your back, maybe a few vertebrae.
And speaking of turtle curbs, by the way, I know it's not quite the same as we've got here at Fuji, But I don't remember if it was last year or the year before at Monza in an F3 race. Somebody got launched into the crowd. Well, not quite into the crowd because there is no crowd at Parabolica quite in that way, or where they landed anyway. But a terrible crash that forced them to remove it. So it shows that they can remove these things. But there's got to be a better way of policing track limits than those perpendicular curbs. In my opinion, I always prefer grass. Just as an example, look at the hairpin at turn 10. In my opinion, is the perfect example of how track limits should be policed by grass at racetracks. Not here. Get rid of those yellow curves. But down towards turn 10, you've got this thin strip of grass lining the circuit, and then tarmac on the outside. Now, there's so much tarmac on the outside here that it might actually take something away from what you're trying to do, I guess. But if you've got a thin strip of grass around and then tarmac afterwards, you've got the safety with that bit of runoff after the grass, but also you've got the track limits enforcement of a bit of grass as well, and it keeps that, it kind of, in my opinion, has the best of both worlds kind of in one.
No, I agree. It's like there are things that I'm not a fan of. I think this is a big discussion now in motorsport of how to handle security around the track, because I think the biggest crash we've seen. Of course, I'm not going to take into Craig Breen's crash. That was just unfortunate, and rest in peace, Craig. For me, as a 31-year individual, having someone who's actually 1 year my senior, I'm making 32 next month, is just shocking for me. It really gave me a shock of things. But that was unfortunate. That is the risk of rallying. That is a complete different risk of going to a racetrack, for example, like Guan Yu Zhou, getting launched into the barrier, and you have tires that I think does literally nothing. Surely it absorbs just as well as the safe barrier does in terms of crashes, but it nearly catapulted the car into the crowd. If you had a safe barrier right there, maybe a bigger safe barrier, like that could cover basically the dimension of the car or the dimension of the chassis, for example, I wouldn't think that would happen, right? So it's just something, and apparently add one more to the drinking game. Even add one more.
Getting cruel. German sim racing, we're running nose to tail. Here's what I mean, down towards turn 10. Look at that on the outside line. That's how you do it, in my opinion. Maybe a bit more grass than that, but anyway. Their day just gets worse, German sim racing, and that's contact with Pure Sims. Now, there's going to be an argument about that as to who was at fault there.
No, that's on Pure Sims.
Well, I would say so, yeah, but
I want to look from Pure Sim side. I want to look from Pure Sim side to see if it's actually fully on Pure Sims. But still, it's a corner that, from what it looks like, basically he was never going to make the corner. That pierces GTP, as we're going to look towards the number 1 perspective. Stays on he puts on the line, but he was never going to make that corner.
He was making clear what he was going to do, but he wasn't very far up there, and he was a long way back. A very, very long way back.
Yeah, he was never going to make that corner. For me, it's a penalty on Pure Sims, just because you're never going to make that corner. Just stay in line. Just stay behind the cars. You're going to make the corner right after. This might be a 5 or 10 second penalty for Pure Sims. Easy.
Well, we'll see. There are a number of incidents under investigation, by the way. Race Control actually got a half an hour break just before the halfway stage of this race. But now they're under the steady stream of incidents again. Well, to be fair, they just had a 40-minute break, actually, between pretty much up until now and since about 5 hours 20 remaining in this race. So, good to 40-45 minutes without having to really look at any incidents. Now they'll be looking through once again, but I agree, Pure Sims Esports may well be getting a penalty for that. We've had finally some word through as to what's happening with Valorous Motorsports as they struggle out there on the circuit. Ander Gomez has been into our chat, and hello to him. Not driving at this stage, as you understand. Rears apparently have taken a beating. Now the damage that they have is really hurting the tyres, and with more than 40 degrees on the track as well, he says the car's undrivable. Pretty much after 1/3 of the stint, after 20 minutes or so. Lots of counter steering needed, and you can just see that. I mean, it's, in my opinion, Lorenzo, it's no good way to. Oh, and there you go. I'm moving mode, struggling with it again. It's no good way to have an endurance racing setup, really, one that's right on the edge. If this was a 20-minute sprint race and that was the fastest way round, then having a car as on the edge as this one might well do. But when you've got to drive it for 12 hours, it's not much good.
It's a pain.
Yeah.
I know that much. And oh, what happened to? Is that the Archer brothers or virtual? That's Archer brothers. What is happening to them right there?
It's bizarre. Archer brothers currently down in 7th place in the GT3 field, by the way. 8th place even. Matthew Molnott. They led earlier on. And long way down here. Reigning champions, of course, in this category. Back when it was called GT3 Pro-Am. Back in the day. I say back in the day. It was less than a year ago. Here it is, though, into the final couple of corners. Final sector. That has seen so many incidents throughout so far. There's the wind, and there is the spin. Oh, through turn 15, and a good job by a couple of drivers behind to avoid.
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Certainly was. Well,
now, Ewan.
Go on.
Now that it's come down in this race, I have to get into one thing. We were talking about, adding new cars and things like that. We've seen the announcement of Misano coming into iRacing, Mugello coming into iRacing. Dirt ovals being reworked on. If you could find something that would bring something that for you would like into iRacing, whether it's cars, new tracks, whatever you want to, or new features, what do you think would be something that for you as a person would excite you most?
Just a feature, not a car or a track, just a feature.
No. I'm saying in general,
anything.
not just feature anything that
Anything.
tracks and cars included.
Oh, well, I've said many times in the past, and that since we're on this subject a little bit early on, some more of the LMDH contingent would be fantastic to see, because we've really enjoyed having the BMW here to start with, and it would be great for it to have some different manufacturers, because as I kind of saw earlier on, or was thinking earlier on when Arjuna and Will were having this discussion, in the LMP1 days, that era was almost really over by the time that the Porsche and the Audi were both released onto iRacing. It was a massive thing at the time, but I think it was back in 2017, towards the latter end of it. And then, by 2018, neither Audi or Porsche were using that LMP1 anymore. So it kind of became a bit weird immediately, really. Well, not a bit weird, but it wasn't quite like what we're experiencing now. We experienced the GTP in iRacing with BMW before they raced in real life, and we've got to take our hats off to iRacing and their relationship with BMW for that. But yeah, for BMW to have some manufacturers to go up against in a GTP LMDH kind of category would be absolutely wonderful to see, in my opinion. And that I guess that because of the style of motorsport I'm into most, the top class of endurance racing, and adding more cars in that respect is always going to be what I wish for most. But that may not be reflected in what everyone else goes for, which is fair enough.
Okay. I can dig that. It's like I've also had this conversation with Arjuna prior to going. Like we were talking about maybe bringing Acuras, maybe the Cadillac. I know Felipe Albuquerque had mentioned something during the 12 hours of Sebring that iRacing was there to scan the Acura, from what I remember. So it's like, I know it's coming. It has to come. So it's gonna come in every single time. I know it's in the pipeline. What?
Yeah, not even just those. Like, you know, they're all GTP ones, but you know, the Porsche race is there as well. And one that I think looks the best. Maybe apart from the Cadillac, which I think looks really good as well. But the Ferrari just looks fantastic. I know it's a cliche answer to say that the Ferrari looks like the best LMDH, but my goodness, it does look like a good car as well.
Yeah. So.
But we can hope.
Yeah, and I remember when they released in the expo the beta build of, or the pre-release build, because the actual release was gonna be in the week right after. It was the expo, and then on the Tuesday or Wednesday right after, it was the new build of iRacing. So they released those to the people. I remember, like me, Dominic Hoffman, even Will. If you say so, me, Dominic Hoffman, Patty Wolf, the guys from Arnage, I think someone from Arnage, I think some other guys from, I think Johnny was there at a certain point. They were trying to break down. They spent the entirety of their afternoon like surrounding like vultures around the Fan Attack booth, and they were trying to get stuff. But it's just one thing, you know. But it was interesting to see. I think for me, in terms of features, is just seeing things that could improve maybe how the driver performs, or maybe NECO related stuff, as we have more stuff to add up to the drinking game.
We do indeed. I hope people are playing along, but I'm afraid German sim racing have just not had their day. Oh, and live pictures they've gone around as well. Oh, what a shame for them. Goodness me. Oh dear, that's Coca-Cola Curve, and they have got the wall as well. They just grabbed the wall there, I'm pretty sure. I know it was behind the trees, but the way the camera stopped there, I do think they ever so lightly got into the wall. Benjamin Sace into the pit lane, is he? No, he's just grabbing the slipstream and letting through the Movano car as well. What a shame for them. It's been a disaster.
I'm in a lack of words.
I mean, to be fair, the position they're running in right now in 6th place in GTP is not bad at all. But this is a dive on impulse. Oh! And they hit the side of the Porsche as well. And that's Valorous, I think, making contact as well. That may be a little bit of damage. A few optionals for people to repair at the next pit stops there.
I wonder, not even, I think you might be in the sim. What is the track temp right now?
I'm not in the sim, but I'm told from Ando Gomez, who's in the chat right now, it's 43 degrees.
There you go.
Oh, there we are.
Thank you.
42 degrees on the circuit. There we are.
Coming into the car. I thought this was going to be much hotter than that. 1:30 p.m. is like peak temperature.
Yeah. Maybe it didn't get quite as hot as we're expecting. Although Ando Gomez was complaining about the heat, even now was saying that for these conditions, the setup choice for Valorous Motorsport was completely the wrong one, and he was asking for some clouds. But
no clouds.
No, we're not allowed them.
No clouds. Not allowed.
Big one in the background there, but not holding any moisture within it just yet. And I guess my answer should have been rain to come to RSN, shouldn't it? Really, from your question a few minutes ago.
No. You can say anything, but it's like if you want to say, oh, I want rain. Sure, I want rain. Yeah. They promised us this year, so you know.
Yeah, you know, because we've been waiting so long for rain now. I can remember these discussions, you know, from like 8 years ago on iRacing. When is rain going to come? Or like, well, maybe not 8, 5 years ago, and there were rumours about, oh, when is it going to be this year, and all that kind of thing. I really want it to be one of the best, if not the best, weather system we've ever seen in sim racing, given how much hype there's been around it. And to be fair, we've seen some screenshots, and it does look promising, but then again, we don't know how it drives yet, we don't know how it develops in the course of a race, we don't know, you know, all these things. So many unknowns, but I'm just praying they absolutely nail it and you know, get like the best weather system in sim racing, because that would give iRacing, a lot of good marks in people's good books, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So I really hope they nail it when it does come around.
All right, fair. All right, this is something that is always been on the back of my mind, but it's kind of like of a dream. If it ever becomes a thing, it's gonna be a dream come true. All right, the pit wall, okay? Pit walls,
Yes.
an interactive pit wall. Like you actually are a pit wall member, like a crew chief inside of a pit wall. I would like to be that guy.
Doing what though? What do you, I didn't.
Looking at screens and passing back information.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like looking at telemetry and things like that, the lap by lap
Oh.
stuff, and passing back the information to the driver. Oh, you did a 140.
I understand what you mean now. Okay, yeah, yeah. That's it's not a bad idea. I can't help but feel like most people won't want to do that.
I understand, but it would be cool just for the sake of hashtag immersion. Just,
It would be cool.
The minor things that would make a sim racing like this different. I'm not saying it doesn't need to be iRacing. It can be iRacing 2077 or something like that, or whenever it comes out. I don't know, in 2220. But just saying things like that could make things like that sim racing much more unique. Because we have crew chiefs and things like that whenever you join the server and you spot and things like that, but it's like staying on the track instead of watching things from from a spectator's perspective, rather.
Well, Arsuna was making a point actually on something earlier on about whether some things maybe shouldn't come into sim racing at all because it's not worth it to kind of simulate those kind of things, if you get what I mean. I wonder if whether most people would decide that maybe that is one of those things. I'm not sure.
No, it is 100%, because there is no point for you to simulate like members inside of a pit wall or members inside of a garage. That adds nothing into the simulation value. Even, and I'm just saying, just for the sake of maybe something different and unique, having the pit wall.
Yeah.
Of course, nobody's gonna be in it, sure, but it would be something. Oh, they have that. That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be. I mean, to be fair, in terms of people in the garage, I said it like you do there. In the garage, like there, you reminded me of something I wished iRacing, and actually a lot of simulators had, from quite some distance. I wish for better damage models, not just damage models in terms of it looking better. We've discussed that a little bit earlier on in our stint here, but also more realistic damage repair times, because in the past.
Yeah.
In the past in sim racing, the maximum repair time you could have was like 2 minutes, even whether you completely destroyed the car. Obviously, those days are quite far gone now. And in iRacing now, I think I saw a damage repair for over 2 hours once in iRacing. It was a brutal crash, to be fair, but you'd have to do well to manage that, I think. I don't even know if that's possible anymore, but I've seen that. And so more realistic damage repair times is something I've hoped for quite some time, and I think we're getting towards that now with iRacing. With the new damage model, it's kind of full fitting into place that now.
Yeah, I think the soft body it's coming in. Of course, I think the proper soft body that they want is gonna take quite a while for them to properly develop that, because it is not something that is easy. That's kind of like modifying a lot of variables inside how the sim operates, how the sim runs. Not only that, it's like they give a proper way to simulate that, and like not just because you had an netcode issue, your car is gonna tear up to pieces. That would be quite interesting. I think, for example, it's not a sim game, but everybody applauds Beam Engine, right? Beam Engine has by far the best model of damage because it is so
Yes.
realistic. The car breaks down like a normal car would. Like you do a 60-kilometer crash, it's gonna break down like a normal 60-kilometer car would crash. You go like at 300 per hour, the car is gonna break down into pieces and things like that, just like a normal car would, and would never function. So you could try to grab that from the world or learn from them, learn the parameters, how the engine works, and things like that. So it's gonna be quite interesting have that thing performing in a race like this. And people said in the chat, damage explanation 2, that could work as well. That would be cool to maybe showcase or simulate that. Things that bring more value, or maybe would cool to be simulated on a sim or for future iterations.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great point being made, by the way, in the YouTube chat. Damage explanation would be nice, to explain what is damaged and not just how long for, which, as you mentioned, BMG, which also does that, explaining quite what's damaged and so on. Although then I guess the counter argument to that is that people will say that it's kind of that wouldn't break with that kind of contact in real life and all these kind of things, if iris is specified. So you can't win sometimes with these things. But anyway, it's certainly something to think about in the future. It would be cool to see. Thankfully, we've not seen the damage model tested out too much in the recent past. Although German Sim Racing, I'm afraid, have come down pit lane with their prototype, and they've been in there for more than 7 minutes now. It's a long stop, and I'm afraid a 6th place, which is looking pretty good for them, is turned into an 8th place, and that might be the maximum they get from today, because I can tell you that Private Label Team Hype are indeed official retirement from this race. They won't be scoring any points from this one, although they will get the halfway points that they managed to accumulate there. But it's 9th place at best for them, unless they get out very quickly. This is a battle for position, by the way. Obsidian behind WS Racing Esports for 6th place in the field, and it's down the inside for Obsidian at the hairpin, remaining side by side off the corner. This is a good little fight between the two of them, but WS Racing Esports will hold on the inside line towards the hairpin here into the chicane. They'll break a bit early. Obsidian will head around the outside, and it will remain side by side. Obsidian, though, were given a lot of space there, and they will get up into 6th. The pass made, and that was, well, I don't want to say fairly easy in the end, but they were getting a lot of space through that second portion of the chicane, and they're through to 6th.
Yeah, that was a good transition from Obsidian to cut down on the outside of the chicane and then grab the inside. I think WS kind of like did a small mistake on the exit because they could have gone side by side, but didn't happen. So I think that was a really good, calm, collected, and strategy-wise correct move from Obsidian to do that move right there.
Great to say that the 67 German Sim Racing car, by the way, was given 5-second penalty there for that incident with Impulse, which they're currently in the pit lane for. And also problems for Geodesic. Jed Munoz right now is in 6th place, and he's a lap off the car in front of him, unfortunately. But it's going from bad to worse, because the penalty that they tried to serve has, I'm afraid, been doubled now to 20 seconds. They don't think they served it correctly, did they? Or did they just not serve it at all? Oh, they failed to serve it in time. So it's doubled, and that's a really avoidable penalty, given the fact you make pit stops every 40 minutes in GTP. And, we've not had any yellow flags to interrupt them serving that penalty at Geodesic. I can't think of a reason as to why they'd just not serve their penalty within the 2 hours you have to.
Yeah, same. I'm confused by that as well.
Oh, out towards the hairpin they'll go. Just behind Pure Sims. And that's not the car in front of them for position, but they are 2 laps down on Jordan Johnson just up in front. Jupp de Ligt is currently leading, but he comes into the pit lane. Maxim Naz has gone into the Maniti car, and Alex Galli is going to go a little bit further there for Satellite Racing. These continue to do that. Satellite Racing have done that plenty of times so far this race, and maybe that will play into their hands at the end.
And secure a top 6 spot, which is the perfect goal for them.
They're certainly going to overtake Private Lab Team Hype, who will not score any points at the end of the race. And Maniti Racing 79 down in 7th place right now. That means I reckon they're going to gain about 28 points on that at the moment, which might not be enough now I think about it. But that kind of thing is there's maths for Cam and Ryan to do a little bit later on. Lorenzo, you're about to step aside in the booth here. So, what are your final thoughts on the race that we've seen so far for the part you've been in, and what do you think is going to happen over the final third of this one?
It's been a great race to cover on. I think it's been very clean, given the nature of the track. Congratulations on Urano to win the championship on the GT Pro, and maybe Maniti to seal the deal. Still a long race to go, but I think that is basically enough for them to count on points in a little bit. Other than that,
Okay.
who else in the track? Congratulations on making it to the end. Those who remain in top 6 as well, and also Maniti for winning GT3 as well in the championship. And we'll see each other maybe on the Club Sports Series.
Certainly so. Thanks very much, Lorenzo, for being alongside me for the past 3 hours. And thanks for your contribution throughout the course of the GSI Endurance season for 22-23. Ewan O'Leary might still be with you for the next hour, while Ryan Walker joins me in the commentary box for the next 60 minutes. Ryan, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. 12 hours of Fuji, and we've had nearly 6 hours worth of a green flag run here now. Things getting rather spread out and very settled into a typical endurance race style. This it looks more like a... well, what can I say? This looks like the most stereotypical endurance race with 8 hours in, 4 hours to go, as possibly I've ever seen.
Yeah, first off, Ewan, thanks for having me, and it's good to be here to call one of these races again. It's been quite some time, I think. But yeah, good to be around and good to call this part of the race alongside you before you head off. And yeah, it's been a good race so far. There's been plenty of action. There's been spins. There's been slight bits of contact from time to time. But like you say, most of the time so far, there's been 6 hours or so of green flag running. There's nothing really major going on, and it's been relatively clean.
Absolutely, I've been noting things down as to what's been going on so far in terms of this race, just to give myself a bit of an idea when I look back at this one to, of course, write about it for Wednesday. But it's been one of those races. I've not had anything written down since 5 hours to go when this car, Rusty Spatulas, took over the lead in GT3. Since then, it's pulled out a 10-second margin here. 20 seconds is the margin in GT3 Pro with Pure Sims leading, and Satellite Racing have got 3/4 of a minute right now, but we are waiting for a pit stop from them. Jupp de Ligt should retake the lead at 10 seconds as well. So, well, we have seen a long green flag run. 10 seconds, 20 seconds and 10 seconds is not exactly big margins, really.
No, I mean, it's a decent margin to have, but if you have an incident, that gap can pretty much evaporate at a click of a finger. But so far, this team here we're watching right now, Rusty Spatzlers, they've been just kind of, I wouldn't say under the radar, but they've just been kind of just creeping to the front slowly but surely, and up at the front at the moment, and just going about their business, and they've not had anything dramatic happen to them.
Certainly haven't. We've been discussing over the last couple of hours, well, I'll say last hour or so, maybe, about what we'd like to see on our racing car track or feature or whatever. You were listening in, Ryan, and put in an interesting suggestion of the Lexus GT3, which I hadn't have thought of so far. We do have a nice selection of GT3s on our racing these days, but the Lexus is something you really don't see very much of in sim racing, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the Lexus is something I would love to see in iRacing. I mean, I love listening to that car, what's it on boards, and it's just such a nice sounding car. It looks nice, sounds nice, and I think it would be a nice addition to the iRacing platform.
It would, but for the moment we can only dream about these things. Of course, a new season's not too far away. We're about 6 weeks away from a new season in iRacing, so who knows what we're going to get when we roll around to that. Somebody in the chat, by the way, asking about whether this is an invitation-only kind of championship or whether you can sign up yourself. I wouldn't recommend signing up for this season, there's only 4 hours 10 remaining of it. But for the next GSI Endurance Series, you certainly can sign up. You'll likely have to go through pre-qualifying, such as the high standard of cars, but there's also other IVRA championships as well, in the form of the GT Sprint Series powered by Husingveld, or the HyperX Club Sport Series as well, which is great to get your hands on. But you'll likely have to go through pre-qualifying for any of those these days, such as the competitiveness and the high demand for IVRA championships these days. But it does indeed have a website that's been linked in the chat. And it's great to see IVRA go strength to strength. As you mentioned, Ron, you've not been on one of these broadcasts for a little while, but we've covered plenty of these together. And whichever series it is, it's always fantastic racing, especially if you're into this more endurance sports car style, as the GSI Endurance Series very much is.
Yeah, so IVRA in general, it's always a league that I've always enjoyed calling. If it's the old Club Cup, I can't remember what it was called exactly, the Club Cup series with the Mazda MX-5, I think it was. I always enjoyed calling that. The Club Sport series, always great racing, and the IVRA Endurance series, again, it's close racing, and IVRA in general, it's a league that I would probably, if you're thinking about joining, that I would highly recommend. And any questions that anyone has, don't hesitate to jump on the Discord and ask away.
Absolutely, they do have a Discord as well to ask away in. Also, make sure you interact with us in the YouTube chat as well here this afternoon, because we'd love to chat about all these things as the race is going on. As we mentioned, we're nearly 6 hours into a green flag run here. Things very spread out indeed. Satellite Racing are into the pit lane right now, with Alex Gall currently dropping down to 3rd place, but it's still a podium place for them at the moment. The closest gap is between Obsidian Racing and WS Racing Esports, but that's just a battle that's gone the way of Obsidian, and it's going the wrong way as far as we're concerned, watching a battle there. So we don't indeed have any gaps below a second to really speak on at the moment. So got a little bit of waiting to do between now and the next battle, unfortunately. In terms of looking ahead here at the next GSI Endurance Series, I just wonder about what we're going to see through 23-24, because we've seen even this season change quite considerably from the look that it had at the start of this one. If I think back to the end of the 2022 season, we had LMP2 GTE and 2 GT3 categories. That changed to LMP2 and then 2 GT3 categories. Now it's changed to GTP and 2 GT3 categories. I wonder what we're going to see at the start of the next season, about whether the LMP2s will even make a return, and whether we'll have the 3-tier structure return with 3 different categories and 2 different prototype categories all in one. I don't know which one will be best, but as the guys were saying a little bit earlier on, the gap between GTP and LMP2 in terms of pace is nothing like LMP1 and LMP2, and back to those days quite.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the 3-tier system. That's interesting. I think there's some stuff that I'd like to see return. As on the screen right now, we've got looking at the Torque Freak Racing Porsche headed through the tight twisty section, one of the most difficult sections I find from my experience of trying to hook up. It's such a frustrating part of the track, but it's on the other hand, it's challenging at the same time. But as what's Torque Freak come through the final corner, and they've been there and thereabouts, and they're sitting in 2nd place at the moment. They're about 13.5 seconds behind the Rusty Spatzlers, and if you never know, Torque Freak could pull something out the back here with regards to getting a good result, or even taking the class win, because they've got how can I say it, or what would I like to call him, a strategy magician behind the scenes in the shape of David Barraclough, as one of the Porsches just runs into the back of them and just misses in turn 1.
It played a big part in their win at the 1500 kilometres of Monza, which kicked off our first race of 2023. and kicked off the second half of our season. That really vaulted them up the championship at the time. They were never really involved within it going into the final 2 rounds. They really needed a miracle with the dominance we've seen from Maniti Racing so far in this season. But they're not here today. Having sealed the title, they've decided, no, it's fine. We're not going to appear at this round. We're going to give someone else a go, and it's given a really good race. Rusty Spatulas versus Talk Freak Racing is pretty close. Prestana Nomad are currently in third in GT3, ahead of the 264 off Satellite Racing, another 20 seconds back. Then it's SRN Motorsports, WS Racing Esports, and Valorous Motorsports. Now, Miguel Vigo recently out the pit lane. When this car's on new tyres, it does handle well, but as Ander Gomez showed and told us indeed earlier on in the race, this car does begin to behave pretty badly after about 20 minutes of a stint. So he's got to make use of these new tyres while they last, because this track is chewing through them today.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Ewan Lorenzo was talking about, that this car had a couple of spins not too long before I came on air, and I was wondering if Ewan Lorenzo were talking about it was diffuser damage, and from my experience, diffuser damage with these GT3 cars is, if you get that, it can be a bit of a handful, and you've got to be very gingerly with your steering inputs and just not being too overly aggressive.
Yeah, it is a case of setup versus driving style, I think, because on the one hand, Ander Gomez did say, that our setup is just completely wrong. We got it wrong, and he admitted that in the YouTube chat to us. But also, you kind of got to drive around these things as well, and driving style is very, very important. People think sometimes, in my opinion anyway, people think that because GT3s have traction control, you can't get on the power too early and that kind of thing, as Bimbo just head down the inside there and make the move without too many problems in the end. He's in the top 6 now. But people think that traction control will just save you from anything, but you've got to remember that driving style is important as well as the setup that you choose as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things you've kind of got to... It's something that brings me back to once the BMW goes over the bit of the sausage curve there, you've got to be... Kevin Estray, that's a Porsche Works driver, he said that sometimes you've got to make a compromise in the setup. Maybe something in the setup won't work for one of the drivers, but it's one of those things you've just kind of got to basically just got to get on with it.
Certainly do. Just over 4 hours remaining in this one, about 2/3 of the way through the 12 hours of Fuji. Further back we go. Looking further back at Dutch Payment Esports. Speaking of those who are on different strategies, nice Rommelfanger still very much on one of those in this Porsche right now. And that dates all the way back to the second safety car period we had in the race. Now it looks a little bit more normal, since everybody's strategies are kind of all over the place. It looks more normal at this stage, but certainly earlier on it was a little bit odd to see where they were. It actually took until nearly 3 hours into this race for the GT3s to make a green flag pit stop. Both of the safety cars we've seen so far in this race were timed almost perfectly for them all to come in. Prestana Nomad in GT3 and SimCity Racing in GT3 Pro were the only teams to decide about doing something a little bit different. Dutch Payment Esports, though, still looking for a top 5. They're not that far behind Orion Race Team. A top 10, I should say there, not top 5. Orion Race Team on one of those cars just up in front of them, and maybe we'll see an all-Porsche battle for this top 10 position in the not too distant future. But it's another one of those pockets of traffic that just has so many GT3s.
Yeah, you're talking about the strategy as well, but I've noticed that as well. I was watching earlier on in the broadcast that some teams are maybe, I can't remember what team it was, they were short filling slightly and they getting the good track position. I think it might have been this car here actually that you and Lorenzo was talking about, or was it Arjuna and well, I can't remember, but interesting strategy calls at this team right here that we're watching, and one of the Porsches. It seems to be working for them, but later on, if we don't get a caution, it could come back to bite them, because they may, depending if they can save enough fuel, they may have to make a splash and dash at some point.
Well, that's all to think about a little bit later on. I do wonder how far in advance people start to think about these splashes and dashes, though? Because I know we talk about back timing a lot, and it's very important in iRacing official events, I would say, and other iRacing events. But in IVRA, you've got a safety car that could throw it off. So even with 4 hours to go, I would be hesitant to do maths too heavily on that, because you're kind of thinking, well, safety car could throw all this up in the air anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if you're maybe struggling, like you say, it's maybe too early to call at this stage, but if you think you may have to make a splash and dash and you get a safety car at some point, that it could be a lifeline. But yeah, like you say, it's possibly too early to call at this stage. But I mean, some teams maybe still thinking about that at this stage if that scenario does come up. But at the moment, I think it's one of those things with just under 4 hours left in the race. I think it's pretty much just at this point of the race, you've just got to kind of not worry about that and just keep focusing on what you're doing.
I've had also, by the way, some information on Maniti Racing's GT3 car that was supposed to race today, but one of the AM drivers feeling too ill, so backed out after qualifying. I've been slating them for just not bothering because they've already won. That's not been the case, clearly. They just want to race, but as Ugo de Brueva said, probably a better idea not to endanger everyone else by driving when ill, when you really don't need to. So fair play to them. Dutch Payment Esports, though, head down to the inside of a Ryan race team, and they will be inside the top 10 in GT3 Pro. It's something to shout about, certainly, a top 10 in a series such as this. And they'll certainly need the points as well, will Dutch Payment Esports. They're currently 9th in the standings. A top 6 gets you an invitation to bypass pre-qualifying into the next GSI Endurance Series season. And so they've got quite a job on their hands to achieve that. But a top 10, as I mentioned, is something to smile about, something to shout about.
Yeah, especially in a series such as the IVRA Endurance Series, where the competition is so tough. There's not really much to separate in the field, and yeah, definitely a top 10 is definitely a good result in a series such as this. And I think if they finish in the top 10 at the end of the race, they'll be very, very happy with that.
Now we've other people doing that maths on fuel, by the way, for us is a fantastic phenomenon. But hearing that Urano will probably have to do a splash and dash before the end. I know I just said it's too early to think about these things, but we'll think about it anyway. Impulse as well, the 157, will probably have to splash and dash, as will Obsidian and WS Racing Esports, those from the top 10. That's, by the way, relying on numbers from YouTube chat, so you can decide for yourselves whether you want to trust that or not. But I'm going to go with it just for the moment. It's something to note about whether you can make it to the top of the hour, which we just have done in the GT3 field, both Pro and in the GT3 Normal, denoted by the purple on our standings there. There's Jukka-Pekka Olikainen. Iko Marikala wincing at my pronunciation there. I apologise, but Rusty Spatulas is easier to say. They're currently leading. They're not too far behind Virtual Motorsport. That is a battle for overall position, but it's not a fight for class position. 22nd overall. It is there, but far more importantly, Rusty Spatulas leading the GT3 field, and they've extended their gap to 15 seconds. So that's a gap of around 5 seconds grown in the past 15 minutes, which is certainly a positive gain and one worth having. They're looking a little bit more comfortable now, Rusty Spatulas, but there is still a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just been keeping an eye on the pace between the Rusty Spatulas and the Torque Freak in second place, and just their pace seems to be evenly matched, probably separated by a tenth or two, and nothing to separate him in the class. So yeah, great. It might not be a close battle, but the battle in that class at the moment between the two teams is definitely one to keep an eye on, and Rusty Spatulas is doing a good job at the moment with Jukka-Pekka Olikainen at the wheel. Hopefully, actually, I think that's a first foreign name that I've not butchered in quite some time.
Well, we'll see if Eco agrees. He is our producer, of course, by the way. If you're not aware, yeah, we'll see. He says it was okay.
Yeah,
we'll
it was
take
okay.
that.
Okay, well, I'll take that.
We'll take it. What that really means is he's a little bit disappointed, but doesn't want to
He's
tell us.
probably
He doesn't want to tell us.
probably sitting in the background shaking his head.
Oh dear. Well, there we are. We gave it a go at least. Rusty's Bachelors, though, just meeting the sandwich here a little bit, really. Impulse Racing are indeed a lap in front right now, but applying the pressure from behind. Oh, that's a late dive. Seen some prototypes get in trouble for that kind of thing in the past, and they'll squeeze side by side. And oh dear, bounce over the curbs as well. You do not want to do that at all. We're seeing this kind of thing a lot through that chicane, though. Really, it's a really awkward and clumsy chicane. I do understand why it's there, because if you look at a track map and see the profile of what turn 10 would otherwise be, it's probably quite frankly a bit dangerous, really. But the chicane is a very awkward one, and I've heard a lot of people say in the past about Fuji that it's a delightful circuit until you get to the final sector, and then it just goes all terribly wrong. I don't know what you think about driving around here, but I've heard some people really, enjoying it until they don't, until they get to the final sector where you do get those awkward moments, as we've just seen.
Yeah, it's one of those. I guess it's one of those Marmite tracks, Fuji. You either love it or hate it. I do like it, Fuji, but that final sector is, it's so frustrating because sometimes you can nail it and you can do a good lap, and then other times it's so frustrating that if you make a mistake, it can cost you a few attempts, and it just, it's so frustrating to get right, but so rewarding when you do get it right.
Yeah, well, I find the problem is, when do you feel like you've ever got it right? That seems to be my problem anyway. It's those, especially those last two corners, turn 15 and 16, seem to be two of those corners where you're like, every time, you feel, I probably could have done that faster. You never feel like you quite nailed it because of the way that you've kind of got to have that really late apex and really wide entry into it as well. Helps for racing, I've got to say. You can dive it down the inside, but in terms of actually feeling satisfied in your driving, it always feels like you've never quite nailed it for whatever reason.
Yeah, definitely. It's especially this section here. It's this corner we're just coming through now. It's at the exit. You just want to get in the power as soon as possible. But if you do, you either run wide and spin, or especially this last corner here. If you run too wide, you clip those yellow sausage curbs. You're in for a fun time when you get suspension damage. Put it that way.
We saw that earlier on in the race with Hydrace Geodesic Racing out of the final corner, breaking the front left suspension, completely collapsed early on in this one. And they were forced to retire and bring out the second safety car of the race. I'll pose the same question to you as I did to Lorenzo. What are your opinions on the perpendicular curbs on the exit of some of those corners in the final sector? Because I think me and Lorenzo agreed that they're probably not a good idea at all.
Put it this way, I would happily take a sledgehammer and just destroy them.
Yes, I think that view is shared by a few. I mean, I've got no problem. I wouldn't have a problem, especially with the final corner there, with a kind of parallel running curb, sort of similar to that, just sort of stop it. I mean, obviously grass is preferable to anything, but if you're going to put a curb in there, I would rather a one that runs parallel to the circuit, not a perpendicular one that completely destroys suspension. It seems a bit almost too harsh, really.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you. I think some grass instead of those yellow sausage curbs would be probably a better thing. Yeah, you can still run wide, but the only downside is if you run wide and try and keep your foot in it, you're pretty much just going to spin round or spin into the wall.
Yeah, or
so
at least,
it's one of those things that some people prefer the sausage curbs. Me personally, I can't stand them.
I guess some people argue that even though they do destroy cars, people argue like, if it was a street circuit, you wouldn't be out there because that would also destroy a car if there was a wall there. And I kind of get that point, but even so, it seems a bit too harsh to me for that kind of error. It does seem though around this kind of circuit you can get, well, not this kind of circuit, sorry, this circuit in particular at Fuji, you can get away with errors on occasion. It's one of those Grade 1 circuits that does have a lot of runoff, these days since it's been updated in many versions. If you want to Google it, by the way, the Fuji Speedway, you can see some wild layouts from what it used to have in a previous life. Back when it was built back in the 60s, as far as I was said earlier on, I can't quite remember. But it's had some wild layouts. This one, the most modern of them, and it got Formula 1 to return to it for a short period of time back in the late 2000s. Even I can remember those races. There we are. But yeah, it's a circuit where you can run wide and get away with it quite a lot these days. Looking at these, it's not quite like one, Paul Ricard we use the example of. That has no grass at all anywhere. But there's a lot of tarmac on the outside of these corners. You maybe get away with more than you would at some other tracks these days because of the way that this circuit has to be. They're pretty forgiving on occasion, and as I say, one of those very modern-looking circuits these days. I think, as Alessandro and Lorenzo were saying earlier on, it has produced some very entertaining F1 races in the I was about to say recent past, but as I said, late 2000s we were last here. I think 2007 and 8 maybe we were last here with Formula 1, but other than that, unfortunately, not really been here at all. Rusty Spatulas, though, very much in the slipstream of the BMW of Virtual Motorsport down in towards turn 1 here. They'll duck out on the braking zone and not go for the move. A little bit of hesitance here, really, because they realise that this is not a battle for class position.
Yeah, and I think Rusty Spatulas is probably realising rather that there's no point taking any risky moves or doing any risky moves, trying to get by. Maybe if you can't get by, just try and stay behind them and maybe do a bit of fuel saving on the home straight.
And they possibly realised as well that Virtual Motorsport, given the fact that they're on 34 laps into their stint, are probably going to be pitting soon anyway. That was quite a dive from the race leaders, Urano Esports, though. And Rusty Spatulas aren't going to say no to an open door, and so they will go through on that occasion. Unsure as to whether that was over the line in terms of aggression from a prototype. I mean, it was pretty normal, really, but I don't think Virtual Motorsport were expecting that.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting that either. But I think Rusty Spatulas they were maybe going to decide to maybe just wait behind, but as soon as they saw the opportunity to get by, they thought, yeah, we'll take that, and they went by. As we look at the replay of the Urano Esports GTP coming through, and that was a bit of a, I think that was a bit, as we like to call it, a bit of a showing the nose up the inside.
Yeah, it wasn't a fully fledged launch down the inside there. And by the way, race control haven't had to do anything for 45 minutes now. They'll be loving this. Sitting back and watching it. They normally work so hard and flat out from start to finish in these races. They do deserve a bit of time off. Maybe the first chance, or one of the first chances they've had in this race to actually eat some food or do normal human things like go to the toilet and stuff like that, because it's absolutely relentless in race control. But thankfully, they've had a decent time of things over the past few hours, 45 minutes, side by side here between German Sim Racing and WS Racing Esports. This is not for position as far as I'm aware, unless I'm miscalculating here. No, I think this is a lappery. Oh, it was indeed a position switch, excuse me. It was pace work, I don't know. German Sim Racing, though, I misheard, it's not for position. I'm struggling at listening and talking, even though it is my only job. But there we are. German Sim Racing in view. And as I mentioned, or as me and Lorenzo were talking about, Ryan, I'm sure you would have heard, German Sim Racing could do with a bit of luck on their side today, quite frankly. It's not been going their way. In fact, their GTP may well be out of the race, unfortunately. They're now 28 laps down. And so they could do with a bit of luck on their side, to be honest. But unfortunately, they are being caught by this Lamborghini.
Yeah, I was about to say they're being caught, and it looks like they may. Yeah, this Lamborghini's been closing up quite quickly, and yeah, very surprised that German Sim Racing with this Audi have been struggling, because I think you were talking about it with Lorenzo, that German Sim Racing with the Audi, that in the past anyway, especially in the, I think it's the World GT Championship that gets broadcast on a Monday night by RaceSpot. They've always been really, really quick in that series with this car, but it just seems to be around this Fuji track. I don't know if it's the characteristics, the lawn sweeping corners, but they've just been having an off day.
They have, and they've shown in IVRA as well in the GT Sprint Series that they've taken the Division 2 title there, so they know what they're doing, certainly, and they'd probably like us to stop talking about the fact that they're not having such a good day. We'll talk about the battle instead. Paceworks Esports down the inside here in the Lamborghini. Past Vinkle, down on the brakes into turn 1. Does look like GSI might just fight this one, although be pushed out wide through turn 1. And will not hold on there. It's quite hard to fight your way around the outside there, to be fair. If you do manage it, you've got the inside for Coca-Cola, but it's quite a long sort of hairpin, and the camber doesn't really help you. The way that the track falls away from you down the hill as well, it really doesn't play into the hands of the driver on the outside line, as it didn't for German Sim Racing there.
Yeah, it doesn't at all, and they pretty much lost it there, and they... Yeah, just starting to drop back now. So German Sim Racing, like you were saying, they probably don't want us to talk about it, but there's no other way about it. There's not been the best of days for them.
I'm afraid not. There is the number 168, 167, still the last running car in the race at 34th overall. And a good 10 laps behind the next car. There is Alexander Davidson having a much better day for Pure Sims Esports. It's been quite some time since they took over the lead here. It was just over 7 hours to go. Pure Sims took the lead. They've been holding that now for nearly 4 hours, and Alexander Davidson has just continued to pull out the margin. You can just see it. It's not much per lap in terms of if you were narrowing this down to a margin that Davidson is gaining per lap on everybody else. It really would be, maybe a tenth, maybe less. But over the course of these stints, he is just that little bit quicker. And, over the course of the last 4 hours or so, he's put out nearly 25 seconds at this stage, which is very impressive.
Absolutely is, and Pure Sims is a team that is quite familiar to being on RaceSpot broadcasts. Again, a team that races in the GT World Championship on a Monday night, and also the race in the Touring Car Series on a Thursday night as well. Again, which is broadcast by RaceSpot, and a team that seems to get around quite a lot. Like in sim racing, they seem to have their foot in the door, if you like, and quite a few series, and they all seem to have great success. And again, currently leading the class with Alexander Davidson at the wheel, and the teammate to another Scotsman, Ross McFarlane, and both of them doing a terrific job so far, leading the class, and they've got about a 23-second advantage, so a nice cushion at the moment.
Been talking about disappointing seasons for some, but this can certainly be chalked down as one for Pure Sims as well. They failed to make it to the halfway mark of 3 out of the 5 races so far. They've certainly made it to the halfway mark of this one, you understand. They've not finished on the podium yet, either in any race. The best result so far was a 5th place finish back at Monza, the first race returning after the Christmas break. That's led them down in 20th in the GT3 Pro driver standings, or team standings, I should say, and that's a real shame for them, because they are, as you say, they are a team capable of more than that, and they'll know that. And we know that, of course. GSI Endurance Series reigning champions overall. They've got the number 1 car in this race. Currently riding around in 5th place. Just off one lap down now, Nathan Amor. Excuse me, 4th place, because Movano have just pitted as well. But they've just made their pit stop. But 4 seconds separating those two, by the way. Yeah, they're off the lead lap at the moment, but they are going to relinquish that number 1 car, unfortunately, at the end of this one. And that will be a shame. We'll see if the eventual champions will take on the number 1 at the start of the next season, because teams don't always like to do that. Some people just don't think it's a good omen. Some people like to go with their normal race number, but I've got to say, if I was ever in the situation that I win a championship, I would be slapping that number 1 straight on the side of my car, I've got to say.
I guess it's one of those things, though, that it's sometimes people want to carry the number 1, but sometimes carrying that number 1, it doesn't always seem to bring the best of luck. And so I think it's one of those things. Teams or drivers maybe prefer to stick with whatever number they use in their championship winning season. Maybe it's just one of those things they like to keep a bit of stability in a sense. But I guess every team and every driver is different.
Yeah, the rule about people being able to use the number 1 in Formula 1 has been in effect for quite some years, but when Lewis Hamilton is winning championships, it doesn't really matter, because he is one of those drivers who doesn't like to use the number 1. Well, I've not heard him say that, but I'm just guessing, because he never used it in his recent championship wins back in the day. Max Verstappen certainly did, as we're experiencing right now, but Hamilton was never one of those to use that. But there we are. I like to see it in a field, I've got to say. Not least because it makes things a little bit easier for us to remember the reigning champions. But also just think it looks nice. Orion Race Team and Obsidian Racing, though, are back into battle again. Obsidian have just made their pit stop 4 laps ago. Samuel Grana back at the wheel. Brian Holmes just up in front now in the Orion car. And I reckon, with some new tyres underneath it, this Porsche is going to be very, very soon in front now, running down towards the hairpin. We may even see it down here. Grana will look to the inside. He'll brake a little bit later, but he'll back out of it in the end.
Yeah, it looks like Brian's doing a good defensive job there, keeping the position, and I think it's just a matter of time before Brian loses that position, though. But Brian's another name that I recognise in iRacing. I actually used to race with in the same team as him ages ago, back when we raced in an MX5 league, and a really quick driver, and again doing a good job so far. As it looks like Obsidian's about to throw up the inside and take that position, and there's a bit of a door rubbing.
That was a bit of contact there. Into the final turn, Grana, I think, was very much entitled to go down the inside. He was so close, but I think misjudged it slightly to slide into the side of Orion there. I don't think he meant to do that by any means, but it did happen. So there you are. But they'll get over that, I'm pretty sure. And Orion Race Team will continue on in the 9th place. Obsidian down to 8th now, but I guess the problem for some of these teams in GT3 Pro now is the fact that this green flag run has gone on for so many laps now that there aren't actually that many on the lead lap anymore. Only the top 4 are on the lead lap. And so we always say when you're a long way off, you hope for a safety car and you're right back in it in IVRA, but in fact only the top 4 would really be right back in it because of so few cars actually on the lead lap at this stage.
Yeah, and I think only 4 cars in the lead lap, and I think it's just one of those things that it's maybe with this the amount of the green flag running that they've had so far, it's maybe because of the pace has been so good, it's been so quick that some cars have maybe just struggled to stay on that lead lap, and I think the only chance of getting back onto it is maybe, as it stands, is maybe through strategy, maybe through a yellow flag, but I think at the moment it's going to be a bit difficult.
It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to manage. I think they do indeed have to hope for multiple safety cars, really, because what they've got to do is hope that the 4 on the lead lap all come into the pit lane under a yellow. They can stay out, get the wave around, and then they'll get one of their laps back. But then you have the problem of the fact you're not able to pit. You'll have to pit earlier, and you couldn't. And then there's a very high chance you'll get caught behind the yellow again, and you'll be back to square one. So I find it really interesting. I do, like IMSA for its safety cars, its wave around procedures and whatever, but I really don't like the fact that the drivers can get a wave around and pit at the same time. I'd much prefer it if they had to take the risk of taking the wave around, then they're on a different strategy, and then sort of hoping that they can stay on the lead lap, even despite all of that. Countless times I saw the pace of a class, really reduce it down to what we've seen right now, 4 cars on the lead lap or whatever, but then just, the 10 cars that are 1 lap down can just get a wave around, pit on the same lap, and, then they're back in the race. And I have to say, I'm not a particular fan of that. In IVRA, you do have to choose between pitting and taking the wave around, which I think is a much better way of doing things, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's, I love watching IMSA in real life. It's one of my favourite series. I think when there's no coursings, when there's not really a load of coursings, or when you get plenty of green flag running in IMSA, I think IMSA produces one of the it produces one of probably the best racing when it comes to flat out racing. But I do agree that the wave around the procedure in IMSA in real life is a bit tedious.
It's a little bit silly. I feel like it could be sped up a little bit as well if people were a bit sharper. But there we are. It's hard to say that, to be fair.
Was that you taking a dig, you and O'Leary?
No. Sharper's not the right word. It just feels like it takes. Well, of course, the thing we don't have in IVRA that you will have in IMSA in real life is the fact that you do have to actually clear up on circuit before you can do any of this kind of thing in IMSA. And, that's a safety thing. That's something we're never going to be able to get away from. But and, of course, another difference between IMSA and IVRA is the fact that in real life, when your team do need to do a wave around and when they're eligible for a wave around and stuff, teams aren't told. You're just told, this wave around procedure now happens, and the teams just have to know whether it's them or not, which takes some coordination. So, and that differs a little bit from many sim racing series. So, I'm not taking a dig at them, but it does feel like it could be sped up a little. Oh my word!
Oh my god!
Virtual Motorsport launched into the air. That caught me off guard like you wouldn't believe. They're right behind Ingersoll Rand, and this is a battle for position between Javier Ferrero and Roy Deodorant at there. But I'm not sure that BMW is doing so well anymore. Is it down on the front left? Is it okay? It looks like they may have gotten away with that, but my goodness, were they launched into the air there.
Yeah, I just had a look at the replay from my end, and I think they might get away with that because that was I'll need to have a look at the replay again, but I think they might have just got away with that because that was I think it was a straight on hit. I think one of the drivers from a team that I was speaking to earlier on, they were saying if you clip those or sausage curbs straight on, like basically drive over them, you can get away with that. Like
a speed bump kind of thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you're always taught on the road, I guess, to take speed bumps at straight forward. I never tried not doing that, but it doesn't look good. But goodness me, that was quite a moment. This is a battle, as I mentioned, though. The two BMWs are indeed fighting for position. It's Ingersoll Rand versus Virtual Motorsport, just in behind. Battle for 15th place. They're 3 laps down on the lead in GT3 Pro, just showing you the pace that Pure Sims have had at the front, but quite something to see in your rear-view mirror as well, to be fair. Into the final corner again, the scene of the incident. 1 lap ago, staying comfortably away from the sausage curves on that occasion, but getting relatively close to them despite the incidents of last lap. Thinking, well, it's a typical racing driver thing, isn't it? They just get right back on it again, even after an incident like that. There's no fear really in these drivers. They just get straight back on it again.
Reminds me of a phrase that James Hunt used in the 70s, but I don't think it would be appropriate for a broadcast. But anyway, let's just say it's pure bravery. Basically, especially when you watch real life drivers, if they've had a big incident in real life, they just get back to it as if nothing's happened. But I guess they're just basically still we've got this battle going on as well. There's a bit of the I think there was a slight bit of contact there.
Side by side through 100R doesn't often end well for someone, and Javier Ferrero ends up out wide. Virtual Motorsport back through again and up into 15th place in the GT3 Pro standings. Not often you see side by side through Coca-Cola Curve, or indeed 100R either, because they're long and fast corners, and that typically doesn't provide a great opportunity for racing side by side. But they managed it there.
Yeah, I was good to say that. It was great. It was a hard battle. Well, it was hard racing, but to them for giving each other enough room for them to make it side by side round the round side by side round that long right hander, and I'm amazed that both of them never had contact. There might have been a slight bit of maybe door rubbing, but nothing too malicious, and by both of them they survive.
Yeah, nothing major at all really, and it was fantastic. Down to turn 1 go the leaders, by the way, who are all separated by 10 seconds. The podium overall, 10 seconds separate them after 6.5 hours worth of a green flag run. And we've mentioned time and again the pace and the fact that this race has settled down a little bit in the past hours, which is certainly true, but there's a long way to go here, and still to have 3 cars separated by 10 seconds is frankly remarkable. Joop de Ligt is being caught now, his lead now down to below 8 seconds.
Yeah, I was about to say, is it just me, or is the gap starting to come down slowly with between Urano and Maniti? Because I think that gap was about 8. That was about 8 seconds at one point, and I don't know if Urano got held up by traffic or not, but that gap's down to about 7.1 seconds now. It's actually down to 7 seconds now.
Yeah. I think they're all being caught up in traffic, to be honest. I think de Ligt just doesn't have the pace quite at the moment. It's certainly not a good moment for him, and he's has had a couple of mistakes in this GTP as well in the recent past. I think he was the driver that went off down at the West Horseshoe at the official iRacing Daytona 24 for Urano when they were leading. They were forced into a 2-minute pit stop, and that effectively cost them the race in the end to Williams Esports, who I think won that one in the end. But they didn't have great luck at Daytona in the GSI Endurance Series either. They did get to the halfway mark, but they didn't continue on any further than that. They didn't get to the end, complete enough laps for that, unfortunately. So that lost them quite a few points, and they'll be ruining the fact they haven't got those points right now. Just to give you an update on the championship situation, by the way, this car is running in 2nd place, and they need to win this race to even have a chance of clinching this championship. But Maniti Racing have to basically retire from this one and have to complete less than 90% of the laps completed by Urano to lose the title at this stage. So for Maniti Racing, it's not about where they finish, but just about finishing for them.
Pretty much, and they pretty much just got to finish, and watching this team here, and the Urano's managed to get that gap back up to about 9.5 seconds now, so managed to just stretch that gap out ever so slightly as one of the other Maniti cars comes out the pits with Maxime. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that name because I'll butcher it. So I think I'll keep my mouth shut on this one, Ewan.
Well, I've been going with Maxime Nas so far, but nobody's told me I'm wrong. But that doesn't mean I'm right either. So we'll have to speak to him a little bit later on. We've spoken to many drivers indeed so far today. We've had 2-time Le Mans winner Tommy Milner in here. We've had Miguel Vigo, Manuel Sudal. We've been able to chat to the usual suspects, really. Plenty of them. What have you seen?
Sorry to interrupt you, but it looks like the German sim racing Audi has just had an issue yet again. I think it was on the exit of the long right-hander, and they've just had a spin.
Oh dear. With Marvin Les Mollman has been off and thankfully able to get going again. Hopefully he can get that back to pit lane, but he does look damaged.
Yeah, I just caught the end of it, and it looks like it might have just been a bit of a... I don't know if something's happened, but from what I saw, it looked like it might have just been a little bit of a silly spin.
Was it solo or
maybe just the Audi spins?
Yeah, it can happen. Looks like he's doing all right to at least get that one back to pit lane. He's pretty much on his own here. He's right behind the GT3 Pro leader. But I'm afraid this is the last running car. It does look very Audi right from the get-go there. Goes into a spin, and he does grab the wall. That car was behaving a lot more... Oh no!
Oh.
That made me really nervous there.
Yeah, that made me flinch a little bit. That was... As soon as I saw him roll backwards, I thought, please don't roll back out into the traffic.
The overall race leader was right there as well. Joop de Ligt saw it all. And, well, that's a legal pit entry. They might get a penalty for that. But from what we saw there, it did look typical Audi, really, didn't it, through 100. It never looked quite settled right from the get-go.
Yeah, it's just... The Audi is a fun car to drive, but it's one of those cars that you've got to be very smooth, very precise, and the Audi is one of those cars as well that it can come around on you when you least expect it. And I think I wonder if German sim racing, the way they went into the pits there, I wonder if that was a bit of a... I don't want to say a bit of a rage moment, but maybe just the frustration just starting to show up a little bit.
I think, in fact, I did agree initially, actually, but I think they were just serving a penalty because they do have a 10-second time penalty for a 5-second rule violation, which means, by the way, I believe you can't spend longer than 5 seconds driving through the pit boxes when you are in pit lane in IVRA. We'll try and keep it as realistic as possible in here, and generally in iRacing, people just drive down the pit working areas, which would obviously mow down people in real life. We don't want to see that in sim racing either. So we've got the 5-second rule in this series, and because Marvin Lesmorman is on probation, that penalty is doubled, so it's 10-second penalty. That's what he was doing there by jinking to the right, as you just explained, on the way into pit lane. I believe he's doing repairs and he's going to get back out there, but not for a little bit of time. Carl 67, by the way, called now an official retirement. That's the other German sim racing GTP. They are now out of the race, and we're down to 33 in this race, I believe, maybe even 32 with the Geodesic GTP possibly also out of this race. So that could be all 3 cars from that team now out of this one. But Race Control noting that that car retired before the penalty was before its penalty was served for making contact with Impulse Racing. In the end, that contact spelled the end of their race. So I guess it's punished them in that sense either way. Looking currently at the Urano Esports car driven by Nicholas Laubitsch, not too far behind Impulse Racing right now in the 156. That's the battle for 4th place in the GT3 Pro category. But these guys in the bizarre situation of having clinched a title halfway around a race here. You don't see that very often, but that's the situation Urano Esports find themselves in right now. 115 points in front of the 157 team, and that is an unassailable margin with only 100 available for a win.
Yep, and I think with this team wrapping up the championship, I think it's just a case of them maybe with them not having that pressure on their shoulders anymore. They can just pretty much go out there and have some fun and just see where they end up finishing at the end of the race. So yeah, I think at this stage of the race, they're just pretty much just able to see where they finish, and currently sitting 5th at the moment. But like you say, they're not too far behind the Impulse car in front of them, with Philip Gogolok in front of them.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting fight, and there may be a fight here between Urano and Maniti in GTP soon. Vlad Kimichev has just gotten into that car, and he's currently in pit lane, getting the last bits of service. Maxime Naz is just in the background there. You can see the 2 Maniti cars actually with a bit of a photo opportunity. Two of them helping one another out in the background as well, you'd imagine. There they are, running side by side. Get your cameras out on the front straight. Making their way down. And there's Vlad Kimichev. You just caught a glimpse of the BMW just in the background, just at the bottom of your shot, excuse me. Oliver Hoff moves over for Maxime Naz to go through, but the gap now down dramatically. 4 seconds is the lead, and Joop de Ligt is no longer in this one. Vlad Kimichev brought in just for this race, by the way. He won't be as comfortable with the GSI Endurance Series in the GTP category as maybe some of his teammates. Certainly not as Maxime Naz, because in my opinion, he has been the fastest Maniti driver so far in this race, and so maybe those two will be forced to fight in the GTP category before too long.
Indeed, and also Maxime's been in that Maniti car for quite some time now, so he'll be more familiar. He'll be up to speed, and he'll be in that zone as well. And unlike Vlad, he'll probably take a few laps to kind of get into a rhythm. And I think he can't really afford to be cautious too much, because like we say, Maxime's been on track for quite some time, and he's on the pace, and he's been. Just looking at his times from the previous laps, he's been absolutely on it.
There is Vlad Kimichev out of the final corner. Kept down to 3.5 seconds. Still waiting for Alex Gow to come in, by the way, but this will be the battle for the lead in the race before too long. And to be fair to Alex Gow, he was actually catching both of them before those pit stops were made. And so maybe he could even leapfrog to be in between the two. You wouldn't imagine he's going to do a short fill or anything silly like that at this stage in the race to try and do that. They're just going to fill up to the brim again. But It's certainly closing in, and it is remarkable to see. We say it time and time again, but we're nearly 3/4 of the way into this one. We're nearly 9 hours in. To see something this close is quite remarkable, and we're seeing a good fight here as well. The battle's starting to pick up here in this race. Impulse Racing holding back Urano Esports on this occasion.
Oh.
This is really close through Coca-Cola.
And I think it's the same German sim racing Audi's just been caught up in an incident with one of the GT cars. I'm trying to have a look to see who it was. And
What a dive. Up into turn 6. That is the Urano GT3 Pro car of Nicholas Laubich down the inside of Philippe Gogolov. He goes, fast through the 100R section to give himself the inside at the hairpin, and he's gone for it. Speaking of hairpins, got another one down here at Dunlop. Turn 10, the Impulse car gives way for its teammate there. Lewis Woods is right here as well. This is a 3-car battle place in the GT3 Pro order. Good teamwork from the Impulse Racing team as they hand it over to the championship car to try and battle with the current championship leaders.
Indeed, and I think probably not a planned switch around between the two Impulse cars, but I have to say Lewis Wood, as soon as he got by, he's not wasted any time in getting onto the back of this Urano Mercedes. But it looks like Lewis Wood has got the run down the home straight, and it looks like he might be trying to make a move down to turn 1, but again he's not close enough in the slipstream, and that Mercedes has got some grunt in a straight line.
It certainly has. The Porsche full in the face of some slipstream right now. Will go down the inside, and there's the lift off from Laubich. I think maybe letting through the Porsche on the inside line there, and so that is a change for 4th place. You can also see why the two Impulse cars exchange positions, because the 156 just came into pit lane, and so leaving these two to battle it out. But given the way that the Mercedes just gave over that position there, I think they've maybe decided for themselves that they haven't quite got the pace here.
Absolutely, I think just the way he lifted out there a little bit early for turn 1, I think he maybe not got the pace, or maybe even though they've got this championship pretty much wrapped up, I wonder if they're doing a bit of fuel saving and trying to stretch out the stint just a little bit longer.
Absolutely. We'll see how all those games play out as this goes on. Top 2 in pit lane, by the way. Alexander Davidson and Alex Bennett, both in right now. Bennett having come in on the previous lap, Davidson on this one. So Davidson did effectively go 1 lap further. Pit stops have also been made in GTP. Adam Crane has dropped down to 3rd place, having taken over from Alex Gall in the Satellite Racing car. But still, 10 seconds separating the top 3 overall. And there's Crane getting up to speed there for Satellite Racing in 3rd.
Absolutely. So Adam Crane just took over from the Frenchman Alex Gall, and good stint from Alex. And Adam Crane, a name that's familiar to us because he's part of the RaceSpot team, and he's also my team boss, so I have to be careful with what I say. So, but all good. It's good to see Adam back on track, and a name that I recognise from racing other series as well, open wheel series especially.
By the way, we're not so hell-bent on remaining absolutely impartial, by the way, on RaceSpotTV. So you can display some support for Satellite Racing one of these days. But for the moment, they're still running in 3rd place. Still a lot to shout about there, of course, in that battle. Speaking of battles, Lars Meyer's back at the wheel of this Impulse Racing car. WS Racing Esports still yet to pit, and they're pretty much halfway through a stint, really, or about 2/3 of the way through their stint. So it's a bit of a battle at opposite ends of stints here, and so you'd expect Impulse Racing on the newer tyres to be driving away here. Out the final corner, they'll pull a few car lengths. As Tobias Cerny comes into the pit lane actually for Team RSO as well. We're very much in that stage of the race where not only is it calmed down, but also it's a constant stream of cars down in pit lane, really. We see it very much come in phases at the start of these races, but those days are gone now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things as well, especially with a race such as this. There's always different strategies going on as well, and like you say, there's not really the days when cars would come into the pit lane at the same time. Those days are pretty much I wouldn't say in the past, but I think it's good to see there's a mixture of strategy going on as well. What'll be interesting as we get to the closing stages of the race with about 3 hours and 50, well, basically coming up for about 3 hours and 15 minutes remaining.
And now German Sim Racing have managed to leapfrog back in front of Paceworks Esports here during the pit stops, and so they're on the defensive again, which is the same as what we saw earlier on in the race. About an hour ago, well, maybe not an hour ago, half an hour ago, between these two. German Sim Racing only came in 10 laps ago, so they'll be feeling pretty good on this set of tyres, but they'll be looking over their shoulder at the only Lamborghini in the field in the form of Paceworks Esports, just in behind German Sim Racing. And so we are going to enjoy this battle over the next few moments. We're still 3 hours and a quarter to go. They'll make their way down towards turn 1, and they'll be too far away to battle with one another.
Indeed, and yeah, it's good to see a Lamborghini out in the field as well, and yeah, it kind of makes a change from seeing the usual Porsches and Mercedes and the BMWs. It's good to see a bit of a variety out there as well, by the odd Lamborghini and the odd Audi as well, and yeah, maybe a couple of the Audis not having the best of days, but yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Absolutely. So there we are. 3 hours and a quarter remaining in this race. Nearly 9 hours gone. And it's been a very, very interesting one so far. It's now time to add another name to the commentary booth for this race. The 12 Hours of Fuji, the final round of the GSI Endurance Series. Cam Roger now comes to join us with just over 3 hours of this one. Going to be here to the checkered flag. As I said to Ryan when he came in, Cam, it's looking like a typical endurance race at this stage in the race, having seen nearly the last 7 hours under green flag racing.
Yes, certainly been a bit of a change from some of the previous races, especially at Motegi, where we saw quite a few of the safety car situations. But, you know, these things can always come in the final couple of hours when mistakes start to come in. You never know. But, yeah, for sure, it's certainly turning into that. But, you know, a 12-hour race, sometimes that's what you can expect. But, you know, what have you really thought of your stint? Because you've been in for quite a few hours now. You've seen quite a lot of the middle part of this race.
I have very much been through the middle part of the race. As I said earlier on, it looks like the most textbook endurance situation that we can see. But once again, with IVRA racing, as we said time and again, you never know when a safety car is going to come out and when this race is just going to be turned upside down and turned up on its head. So you know, it always kind of leaves you on the edge of your seat in that respect. And so while it's calm at one moment, you can never really relax. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the final few hours of this race really turn out. And in terms of the championship as well, because we do, of course, have GTP still to settle. As long as Maniti Racing get to the end of this race, they will be champions, of course. So there's a lot to get excited about through the remainder of this one, especially with these races for the race win.
Indeed, and that is why you've always got to keep trying to get to the end of the race, especially with the likes of Maniti, as you're saying, just a few seconds there for position, but obviously realistically they don't need to worry about that. But we've seen accidents happen, we've seen drivers make mistakes, and yeah, for sure, a 12-hour race is a difficult one to complete. It's never easy, but yeah, thank you, Ewan. Anyways, we bring myself in, as you say, for the final 3 hours, myself, Cameron Roger, and Ryan Walker, taking you through the final few hours of this GSI Endurance Series by IVRA, of course, for this season. We'll be crowning the final couple of champions, and Iku Merikala doing the production behind the scenes. And yeah, Ryan, what have you really thought over the first sort of hour of the stint that you've been in? How have you been enjoying the race?
Yeah, it's been good. Like I was saying to you, and I've not really called any IVRA endurance races for quite some time. I think the last one I called was Road America, I believe, or which was last year, or I can't remember when, but yeah, I've always enjoyed calling these races, and so far in this race, there's been the odd incident from time to time, but nothing major, not too dramatic. But it's good to see that there's been plenty of green flag running for about 6 or 7 hours now, and as we get to the closing stage of the race, with about 3 hours 11 minutes remaining, you never know. There could be a safety car or a yellow flag. It throws a bit of a spanner into the works in this race, and that could throw the strategy for some of these teams up into the air, and that strategy just goes out the window.
And that is really, I think, what we're hoping for from the action point of view. But of course, sometimes when you get to these races that have spread out a little bit, it is in many ways better, because the reason why there's no incidents is because the racing is a lot cleaner. Of course, this track does help that a little bit compared to some others. Of course, Sector 3 is quite tight and twisty, but a lot of the track is quite wide and open. There's a lot of space for all of the cars to find a position on the track. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting one when it spreads out, because the drivers sort of get comfortable a little bit. They start to just assume it's going to go green to the end. But if a safety car does come in, it will change potentially everything in some of these battles. Of course, a few drivers are laps down now, so it may not directly affect them for the race lead, but the individual positions are going to be important.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we're just watching the battle at the moment for 4th place between the 157 Impulse racing car and the Urano esports car, rather, in 4th as well. This battle, I thought this battle settled down, but as soon as Lewis Wood got by, it seems to be that the Urano Mercedes with Nicholas Laubitz at the wheel at the moment, he's just been kind of he's not been falling back, but he's just been kind of hanging on in there. Maybe just trying to stay in that draft, save some fuel. Or maybe just he's more than happy to sit behind and not try and make any moves to retake that position. But as they've got a couple of the GTP cars coming by, with the Maniti Racing and Satellite Racing cars coming by to lap them, going on the outside, interestingly, into turn 1, which is always a bit brave to do. But this battle, as I say that, actually, it looks like Laubitz is closed up under braking.
Yeah, he certainly has, trying to get that slipstream, of course, down the massively long front straightaway. Heard you guys talking about the track changes. I mean, that front straight used to be even longer and had an even faster entry onto it, but of course with the changes that came at sort of the early parts of this century, really started cutting down the track to what we have today. But still a very long straight, and yet Labish getting closer and closer now, coming through this mid section of the track. Still some very fast corners though, even though it sort of looks like a hairpin. It's really just a 90-degree on the apex before you work your way down this back straight, which of course is multiple corners. And this is the part of the track where you need to try and stay close to then, of course, get that slipstream down the front straightaway. But it's a bit difficult to do so, as you mentioned earlier. This, as you just see jumping over the anti-cuts, this part of the track is the tricky technical sector and is the one that really punishes the tyres and really makes the drivers work for it.
It does, and it's like I said to you, and it's such a frustrating part of the track, because you're it kind of compromises some of your entries for some of these corners, because you're just basically having to say you're turning left and then you have to go to the right and then the left and the right again. But it feels so rewarding. But that entry onto the home straight is a bit of a tricky corner, because if you get in the power too early, you can run wide and go over those sausage curbs. And as we've seen some sub cars so far, you can get a bit of airtime as what's the Glacier Racing Ferrari right now trying to get by one of the Porsches. And the Glacier Racing, I think it's been a bit of a quiet race for them so far, or for most of the race, I should say. They've just been, I think one of the drivers mentioned in the chat that because of the BLP has not been favouring them nicely, they've kind of had to go different with the strategy and maybe just try to go as long as possible, just not to try and lose too much track position.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what's happened here. They've just made their pit stop on basically this is their outlap, and that is why they've got into this battle. And we got Pustin in there in the car at this moment in time, trying to get on the back of that Obsidian car ahead. And of course, even further up, there's some cars that they are looking out to battle. And it's always a bit tricky when you come out in a little bit of traffic, just losing that position there as well, coming out of the 100R corner. Very tricky part of the track to get up to speed when you just come out of your pit stop where you're going so slow, coming into these fast corners. Getting the run though towards turn 1, maybe just lifting off a little bit there, not challenging under the brakes this time around, but for sure needing to just get back in the rhythm of it after the pit stop.
Indeed, as they come down now to one of the trickiest corners, I find, this long right-hander, because just because of the nature of this corner, the left side tyres, especially that left front. I heard a driver saying earlier I won't say who it was, but they were saying that left front tyre through that long right-hander, the left front tyre takes such a beating, and it's basically at the end of the stint you're having to nurse it a little bit. And I think it wouldn't surprise me if some of these, especially some of these teams that are maybe coming towards the end of the stint, are having to just nurse them a little bit.
Yes, certainly a tricky corner. You're really sort of on the limit of what the car can do. It's so long, and it just keeps on getting tighter, actually, which is probably the hardest part of it, where you're slowing down. So all of the load naturally goes onto that front left tyre. And of course, being GT3 cars, it's not they're fast in the corners, but they're nothing like the prototypes when it comes to the amount of downforce and grip that they have. So they really start to push. And of course, you got other corners like this, the final corner, all long right-handed corners. So generally around this track, as you say, it's that front left tyre that gets punished. And if you do that too much, you will start to slow down once again as we're coming down the front straight. Can the Ferrari do anything in the slipstream, or is this just going to be a bit of a fuel-saving moment for Glacier as they come down towards turn 1 again? We saw this on the previous lap, gets within about a car length or so, and then just drops back. So definitely a strategic position they've put themselves into at this moment.
Indeed, and I think just what's the body language of that Glacier Racing Ferrari? It just looks like they're more than happy to sit behind and, like you say, save fuel as the Satellite Racing GTP car goes by both of them. And I think at the moment, I think it's not always a bad thing to sit behind and save some fuel. I mean, yeah, it can be it probably sounds a bit tedious having to lift and coast sometimes, but when you think about it, I mean, you look back, or when it comes to the pit strategy, that can gain you so much time, because you're not having to maybe say pit 1 lap early because you're pushing so much. I think lifting and coasting, if you can't get by someone, is not always a bad thing.
Where you just get pulled along from the car ahead as well, so your lap times is the same. You're basically just saving fuel, and as you say, if you can save a lap or even 2 laps a stint from something like that, it's very good. And of course, over 12 hours, if you add that up, quite a few. So having a car off there going through the grass, potentially, was that maybe the GTP car a little bit further up ahead, maybe the satellite car having 1 or 2 issues. Hopefully they correct that. For the strategy-wise, if you add up over the amount of stints that we're doing in this race, if you add up a lap a stint, I should say, it's obviously pretty much an extra pit stop at the end of it. As once again, Glacier down the front straight. I would assume they're not going to overtake. I think we can assume that. But they've also got the Maniti car just up ahead, currently sitting 2nd place in your GT3 Pro category, Alex Bennett there. So these drivers are on the screen just over a lap down. A bit of contact, though, between the two coming through turn 1.
Yeah, as we're just about to get a replay of the Satellite GTP, I'm just about to see what happened. This is Adam Crane at the wheel. I wonder if Adam might have just got caught up with a GTP car, or if it's maybe him. Actually, I think it's going to be a race with a GTP. Oh, that was so close.
Oh, it's actually tyre smoke. It wasn't grass. It is a tricky corner there. Both of those corners, the right-hander first and then into the left, in that sort of elongated chicane sequence, they're ever turning and they get tighter at the apex, and they're very tricky corners because if you just pitch in a little bit too much, of course the rear starts to come round, and the cars are not the most nimble at that speed. They don't have that much downforce going on top of them, and Crane just making that bit of an error from 3rd place. And let's see this one again. Yeah, obviously getting on the brakes, all the weight goes to the front, the rear goes loose, and is there contact? No, just about no contact between the 2 drivers.
Yeah, I think that made me scared just watching it. I dread to think what it was like for Adam when he saw that, or basically went for that move up the inside and had to pretty much slam on the anchors and spin round. That's the thing with these GTP cars. It's basically, if you slam the brakes too hard, the cars can just come round to you, because pretty much, you pretty much lose that. I guess you lose that downforce in the rear, and you just basically loop it round. But I think it was maybe a bit of a tactical spin as well, just to stop Adam from clipping that GT car.
Yes, tricky situation, but definitely I think avoidable, especially where, I guess Adam Crane is kind of in with a shout of Maniti and Urano ahead, but it was a silly few seconds to lose, especially at a point of the race where you don't really need to be making that much risk, but that comes with comes with endurance racing, and especially when you're in the faster classes. We do have just 6 prototypes left at the front of the field, so not many lapping incidents, events coming each lap, to be fair, as we see Kimichev here for Iran Esports Data Group leading the way in that number 90 machine, as they have for quite a while now. 6 seconds is the gap back to Maxim Naz here for Maniti Racing, and then even further back now, 15 seconds to Adam Crane at the top of your GTP field. And as I say, just 6 of them remaining at the front. Pure Sims are still in there in that 4th place, followed by SRC, Mivano, Corsa, but those drivers are actually closing up themselves. Just 5 seconds is the gap between 4th and 5th. However, they are collectively about 50 seconds, 50 seconds off the podium. So if it continues like this towards the end of the race, I think they might struggle with that a little bit. Their pace isn't too bad, actually, but the top 2 definitely have a bit of a pace advantage. And then back to P6, we have the other Maniti car with Verhoeven in that as it stands, but they are 3 laps down to the next car, so they are just really circulating. As we hit 3 hours to go of the season in the GSI Endurance Series by IVRA, it's been a great season so far, and we have just 1/4 of this 12 hours of Fuji to round out the season remaining. And of course, still some things that we need to settle. Some champions have been elected, but still a few places a bit lower down. Of course, the top 6 in the standings getting automatic entries to next year. That's something to look out for as well, Ryan, in the final couple of hours.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. Still some positions lower in the championships to be decided. And as you look at the GT3 leader at the moment, the Rusty Spatzels with Henna Hakkinen at the wheel. This team's pretty much been up at the front for quite some time. They took over the lead from Torque Freak Racing, who currently run in second, and they pulled away, built up a bit of a gap, and Rusty Spatzler is doing a good job, and they've not really been under threat, as they've got a GT3 Pro car coming up to try and lap them, and I think Rusty Spatzlers won't make it too hard, and they'll probably let this car by as soon as they can, just so they don't lose too much time.
Yeah, when you're in a fight that isn't your class, it is a little bit more difficult here, because obviously we have GT3 Pros and then GT3s, but they are actually the same car. There isn't any sort of difference in terms of speed. It's not like the old GTE and GT3 days that we had, where the GTs were a couple of seconds lap quicker. So as you say, I think Rusty's batch is just going to be giving up that place, because of course it's not really their fight. With the gap still being about 16 seconds, they can avoid that sort of half a second there from letting other cars through. That is Rollfanger there, getting himself up at least a track position for now. And here is Torque Freak. They have Baraclough in the car, who I'm being told is their fastest driver. So this is the important point of the race now. If they're going to catch up and they're going to try and have a bit of a fight in the final couple of hours, this could be the stint or two for Baraclough to try and close down the gap. It's already down to 15 seconds actually, so over the course of this lap, with Rusty Spatches there just moving out the way, they have caught up an extra few tenths. So this is certainly a one to keep an eye on, but it is close behind as well. Virtual Motorsport, actually that's not for position, unfortunately. On track, they do have Virtual Motorsport fairly close behind them for the overall in the GT3 standings, and a little bit further behind is Prestanda Nomad, about 15 seconds back, who is their next battle. So yeah, top 3 in GT3 still somewhat close, and those gaps will definitely come down, I think, in the final 3 hours.
Yeah, and David's a name that I recognise on iRacing as well. He's been around with Torque Freak for, I can't remember exactly, but he's been around with Torque Freak for a very long time, and like I was saying to you and earlier on, he's one of those people that when it comes to strategy, he always seems to pull something out of the hat, and he does a good job at doing the strategy stuff as well. And wouldn't surprise me during his stint if he's doing some strategy calculations at the same time while he's driving.
I always find it funny when drivers can do that. I spend most of my time driving focusing on the pedals and the steering wheel, but some drivers who have the capacity to actually do the maths alongside it is that's a very good job, to be honest, and that is of course why I'm talking of the racing and not actually in it. Here's Samuel Grania of Obsidian. They've we believe had some bit of an issue. They've dropped back 4 seconds behind Glacier, who we, of course, on board with about 5 minutes ago. Glacier were just sitting there in the slipstream, but that gap has now opened up to 4 seconds, and of course with the position switching around as well. So Otto Pustinen has got past in some way. Maybe Grania has had a bit of an issue. We'll see maybe if a replay comes our way of Obsidian, but for now they've gone down to 6th place, and right on cue, here they are. That is them in the middle of the screen with Glacier in behind in that Ferrari. Coming down the front straightaway, they've got the Maniti GT3 Pro up ahead of them as well. Is there going to be some sort of collision? Maybe Maniti go for a bit of a dive down the inside of one of the other GT3 cars up ahead, and that could potentially put off. We'll have to see when we get towards the braking zone. Grania also goes to the dive down the inside. Is there going to be contact with the Maniti car? Yes, there is. That is one of your top cars in the GT3 Pros being made contact with there by Grania, who was a lap down, and Glacier go through. That could be potentially a penalty coming towards their way if Maniti are not too happy with some damage.
Yeah, I have to say that was a bit of a an over opportunistic move that pretty much went wrong, and I think if I was in charge of race control, that is a slam dunk penalty.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised myself. It also was a bit unnecessary because, as we were seeing, Glacier was sitting behind in the slipstream and they weren't really putting any pressure. So it wasn't like there was a battle for position. There wasn't a need to even make that overtake into turn 1, really, or at least not a need to dive it down the inside. So Grania there is going to be, I think, slapped with a penalty, as you say, which is not, not ideal. To be honest, because when you're 3 hours to go of the season, you just want to get to the end rather nicely. You don't want to be having words with the stewards.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the race control notice board to see if anything pops up, and I can't. There's nothing popped up at the moment, but I'll be keeping a lookout for sure.
And here we're getting a replay of Valoris into the back of the 178, just braking too deep, it seems, and that bit of an unnecessary contact there between the two different classes. That Vimbo still in that car potentially at the moment. He was having a few issues, a few spins earlier, I was seeing as well, so not the ideal. Yeah, Vimbo's still in that car. They are 4th last as it stands. That is 5th in class, to be fair. Not the most GT3s in the field today, but yeah, not the ideal position for them, especially considering the issues they've had over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, this team was having a good run at one point earlier on as well, and like you say, they had a couple of spins, and I think it's down to the damage that someone mentioned in chat. But yeah, it's still good to see them that they're still going and still running in P5 in class, and as I look back up to the front in GT3 Pro, or close to the front in GT3 Pro, this battle of the 157 Impulse car with Lewis Woods and the 190 Team Urano eSports Mercedes with Nicholas Laubitz at the wheel. Still, this battle has been close together, and again, I think Nicholas is just happy to sit behind Lewis and again do that same old case of just doing some fuel saving, and this team's got the championship wrapped up, so I guess it's one of those things. They're not really in a rush to try and make any moves. If they were in contention for a championship and still had to win it, I could maybe understand being a little bit more eager to get by.
Yeah, and the pace is actually pretty good, to be honest. Impulse are, at least on the last lap, faster than Maniti ahead. Of course, there's about 33, 34 seconds ahead of that Porsche up towards Maniti. But yeah, still a few tenths, so they might be looking to gain over the course of the last couple of hours. But I think the important point is that the stint length is the exact same for Impulse and Urano, so they are on the same strategy. So if Urano can sit behind in the slipstream and save a lap, get themselves a lap out of sync, then I think at some point that might come back to benefit them. We will have to find out as SRC Mavana Corsa come up and split up that battle just a little bit, but I don't think Labish is going to be too worried about that one. So yeah, potentially a strategy game coming the way of Laubish as it stands. But yeah, as you say, Ryan, with the championship situation, they're not going to be in any sort of a rush to make a rash overtake.
Indeed, as one of the pure, excuse me, Pure Sims GTP cars go by, and yeah, it looks like again, it looks like I think Lavis keeps closing up slightly, but again, maybe just doing a bit of lifting and coasting into turn one. But at one point, it looked like his battle was going to split up once Lewis got by, but I think Nicholas has maybe just caught back up, and either he's decided or maybe they've got a race strategist or race engineer saying to them just to kind of stick to the plan and try and hit a fuel number, and that might just be the case at the moment. But as we've got about two hours and 50 minutes left in this race, I think it's all surprisingly calm at the moment. I was expecting more carnage, more mayhem earlier on, but in this race so far, it's been absolutely, well, apart from some little spins and incident, it's been absolutely clean, and fair play to the car still running on track.
Yes, definitely. I think a point is the fact that we're not seeing so many prototypes left. Therefore, there aren't the diving incidents and things like that that generally get a bit awkward, like we saw in Motegi some weeks ago. Now, there was just so many parts of the track where you'd see the GTPs diving down the inside, causing errors, making the GTs, forcing GTs into mistakes and that sort of thing. We saw that quite a few times as we got a massive train of GT cars coming down the front straightaway towards the first corner there. So we're getting a bit of a dive down inside. I think that's Grania a little bit up ahead, but we've of course got Impulse in behind there in that 7th place as well. So loads of battling coming the way of these drivers as we're seeing the Obsidian car. They're still trying to battle with that Lamborghini, trying to get away because they know, of course, the cars are coming in behind with Lars Meyer also getting past this lap traffic now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that that tiff or that bit of a disagreement, if you like, was about between the Lamborghini and the Obsidian car. But maybe the Obsidian car with Grana at the wheels, maybe kind of just maybe showing that he wasn't really happy about being held up.
Yeah, maybe not, but this is definitely some close battles forming now, as this is for 6th place. I wonder if Granu there's going to be having some damage on that car as well. There definitely looks like a little bit of rear end damage, but we saw that earlier. But on the front end, not quite so sure. Actually, doesn't look too bad from where they're sitting as it stands, but they are actually getting fairly towards the end of this stint, actually, so there might be some damage repairs coming their way for that 138 car. But out onto this front straightaway, Impulse very, very close now. They've gained so much on this previous lap, actually. They're about 2 seconds behind at the start of the lap they're just finishing now. We're coming towards turn 1 this time. Is Mayer going to have a bit of a think of a dive in towards turn 1, just looking, getting big into the mirrors as we're getting, I think it's Manvano diving down the inside, but also Impulse there, going to be going up the inside for turn for P6, side by side, not quite enough.
Oh, that was a bit I think Mayer was a bit cheeky there, trying to show his nose, but I can understand why he tried to take that opportunity when the gap kind of opened with that GTP car going by.
Absolutely, that sort of probably distracted him, actually. If that car wasn't there, he probably would have sent it a little bit harder. But I think Mayer was just showing he's eager to get past and trying to force Grania into a bit of a mistake. Let's see now, coming out of the hairpin up through this interesting part of the track, through the kinks, down towards the next hairpin corner. And this is of course, a harder braking zone than you see at other parts of the track, but it's a bit awkward to overtake just because of this chicane sequence afterwards. And as it seems, Impulse might have to wait again for that stitching down towards turn 1. And he's certainly getting a lot closer through sector 3 this time around.
Yep, as I look at the battle between Grana and the Mayer as well, coming up to the final corner, and I think maybe Mayer should maybe should try and take a wider entry, maybe try and square the corner off to get an early run and try and carry that speed. And it looks like Mayer might have a good exit, possibly coming down the home straight. And I think he might. It wouldn't surprise me if he tries to make a move this time around.
I think he will. We saw how far back he was last time and still went for a dive. Potentially a little bit closer this time around. And Mayer is getting closer and closer there. Impulse going to the inside for the second lap in a row. Once again, it's not an easy overtake side by side on the apex. Granted, gives him the space to be fair. And Impulse with the shorter run through the kink and coming up towards Coca-Cola now. They are going to be enjoying that position of P6 now as Obsidian go down to P7. So that's a few places of Obsidian have lost in the last sort of 20 minutes or so. So they need to try and start turning that one around. But Impulse definitely enjoying that one as we speak, and they've got about 5-6 seconds to the next car ahead, which is that Glacier car we saw earlier. So let's see actually if Impulse can start catching up, because on the previous lap they were actually faster than Glacier.
And indeed, just watching the Glacier racing car now with it looks like one of the Maniti Porsches starting to close up now. It looks like I think it's yeah, that's Alex Bennett at the moment in second place, coming up to lap this Glacier race with Ferrari. And yeah, Beniti, been a quiet race for or sort of a quiet race for this team at the moment. But Beniti, we all know they one of the good teams in iRacing and also in IVRA competition, and having a good race at the moment in second place.
Indeed, and certainly a yeah, it's working out to be a pretty decent race for a couple of these teams actually. But of course, you always want to be getting that extra position. The issue is when you get to this point in the race when we've had green flags for so long and the gaps get a little bit bigger. Even though even a 10-second gap doesn't really seem that big. You know, you're going to be spending hours getting that back with how consistent and how close these lap times are with some of these drivers. As we see, as you say there, the Maniti car getting closer to Glacier to try and put a lap on them. Up there for second place for Alex Bennett. And of course, Glacier 1 lap down, but only 3 places behind, such is how spread out the field has got as we come now in towards this hairpin sequence. And at some point, Glacier will, of course, be having to relinquish that place with Maniti doing some good laps and was about 0.3 faster on the previous lap.
Indeed, as we're still looking at the Glacier race with Ferrari coming into this tricky chicane, and probably one of the most challenging I find as well. But yeah, Glacier racing, I think, as they've not got really anyone in front of them, there's pretty much just a case of keep them going and see where they end up at the moment. As the Maniti racing car, the second place car rather, they come up to lap them, and I think if they get a run in this Glacier racing Ferrari, I think the Glacier racing won't try and make a big deal of it. Maybe try and tuck in behind and they use some of that draft and use some of that slipstream to again save some fuel.
Absolutely, it's turned out to be a bigger factor potentially around this track because of how long some of these straights are, but it does seem that the Maniti car there will put that lap on Glacier as we were thoroughly expecting. So yeah, all the cars lapped now up until the top 3. Only top 3 in the GT3 Pros on the lead lap. That is pretty crazy, but of course we have been green for so long. The leaders can just stretch those gaps as the race goes on. As we go back to Impulse, they are actually still in quite a tight battle there, to be fair. Just 1.3 seconds or so separating those, actually, sorry, a little bit further, 6 seconds separating those teams as it stands. As, of course, we see Talk Freak there trying to work their way through, but as you see the gaps there, 13, 17, 21 seconds in the top 4 of the GT3s. That is going to be a slightly more difficult one to overcome.
Yeah, it's good to say it's still relatively close for the battle in the GT, or the battle for first in GT3. But I think at the moment, considering that Torque Freak Racing have got their quicker driver at the moment with Barakoff, I think the Rusty Spatzels are doing a good job to keep to that gap's not been coming down. It's not been going up, but it's not been coming down. It's just kind of been settled at the moment, and Rusty Spatzels are doing a good job of maintaining that gap to about 13 or 14 seconds.
Yeah, you're right. When we first mentioned that, which was probably about 20 minutes ago now or something, it was about 16 seconds. So it's only come down 2. over the course of that time, which is not too bad. And they're pretty close on pit strategy as well. Talk Freak are 2 laps, I guess, further into the race. They've had 2 laps less of their stint so far, so they are going further, which means at some point they'll have a slightly shorter pit stop. So I have to see how that one works out. But as you say, the gap is not too bad for them. Talking of pit stops, 2nd place in the race, number 17, Maniti Racing, of course, champions-elect as well, enjoying the the race so far. But 2nd place it is. They are in the pit lane. Maxim Naz is in that car. Let's see if they do some sort of driver swap, as Satellite, on the road at least, go back to 2nd place for the time being.
Indeed. Yeah, every time it's Satellite say, makes a pit stop, they end up falling back, but it seems to be maybe through strategy or just the way the pit cycle is working at the moment. They get back up into 2nd place, but they just can't at the moment. They just don't seem to be able to get close enough to or match the pace of the Urano Esports GTP car at the moment. That Urano just seem to have that slight bit more pace at the moment. Like overall, during the whole run, they just seem to be that slightly bit quicker at the moment. But as we want to say, Adam Crane putting a lap or going by one of the Lamborghinis, and like Adam Crane as well. As much as he's a quick driver, I just think Urano's just got the slight edge on pace at the moment.
Yeah, they have in this, I was about to say 2nd half of the race, but sort of like the 3rd quarter as such of the race. They've really, just started to show their speed and have opened out that gap. Of course, having a couple of troubles throughout the race. Let's say the likes of Scrivens having a bit of a spin early, going a bit further back down than they would have wanted, and having to come back from that. We have seen that a few times actually. I can't remember which race it was. Was it potentially Motegi last time out actually, where Urano, they were so fast, but they kept on making little mistakes, and they'd always get towards the front, make a mistake and go back, get towards the front, make a mistake again, and were never able to cement themselves at the front of the race, whereas hopefully for them in the 2nd half of the race they can just cement that and bring it home, as we're seeing Adam Crane still rotate around the track. 23 seconds off the lead, so that gap has actually built up quite a bit over the course of the last stint or so. As we go back to one of the other Urano cars, of course, Impulse, the car ahead, and Laubish once behind. Half a second back, as he has done for quite a while now.
And I'm just like, I've just had the confirmation from our director as well that the incident between the 179 Maniti car and the 138 Obsidian car, that incident in turn 1 is under review.
Not surprised to hear that. Let's see what that one works out to be. I wouldn't be surprised if that turns red on our sheet pretty quickly and turns into a time penalty. As we were saying, Ryan, it was pretty slam dunk, and even though it didn't have the biggest effect in the world, it was just a little bit sort of reckless and too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that was maybe frustration shown. Maybe it was maybe just overcooking the breaking point slightly. But yeah, you can't really go around making moves like that, especially when you've got race control watching pretty much every move going on in the race. And if you get caught doing that, it's pretty much you're going to get pinged for that. And I'm just having another look at the sheet, and looking at the notes, it's the car 138 brakes too late for turn 1 and hits the car 179, and it looks like the Obsidian car has got I think it's a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, 10 seconds. That's to be honest, that sounds about right. Looking at some of the other penalties that we have had on the sheet, there's actually been quite a few over the course of the race in the early parts, but not for quite a while in this race. That was the first penalty, for a good little while. But 10 seconds will have to be served. There is, of course, the penalty box in the pit lane where the drivers have to come into. They stop in the box, which is a different location from their actual pit location, their pit stall. It's a sort of designated manual stoppage that they have to do. at some point, so they'll have to be getting to that one. And yeah, just a little bit unnecessary, to be honest, in a 12-hour race. But to be honest, it happens. Everyone makes little mistakes, little misjudgments here and there, and that is sometimes how we end up with safety cars, which we still haven't gotten. Slightly hoping for at the end of this race.
Indeed, and I think maybe some people are probably praying not that safety car doesn't happen before the end of the race, but maybe other drivers that are maybe starting to feel maybe slight fatigue, or maybe hoping for one, just to kind of get their focus back, maybe just catch a breath or whatever. But at the moment, it's been relatively clean racing so far, and hopefully we can keep that up. But as I look at David Barraclough, currently running second at the moment for Torque Freak Racing, he's got that gap down to the leaders, and the Rusty Spatula is down to about 12 seconds now. So David is slowly taking time out of the leader, but it's not big chunks of time that I thought he was going to take out of. So maybe I think Rusty Spatulas are doing a good job of just keeping that gap, and at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say at this rate that we've seen, though, over the course of 2.5 hours, I think they would definitely catch that gap. But they need to play the long game in that. They're not going to catch that final, what was it, about 13 seconds now. They're not going to catch that, obviously, in just one stint necessarily. As, of course, we will have 2.5 to go, roughly, from now. But I definitely think that is going to turn into a lead battle change. But it just depends if Barraclough, if he's going to stay in that car. And then, of course, potential driver changes in the car ahead for Rusty Spatulas as well, as we're seeing Pure Sims and SLC Movana Corsa here in your GTP category. They pit a little while ago now, actually 13 laps ago each, but when they came out they were about a second apart, and they have remained about halfway into their stint now, and it seems like this is turning into a battle. Nathan Moore, then the number one Pure Sims machine, is getting very close now and is starting to really feel that slipstream. Let's see if this one turns into a battle. Let's see if some traffic maybe hinders that.
Indeed, as they've got some GT traffic in front of them, and I wonder if this might help. This might help that number one Pure Sims car of Nathan Moore. Maybe try and just close right up, and maybe if he can, maybe try and use if that SRC Movano Corsa car gets held up behind a GT car. I wonder if Nathan might be able to try and make a move, get right on that SRC Movano car and try and make a move. But as it comes down to this chicane now, I'll say again, Nathan's definitely closing the gap, but again, it's just a case of where can he make the move, because it looks like this SRC Movano car and Nathan Moore with his Pure Sims car are pretty much again close on pace, but it's just a case of where can he make the move.
Yeah, there is still a lot of traffic for them to get through. So we were saying how there's only 6 prototypes on the field remaining. However, that means out of the 30 cars, that means there's still 24 GTs. So that's a lot of traffic for these cars to get through. And of course, generally this track isn't so bad in traffic, but if you meet them at the wrong time through those twisties, as you see there with Moore on this lap, just prime example, look how much time he lost there through that traffic, as Kaularts is doing a good job in that 4th place, in the number 3 machine was 8/10 quicker on that previous lap. Considering how close they've been, he just managed to get the better of the traffic that time around.
Indeed, as we look at Simon now, and they currently running in 4th, but just in the background, you see that number 1 Pure Sims car. He basically seems to be every time Nathan closes Simon down, he seems to lose a little bit of touch just because of the traffic. But at the moment, looking at Simon in 4th, and again, if Nathan closing that down, I wonder if he'll try and make a move straight away, or if he might try and. I don't know if it's the same with the GT cars, or if you can do the same with GTP cars, if you can do some lifting and coasting. But as Simon dives up the inside of one of the GT cars, manages to get by, and hopefully you'll probably pray that holds up Nathan.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely does ebb and flow though, so it is one of those things that goes both ways and will generally work out. But I do find when you're in a situation like this and you're in a 2-car battle, the car ahead always seems to get it slightly better in terms of the traffic. I don't know why or what the maths is on that, as we're seeing Urano from your race lead coming into the pit lane. So Satellite take the net race lead, but they are already on 31 laps of this stint. So they haven't got too much longer before they will be coming into the pit lane. But important for later on in the race, Urano are 6 laps now ahead in terms of the pit window. And 6 laps is not insignificant, because that will be quite a big factor when we get towards the end of the race. There's 120 laps to go ish. It's saying on the live timing. So if that is correct, that's about 4 stints or so. Let's see how that one works out with the final pit stops. Is that 6 laps extra for Maniti going to be important? We will soon find out. As you've seen there, Kimichev on the screen, and he's of course got the Maniti car in behind, just half a second. So Maniti have caught up through this pit sequence actually, which is generally quite an interesting one. I wonder if Urano have had some struggles because this is turning into effectively a net race lead battle. And of course, the traffic is going to be playing a factor, and we need to see how much Naz is going to be pushing this. It looks like he's in the slipstream, trying to follow the Urano car coming down towards turn number 1. How hard is Urano going to defend? They've had the lead for so long. Is it going to flip-flop back the other way? Their pit stop times were almost identical, actually. So there must have been just differences with the traffic, maybe with the tyre life that they were at certain points. Let's see how this one works out, as they stay very close now coming through turn 2.
And indeed, Naz is definitely closing on that second place Urano Esports car of Kimichev at the moment. And it's like you alluded to as well at the start of Vlad's stud. Vlad's maybe not the quickest, maybe not as quick as his teammates with this car. So maybe he's just been told, just keep it on the track, just do your thing. Don't worry about if you're maybe not as quick, maybe if you're half a second slower or round about that. Don't worry about it. Just keep it on the track. But I think just watching Kaz as well, Naz, sorry, he's been absolutely, anytime I've watched him, his pace has just been absolutely rapid.
Certainly has, as we now get Satellite coming into the pit lane as well, which I think was 32 laps on the stint, if I'm not mistaken. So that is definitely going to be interesting with Maniti getting to the end of the race. Might be a little bit close for them on a splash and dash, but it looks like Urano, from a quick bit of mental maths, might be okay. Let's find out how that one works, of course, when we get to the final pit stop. So there goes Satellite dropping back down into their place of third, where they've been for a little while now. But it looks like Kimichev is able to hold on to this lead battle as it stands. But do not rule out Naz, because as you say, his pace has been very good. And in general, these top two are going to be pushing themselves. But it is a traffic moment like that might swing the way of this battle. Maniti able to go full speed, whereas Kimichev had to check up there through Coca-Cola towards turn number 2. Now towards the hairpin. And already we're seeing Kimichev have to defend and trying to work a little bit harder to keep this position.
Yeah, Vlad's definitely having to work a lot harder now, and I think this is Naz's perfect opportunity. He's got to maybe not through the chicane, but maybe heading into the final corner, maybe try and get close under braking, or maybe take a slower entry, maybe try and take a wider entry to try and square the corner off and carry that speed down the home straight. I think the home straight, if Naz can get a good entry, or a good exit, sorry, he could try and make a move heading down to turn 1.
Yeah, he's certainly close enough. Actually almost pushing Kimichev there through the apex. Kimichev can do no more now. Stay flat out down this very long front straight. It's about a mile long, 1.5 kilometers or so. And you just have to sit on that full throttle and wait to see where your car ends up. But it doesn't seem like Naz is really going to be going for it, actually. Didn't gain so much there. Maybe just in a slightly saving part of his stint. and of course how he's controlling that car. Seems like Kimichev actually pulled away a little bit, which is a very interesting thing to point out. We'll have to see how that battle works out, because Naz definitely losing some time here. Maybe deployed a little bit too much, maybe having to save a little bit. We'll have to find out. Or maybe Kimichev is just a bit faster at this moment in time.
And I wonder as well, but it's something I've never really thought about. I've not really done many laps of these GTP cars, but I wonder if it's something to do with the. I wonder if it's something to do with down the home straight, especially with the Vlad's maybe able to pull away. I wonder if it's something to do with the different deployment strategies.
Yeah, unfortunately, I still need to get around to actually driving this car a lot, because it is, of course, the car of the future on iRacing, but I'm not so much of a driver these days. But for sure, that is a potential thing that the teams need to look at. Of course, this is a new-ish car to the season, as we obviously saw it coming, joining mid-season, replacing the LMP2. But interestingly, Kimichev, they're losing time in the second part of the lap. So maybe, as you say, it's just different parts of the track where they are faster than each other. They are coming past the other Urano car there, the GT3 cars. They come through Impulse as well. That is your battle for third and fourth in the GT3s. As we come towards turn one again. Yeah, Kimichev manages to hold on this part of the track. So maybe you're right. It's just something different. Or it's just Maniti not really going for the move at that part of the lap. It's certainly an interesting battle, how the ebbs and flows.
Yeah, absolutely. As they come into this long right-hander again, and I think I don't know if Vlad was maybe overdriving in the previous laps, maybe just worrying too much, maybe. But he seems to be a lot more settled down now, as they've got one of the GT3 cars in front of them wants to go by, and it looks like yeah, Vlad's definitely pulled away a little bit. So I wonder if Maniti are maybe struggling or starting to struggle with tyres now. As I say that, the amount of time that Naz gains on the brake, and that was unreal.
Yeah, so close between these two. That traffic definitely not helping Kimichev at this point of the track. Now, so close, and he was a lot faster in these two corners on the previous couple of laps. A nice aerial shot there. Kimichev doing very different lines, actually, which is one good point about this track. Now it's going very tight once again. That will hinder his exit a little bit, actually. Kimichev can get on the throttle that little bit earlier. And let's see just how they sort of pull away from each other. Yeah, Kimichev just gaining those extra couple of car lengths, as Naz now will start to come back in a little bit with the slipstream, but that's going to be one hell of a send in towards turn number one, with, of course, we are the Satellite GT3 up ahead of them as well. They both will manage to get past that traffic, but nothing to be done as it stands. So Naz really needs to actually potentially try and make a move into the bridge zone hairpin at the end of that back straight, maybe, because that seems to be where his car is a little bit faster.
And as they're coming round to lap, the PSE Works Lamborghini on the outside there, it says, I was watching the line that the Kimichev uses in the last corner. He was going wide. I wonder if, like I was saying, going wide maybe allows you to get back on the power early and just carry that just a little bit more momentum and speed down the home straight. Naz was taking a tighter entry, which just compromises the exit.
Absolutely, yes. That is potentially something that he needs to look out for. Let's see how this one works. Through the final couple of corners once again. It definitely looks like Kimichev is able to hold on, though, without too much stress. So I definitely think he is, in the long run, going to be able to able to hold on. But if Naz can get past and disrupts that rhythm, that could be a big, quite a big factor. Let's see this, though, coming down the front straightaway once again. Yeah, Naz just no way near as fast on the straightaways. Pretty crazy to see the difference there. And looking at their lap times, though, they are just so close on the lap times. Yeah, pretty, just a pretty interesting one, how this is going back and forth. But it does seem like Urano are able to hold on overall. So I don't know. I think unless there's a mistake from Kimichev, I don't know how Maniti are going to get past.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kimichev just ran slightly wide there into turn one. It compromises his entry, but because the turn one's so cambered, he was able to get on the power and not lose too much time. He was able to carry that bit of momentum as one of the Impulse Racing Porsches runs wide ever so slightly, maybe getting a bit scared off there. But Naz, this is where Naz seems to close up under brake, and he just gains so much time and it just about runs into the back of Kimachev.
Yeah, I think this is a part of the track into that hairpin. I think that's where Naz needs to try and get past, because he'll be able to sort of pull away a little bit and defend at this part of the track, but then maybe Urano will just blast back past him on the front straight. Yeah, it's certainly an interesting, a really interesting battle how that one works, because you just don't get this in the GT3 classes, or even in quite a few other classes that we see, as they're going to be coming past the Glacier car onto the front straightaway. And once again, I assume we'll see Kimachev just sort of pulling away that little bit. Naz is definitely closer than he has been from some previous laps as they go past one of the other Maniti cars, the GT3 Pro machine. Once again, Kimachev able to hold on in the traffic coming their way, though. This could be an opportunity for Naz if Kimachev catches it at the wrong point.
Indeed, as we go by the fiercely forward Porsche now, and again, I think I have to agree, Cameron, and I think that that hairpin into, or basically that chicane on the back, the base of the chicane they're just about to come up to, I think that's the best opportunity for Naz to make a move, but he needs to be really, really close to send it up the inside.
Yeah, he's certainly this. He's just not close enough out of that part of the track, but he will once again just massively close up. All of these, actually, I'm about to say all the traffic ahead, but it looks like it's 2 GTPs ahead, actually. That's still the battle between Movana Corsa and Purson. They are also half a second apart, just like we are looking at this top battle as well. They have remained that way for so long, 23 laps now since their pit stop, and they have always been within about a second. So just showing the pace between Kaulitz and Moore is pretty much identical, just like we've seen with Kimachev and Naz behind. When you get into a 2x2 battle in GTPs, it seems you can stay pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like still looking at this battle for the lead, Naz just doesn't seem to be able to get close to the slipstream, and I thought Kimachev was actually going to struggle when he jumped into this car, just because I thought he was going to be, I wouldn't say slow, but maybe not have the outright pace of his teammates. But I take that back. He's doing a great job of keeping Naz behind him, and he's been doing it for quite some time and not letting that pressure get to him.
Certainly not. And Kimachev, of course, one of the top rated drivers that we have in loads of these series that we see here on RaceSpotTV, and just with the sort of like the third party leagues on iRacing as well. He's 10.3k iRating, and just to put that into perspective, most of the other drivers up and down, we're seeing a lot of 4Ks, a lot of 5Ks, some 6s in there as well, and he's on 10.3. So definitely, a good ability advantage, you'd say, compared to some of the other teams. But as ever, with the top teams in IVRA, they obviously, professional teams, professional drivers, they getting paid to do this stuff, and they definitely, of course, take it that a little bit more seriously, and they therefore will be able to find those extra few tenths in the car, and that potentially is helping him hold on in this battle with Naz. 8 laps into this stint, and he is still under a second behind his Naz, but just can't seem to get the move done.
Yeah, and excuse me, I think Naz might be getting a little bit frustrated. He maybe doesn't show it, but I think he's getting frustrated now. I think he knows he can make that move and get it done and maybe pull away from Kimachev. But again, both drivers just evenly matched. And again, Kimachev doing a good defensive job. So it probably won't happen, but I wonder if Maniti might try and do something different with the strategy. Maybe try and do pit one lap early, maybe try and do a bit of an undercut. But at this stage of the race, I think they're pretty much just going to stick to whatever plan they've got, and they hopefully try and get by Kimachev on track.
Yes, the undercut's a tricky one because of the fuel situation and the disparity between the two cars. I don't think Maniti have any leeway in that. I think they need to try and do full stints to the end to then just be within a shout. If my mental maths is correct, I do think they're going to be a lot tighter. That Urano car, as we see Rusty Spatchers, I believe that was, diving it over that anti-cut. As we've seen the gap really open up now, Urano have a much bigger gap towards the front this time around. which is rather good for them. As it sounds, of course, Maniti just cannot seem to keep up, but that's fine. To be honest, we've seen Urano over the course of the last 3-4 hours or so. They've really held on to that lead well after coming from a little bit further back, just showing the pace that that team has, to be fair, and it's not to be unexpected.
Absolutely, and yeah, you're talking about Rusty Spatzler as well. We're having a bit of a moment as well, going over they've got a bit of airtime over that sausage curve, and I think they might have just been kind of just distracted ever so slightly with that Urano GTP car coming up behind them. I think Rusty Spatzlers might have got away with that, because it wasn't kind of they didn't run really wide, or right over the sausage curve. I think they just got away with it ever so slightly. It was a kind of straight to straight run over the sausage curve, so I think they've probably got away with that. Just
yeah, just worried about the damage potentially, because if there's any sort of tweaked steering or something, they might just be losing a few tenths here and there, and that of course is going to be very crucial. Talk Freak have caught up quite a lot. Bericlough is doing a good job. It's about 10 seconds the gap now. It was up to 16 when we first started following that battle some time ago, and yeah, definitely a lot closer, and just 2 laps gap, just to remind you, between those two drivers on the pit stop. So pretty much identical in terms of that. It's on the road, and as it stands, Bericlough is going to be catching up there at some point in the not too distant future for the GT3 leader. As we're seeing some other G3s into the pit lane, it is the Mercedes-AMG team Urano Esports. Nicholas Laubish coming into the pit lane for the 190 machine. They are third place, in the class as it stands. And of course will be doing their best. Impulse have already made their pit stop, so that is why they've gone up into third. So they should be coming out someplace close to Lewis Woods, who's got in that car.
That was what's in there. Now it's coming into the chicane now, and yeah, I think if Urano make their pit stop before Naz, I think Naz is pretty much got to do before his pit stop. Try and put in basically put in a qualifying lap or qualifying in lap for his pit stop. Try and try anything to try and get by that Urano GTP car of Kimachev in front of him. But again, it's going to be difficult, and I think it could come down to the pit stops that are coming up in the not too distant future.
Yeah, the pit stops is definitely going to be a big thing. From some inside sources, I'm being told that Maniti definitely will need to splash, and in that case, they basically are serving a drive-through penalty as such compared to Urano. So in that case, this battle isn't really a battle, because they would effectively be 30 seconds behind. So let's see how that one works out. Yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle from Maniti. They don't seem like they have the pace quite. I mean, obviously it's close. We're literally talking hundreds or tenths here and there, but maybe they don't quite have the pace, and now they're bits behind on the strategy from what we can see as well. So that is certainly a difficult task from them to overcome. But we should actually take a bit of a ride on board with them and have a look as they try and catch up with Kimachev. At this point, we will go to a bit of a fan immersion for a couple of laps, just to give you an insight into what traffic is like, as we see there the Deutsche Postcar getting very tight there with Maniti. And let's see if we get any more of that coming down the front straightaway. Enjoy this fan immersion for a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the final 2 and a bit hours of the GSI Endurance Series by IVRA for 2022/23. And of course, we have pretty much wrapped up some of the champions, but there are still some positions to be had. And of course, finding out the results of this 12 hours of Fuji to round out the season. We've got some very close battles, especially in the GTPs. There might not be many of them out on the track, but P1 and 2 are close. And also this battle for what is currently 4th and 5th place as well. SRC Movano are leading the way in this battle with Pure Sims, as they have done for pretty much the whole of this stint. They're on lap 31 of the stint now, so they're coming up towards the pit stops, and they are still nose to tail as they were about 45 minutes ago when they left pit lane, which is pretty interesting. But also at the front of your GTPs, we have Urano leading the way from Maniti, who haven't been able to hold on. We are being told that Maniti will need to make a splash, which could also put them under threat from Satellite, who are currently in that 3rd place. Are we getting these two coming into the pit lane in sequence? Yes, we are, as we saw last time around. And that, Ryan, was a whole stint of being nose to tail, which just shows you how closely those two teams are paired.
Yeah, pretty much. And I had a feeling that was going to be a case. And as we look at the GT3 Pro leader and Alexander Davison for the Pure Sims Esports team coming around the final few corners, and yeah, it's been plenty of good racing in all 3 classes, especially the GTP class and also the GT3 class as well. I thought Torque Freak Racing was going to close down that gap towards the end of the stint of Rusty Spatzos, but as I was thinking that, David Barraclough came into the pits, and I think he's in the pits. So I wonder if they'll do a driver change or if they'll keep David in for another stint. But yeah, Rusty Spatzos, even though they had that bit of a moment across the sausage curbs, it looks like they've not got any major damage, and they're still keeping up the pace and still managed to maintain that gap to about 9 or 10 seconds.
Yeah, which is good news for us because that keeps the battle going that little bit longer. It's not just Talk Freak absolutely demolishing them and overtaking easily. Rusty Spatchers will need to do a pit stop fairly shortly. They can only go, I think, 2 laps longer from memory than Talk Freak. So, of course, at some points that will be coming the way of them. But they do have to look out for that Maniti car coming in behind. Currently 2nd place in your GT3 Pros. And hopefully Rusty Bachelors don't lose too much time, actually, letting that through, because that could be quite a big, important few seconds in their battle with Talk Freak at some point. Alex Bennett at the wheel of that car as it stands, as I said, in 2nd place in the GT3 Pros, and they have a fairly sizable gap, 39 seconds as it stands, to Pure Sims leading the way for the GT3 Pros, but they have both just made the pit stops. So that is, pretty much where we're going to see it, actually, as we're getting Urano there, diving it down the inside of the Maniti car. Couldn't quite get Rusty Spatches, just showing you how traffic could still be a factor. Safety cars still might come our way.
Indeed, there's lots of Rusty Spartzels now, and I think got a feeling that Rusty Spartzels might be into the pits at the end of this lap. If not the end of this lap, but the next lap for sure. But I think they were planning to let the Maniti GT3 Pro car by, but the Urano GTP car came by and kind of just compromised that. But Rusty Spatzels, like I said, it's kind of just been a quiet race for them. They've just been going about their business and doing their thing, and they've not really been caught up in any dramatics. Apart from, I think it was the early stages of the race where they had an incident with the Satellite racing the GT3 car as well. But as I say that, Rusty Spatzels into the pits and right on cue.
Yep, 2 laps longer as well, so no fuel saving or anything on that stint this time round, as there is Barraclough stays in the car, which is important for their speed. But there's going to be, it's basically 2 stints left is what they've got. They, of course, need to go past the hour to not do a splash and dash. But that should be okay from what we've been seeing. So that is going to be a pretty straight fight between the two towards the end. I wonder if Barraclough stays in, though, for those final 2 stints. He's already staying in for this one, so he might as well stay in for the next one as well. and therefore gained some extra time. So if that is a straight fight, it's going to be about 10 seconds, the gap, and 2 hours for Barraclough to try and catch you down. He did 6 in the last hour, so at that rate, he should be potentially getting the race victory. But let's see how that one works out.
I'm just keeping an eye on Rusty Spatzels as well, and they've made a driver change with Yuka Tiny will be jumping into the car now and they take her over. And it looks like David Barraclough coming onto the home straight. So, Cameron, this is going to be close into turn 1.
Yeah, I think it is. It is a long front straight, but it's telling me that Rusty Spatzels is still in the pit lane. They're out of the pit lane now, so they're going to be just up ahead. They were just in the very, very background of the picture, so it's still going to be a decent gap. We'll wait for them to get up to speed for the gap to stabilize a little bit, but it's around 8 seconds. So another couple of seconds over the pit stop sequence goes the way of Torque Freak, and this is starting to get to squeaky bum time for Rusty Spatzels. Their gap has halved already in the previous stint.
Absolutely. So David Barraclough has not wasted any time in closing that gap down, and I think, yeah, I've got a feeling, like you say, Cameron, I think that they'll probably, this Torque Freak team, they might try and keep David in for as long as possible, because again, just been watching his pace during his whole stint, he's been absolutely on it, and he's not closed that gap down dramatically, but he's definitely took some time out of this GT3 leading team.
Absolutely, and Barraclough is, to be honest, been on a little bit of a tear, a little bit of a confidence stint in that previous one, and he can definitely make that one stick throughout this next part of the race. But of course, needs to be pushing within the limits as he tries to get past this Ferrari just up ahead of him. And these little traffic battles can always be quite a big factor. But actually, Antonio gets in the car, and we're already down to under 7 seconds. So that's a difficult one, because Antonio there needs to get up to speed quickly. Otherwise, this gap will very quickly come down.
Yeah, sorry about going over, but I just watched Rusty Spatzels having another moment across one of those yellow sausage curbs, and yeah, it's not been the most ideal outlet for Yuka, but I think it's he's got to try and get on it straight away, because if this team wants to try and keep that gap and keep the lead, they've got to try and pretty much try and match the pace of David Barraclough. But I think just what that gap now, it's back up to about 6.2 seconds.
Yeah, that is getting to the point where you start to worry when you're Rusty Spatzels. When it's like 16 seconds, that's at that buffer where you're like, yeah, we've got this, we can hold on. But when it's getting now under 6 seconds, this is getting very tense. And I can't tell you how difficult it is as a driver to jump in and be at basically high pressure straight away. I definitely find myself, when I do endurance races, I always take the first maybe 5 laps or so at least to really get up to speed, get into the confidence again with the car, and just let the pressure cool down a little bit. And when you get into a battle, every second, every millisecond counts. And already we've seen a couple of seconds go the way of Torque Freak once again, as we're seeing Glacier come into the pit lane from the GT3 Pro. So definitely pit stop time, and this should be basically penultimate pit stop for the GTs coming in now. They'll have one left with about an hour to go, and then they should be able to get to the end from there.
It is Watson, the Barraclough coming down the home straight now, and that gap's again down to about 5.8 seconds now. So yeah, if you're the race engineer, strategist, or whatever for David, you pretty much just tell him, if this is his last stint, you push like crazy and try and close it down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing they can really do, to be honest, because you can never also take it for granted, because you never know what's going to happen. At some point, maybe with mistakes here or there, so you just got to keep pushing and just keep putting that pressure on. It does seem over the last sort of half lap or so, Spatzels is getting up to speed a little bit more. The gap not coming down quite so much, so we'll have to see how that one turns out. But for sure, the momentum is fully the way of Torque Freak. And how big is the gap behind them actually? Yeah, 17 seconds. They got no pressure behind at all. It's full focus on the cars ahead. And just for reference, that is Virtual Motorsports. Sorry, not Virtual Motorsports. Prestanda Nomad is the car behind them in the GT3 category. But yeah, plenty of gap behind, and yeah, just eyes fully ahead.
Yep. Pretty much no pressure from behind. Just like you say, focus forward and try and close that gap down and to the car in front of you. As you just saw the leader just moving out of shot there, and yeah, apart from that, there's not really many other battles going on at the moment. Maybe I'm just having a look through now and just see if there's anything else going on in GTP, and yeah, as I say that, the Urano and the Maniti Racing and GTP play the battle for the lead. Still not close, but it's the gap is still relatively close in a way. It's not too far apart, but it's not too close either.
Yeah, 2 seconds. It's just we've seen this gap be less and just sit there for a whole stint pretty much. So I don't know if this one's going to be swapping around. It does seem that Kimachev does have the overall pace in this battle. They are actually starting to come towards the end of the stint already. Maniti already on lap 28 of the stint. So they have about another sort of 6 laps, give or take. Yeah, towards the end of their stint. So not too far away from their next pit stop. And of course, they are going to be well, we double check the maths when they make the stop, but it does look like they are going to be a little bit too soon to the end, so they will have an extra splash, and therefore this is a little bit of a fake battle. So we look at the gap then to the car behind, which is the satellite racing car. Adam Crane really dropped off actually over the course of the last couple of hours to these drivers. 45 seconds off now, but by the time you factor in Maniti's effective drive-through they're giving themselves with the splash, that could start to get pretty close.
It could, and yeah, satellite with the Adam Crane as well. They've been doing well. Pretty much been in the top 3 most of the time, but I think when it comes to the pace, they just don't have an answer for probably the two leading cars at the moment. I don't know if it's maybe just they're struggling with the track conditions or track temperature not suiting the setup, or if it's just but it comes down right pace. Urano and Maniti just seem to have the edge, but still, it's been good races so far, and there's not really been much going on at the moment. And credit to the cars still running on track at the moment as well. I think the last time, I think it was you and it mentioned it, it looks like one of the German sim racing Audis had an issue in the final corner.
Yeah, it's certainly a tricky one. They come to the right. No, not coming into the pit lane. Thought they might just flick right there to come into the pit lane. You do have to actually commit quite early at this track, but no, they continue. And yeah, certainly just showing you how mistakes are still possible, and the safety car threat ever looms these drivers. So you've always got to keep that in the back of your mind. But yeah, we've been going for, what's it, like 8 hours now? Green flag. So quite a long sequence, and that, of course, is the reason why we're seeing quite a lot of separation out of some of these positions. But we then look back at our leaders, less than 2 seconds in GTP, less than about 6 seconds, 5 seconds in your GT3 category, and still, respectively, 40 seconds in GT3 Pro as well. It's not too crazy, actually, considering how long we've been green.
Yeah, indeed. I think I'm just having a quick guess. I think the green flag running we've had now is about round about 7 hours, which is quite amazing. And credit to all the teams and drivers for not having any big wrecks and bringing out any cautions or safety cars. That's you have to take my hat off to them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very good job from some of these drivers, as we are now well into the final 2 hours of the race. 12 hours of Fuji here for the GSI Endurance Series by IVRA, and as ever, the final couple of hours of the season has certainly been a very interesting season, with how it's ebbed and flowed all the way back at Road America, of course, back in 2022. That started before we went to COTA And then for Daytona, for the third race of the season, we then introduced this BMW M Hybrid V8, replacing the LMP2s before moving to Monza and Motegi in the early parts of this year 2023. And now Fuji 12 hours to finish. Of course, we rounded out our GT3 champions last time, the 278 Maniti car. After getting 3 wins across the season, they were your champions. And as ever, as we saw at the halfway stage, when the halfway points were given, we saw the Urano team, the 119, the GT3 Pro category, getting the championship as well. So it's really just your GTPs that we are still looking out for. But as it stands, Maniti basically just have to finish the race, and that's about it. Even if they finish last, there are not enough cars running for them to lose points to Urano anyway. So yeah, it's certainly been an interesting season. And with the champions were crowned a little bit earlier than we would have expected, but behind them in the midfield, some of these gaps are so close. And just showing you that it's not just about the winners all the time, but the drivers in the midfield too.
Indeed, as the second place Maniti car of Maxime Naz comes into the pits from second place now. So I think this team, they might make a driver swap now, because Maxime's been at the wheel for quite some time. We still look at the second place Torque Freak Racing GT3 car of David Barakoff. They tried to close the leader down. He's closed that gap a little bit, but not by much. It's about 4.8 seconds now. So it looks like Yuka and that Rusty Sparks' car has got up to speed now and is managing to maintain that gap.
Yeah, definitely took a couple of laps there, didn't he, to get up to speed. It has still come down about a second since then, but it was about a second in the first lap, getting up to speed, which is definitely good to see the Spatulars have some sort of defense there. And you would assume that Yuka's going to be in this car to the end of the race for a double stint. So this is, on-track battle now between Barakoff and Tano. As we come out onto the front straight away, about 5 seconds is the gap there, as Maniti Racing, Manuel Sudau is going to be taking that car to the finish, you would assume. So it's 2 stints and a bit, with, an hour and 52. That is, basically right in the middle of 2 stints and 3, which means they're going to have to make a bit of a splash. We're going to see Urano go long enough that they should be okay to do 2 long stints to the end and get there. It's definitely a strategic game coming the way of these GTPs in the final stages of the race.
Absolutely, as Manuel takes over the 17-minute racing car, like you say, and still what's in the Rusty Spatzers leader and the leader of GT3 Rusty Spatzers, I should say, still doing a good job. And I think the drivers in that car have done a good job as well. Yeah, they had that little hiccup in turn 1 in the early stage of the race when I think it was a satellite racing BMW that they tagged around in turn 1. But apart from that, it's been a pretty straightforward race, or clean race for them, and just been keeping it clean at the moment, and not really, at the moment anyway, not being challenged by David Barakoff. But you'll probably see David heading onto the home straight in the background, or you might even see him in the background here as as I say that, in the background coming through. So the gap's, it's not closed down dramatically, but it's been kind of just, sometimes it'll go up, sometimes it'll come down ever so slightly, but still, I think if both of these cars get close together on track, I think it should be a fantastic battle for the win.
On the previous laps, not the one they're completing now, but the one before, they both did a 40.6. Let's see what it is this time around. It's a 0.8 for Rusty Spatulas. And it's 0.6 again for Torque Freak. So just 0.2 of a second gained that time. So definitely very close on the times. But the fact that this was a 16-second gap and now they are in the same frame is definitely showing just the speed that Torque Freak has had over the last couple of hours. And just shows you how the driver selection as well is very key. When you put your faster drivers in, can always gain you some time. Because if you put them in, maybe when your opponent is having a slightly, relatively speaking, slower stint, then net you're going to gain even more. So that is always a bit of a strategy as well if you're drivers aren't quite on the exact same level.
Yeah, and that was a good point you bring up about the having your strongest drivers. I've always found that in these endurance races, having probably a strong driver lineup definitely helps. And you, the way I like to, or if it was me, the way I like to go about it is maybe having probably having two quick drivers in the lineup, and maybe having a driver that's, I wouldn't say slightly slower, but maybe having a safe pair of hands type driver is a good thing to have in a driver lineup.
Yeah, you definitely need to have sort of like, obviously a highest average is generally better, but you also need to have fairly consistent drivers. If you have one driver who's genuinely like a lap faster than your slowest driver, then that becomes very difficult to manage and to strategize. I mean, you often see this actually in real life, where you get the sort of pro-am situations where you've got a professional driver driving against like a bronze driver or a silver driver who's basically paying his way to be there, and the discrepancy is huge. So you often end up with the teams having to do, especially if double stints come into it, sometimes you end up with the professional drivers doing all of the old tyre stints, and you have all the new tyres to the... obviously we don't really have that because we... obviously just have single stints, but with the tires, with the way that we have the tires now, but definitely it's certainly something an extra thing to think about. So you want to be having, as I would say, consistent of a team as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best example I could probably use is especially looking at Corvette racing in real life, for example, in the World Endurance Championship this season. They've got a really strong lineup. They've got Nicky Katzberg, who used to be a former BMW factory driver racing for Corvette now. And you've got Ben Keaton, a name that's very familiar in the IMSA series, and also the World Endurance Championship, and also a winner at the 24 Hours of Le Mans last year. So a very, maybe not as quick as Nicky Katzberg, but he's a very decent gentleman driver, if you like. He maybe pays his way, but he's more than proved that he deserves to be on track. And then you've got Nico Veron, who's probably pretty much a fake bronze, if you like, or fake silver, and should be a gold rated driver pretty much. But yeah, it's a good point. It still is. You probably, the way I look at it, you probably want the best lineup possible. Basically, that you want the best silver, you want the best bronze, and you want the best gold driver.
Yeah, so it's not something we often end up with how the rating system is as such. But generally, that's a little bit wide there. That is way too wide. I thought they were going to catch the grass, the 144 there, and go for a spin. That's the Orion race team. But they managed to hold on for that. That's definitely not the best line, and coming into the pit lane anyway. But yeah, if you go too wide there, just catch your left wheels onto the little grassy patch, you go for a spin, but somehow they managed to keep that in a straight line. Yeah,
and apparently that Orion Porsche had a moment, so I wonder if they just having a look at the replay there, I wonder what's happened to them. I wonder if they've had an issue and maybe hit the wall, but they caught the grass and actually spun.
Was that a teammate? Was that teammate, or a very similar livery at least, making contact, unfortunately there, and WS Racing, I'm being told there, I think that's Noah Wentz, because he's also into the pit lane, and yes, somehow not having a second spin. But that was a very awkward spin, because there's a half spin trying to save it, but because of that, actually just ended up being in the middle of the road, and unfortunately for Noah Wentz, wasn't able to avoid that.
I think the WWS racing car, I think that was Michael Dobek at the wheel.
Or maybe they've swapped in the pit lane potential. Let's see this coming through the corners. Let's see. Oh, yeah, coming to the inside, but yeah, the 144 just rolling into them. Such a difficult situation. Of course, there's a lot of leagues that sometimes actually tell drivers to lock the brakes in that situation so they don't roll, and in general that's something that you should do, and that would have helped that situation for sure. But when you're in that situation of Orion, I think it's Ivata who's at the wheel of that one. It's so difficult because you're trying to catch it and you're sort of still in the mindset of catching it rather than in the mindset of being a spun driver in the middle of the track. So yeah, very sort of disappointing situation for both of them because they're not having the overall best days that they would have wanted, and that's just going to make it even worse.
Yeah, and I have to say, I apologise as well. It wasn't Michael Dobek in the 120 WS racing car. It was the AM car, the 223 of no events at the wheel that they got caught up in that instance. So yeah, my apologies to that team there. Both cars having the same liveries. I kind of got mixed up there.
Yeah, especially as there's quite a few teams actually who have that. They've got cars in multiple categories, but also when you have, as I mentioned earlier, the two GT classes are also the exact same car. It's just the classes to do with the I rating, the actual rating of the drivers in it. So it always makes it a little bit more difficult to see. So let's we're just seeing that Orion has basically disconnected from the race. So I wonder if that is going to be a DNF or if they're going to be trying to come back in some way. That's the 144 machine, which is such a shame for them because when you've got this far into a 12-hour race, we're over 10 hours in. That's a lot of commitment that you've put by this point of the day. So in some ways, those extra couple of hours to the end, become a lot easier. But unfortunately, it looks like none of them are on the server, and I believe they're going to be taking a DNF today.
Yeah, I was quickly checking when I saw that Orion Racing the Porsche come into the pits. I saw they did have a meatball flag next to all three drivers' names, so I had a feeling that hefty whack that they got on the side might have been was probably a meatball.
Yeah, and they obviously can't really do much at that point. Of course, they can sit and wait for repairs, but I mean, the repairs can be astronomical. If you have a proper damaged car, I mean, people can be sat there for hours, just like you'd expect it in real life as well when you get some proper bent cars. And hopefully we don't see too much more of that. However, I still would be opposed to a cheeky safety car to spice up this final part of the season. We've seen it multiple times in various championships where you get these safety cars at the end, and you start to see some different teams. Of course, they may be caught out with strategy and they get stuck just a little bit. Could be quite interesting at this moment in time. We of course have about 40 odd seconds gap in both the GTPs and GT3 standings. However, we are waiting for Urano and Satellite both at the front to come in, and right on cue, Vlad Kimichev comes into the pit lane, and of course his gap to Maniti is going to be quite important, although we do expect Maniti to have a splash. So it's really the gap between Satellite and Maniti is the one that we need to look out for after this pit stop phase.
And I wonder if Urano will make a driver change. I wonder if this will be if this is pretty much Kimichev's drive, or basically Kimichev's part in the race over and done with, as they're on the jacks. They're going to make a driver change, and it's going to be Dylan Scrivens that jumps in for the finish.
Good old Bobo, bringing it to the end. I was speaking to him a little bit earlier, known from quite a few years back, giving me some inside info, of course. And it's good to always have a chat to the drivers as they as the race progresses, especially over the course of a 12-hour race. There's a lot of downtime for the drivers, especially if you have. I think most of these teams really actually end up having sort of two drivers, but especially when you have sort of 3 or 4 drivers, potentially, you will have literally hours and hours and hours where you're not in the car. So you have definitely a lot of downtime to have some conversations, which is always good. Satellite take the lead though, as Urano come out onto the track once again. 13 seconds behind, and they still have that gap to Maniti of about 3 seconds. So yeah, they've easily covered them on strategy. Even if Maniti somehow saved those laps of fuel, either way, they have covered it at this moment in time. So Urano have really just dominated this second part of the race.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and I think they're pretty much being in command at the moment. They were under a bit of pressure from Maniti when Kimichev was at the wheel, but credit to Vlad as well. He held his nerve, he kept his cool, and managed to basically, yeah, handle that pressure really well.
And that's not easy to do, to be honest. The pressure of cars behind is definitely something that you sort of have to get used to with experience, and even then, it's not easy to do so. As we're seeing just in the background there, the Movano car, which is in 4th place, has been lapped, but also Pure Sims in behind has been lapped as well. So just the top 3 GTPs now on the lead lap, which is yeah, pretty crazy, but that just shows you how fast the Satellite, Urano and Maniti cars have been. Satellite will be coming in, I believe, at the end of this lap, 2 laps longer than Urano, and that is the important one because they've gone even longer. They definitely don't have to splash if Urano are pretty comfortable that they can get to the end as well. And that, of course, strategy-wise is going to be, yes, a very interesting one for Maniti. Do they have the pace to overcome a drive-through penalty effectively?
Yeah, that's a very interesting, or that's a very good question. And I think Satellite. I've just got a sneaky feeling. I've not spoke to any of my teammates about what they're doing with regards to the drive, basically the drivers finishing in the GTP and GT3 cars. But I've got a feeling that I think Adam Crane will probably jump out and maybe hand over to Alex Gal for the finish.
Interesting to see a number of teams doing well, I guess actually it sort of makes sense with a double stint to the end, but sometimes you do see I would say less driver changes as the race progresses often, at least just from my experience. Sometimes you often try and get some drivers in towards the beginning of the race, but by the end of the race you kind of just want to get the hours ticked off and basically just get to the end of the race at this point. It says Satellite now come into the pit lane and of course will go behind these two, but remember that green car back there, Maniti, will have to go back themselves and yeah, at some point and lose that time. And the interesting part is because it's only going to be a splash, by the time they make their pit stop and then come back out, they're not going to have many laps to overcome that deficit that they're going to be losing.
Indeed, and as I predicted, Adam Crane's jumped out and Alex Gal takes over the Satellite Racing GTP car, and this should be him to the finish with what have we got, 1 hour 37 minutes remaining, so that should be a double stint, I believe.
Yep, that's pretty much bang on for a yeah, pretty much bang on for a double stint, to be honest, and that is looking really nicely for those guys because it's yeah, just trying to do a bit of quick mental maths, but yeah, it's a bit over 45 minutes, I think, for a stint. So that's about but that's basically a bit over an hour and a half, which is exactly where we are. And of course, you can always save some extra laps, or well, a extra lap, of course, over the stint if need be, to just push that out an extra couple of minutes or so. That's me to go all the way around the outside there. Trying to keep up. Is now almost up to that 3-second marker again. Does get closer and then works its way out. But of course, it's the important factor of this satellite car that we really need to look out for. So we'll definitely keep an eye on now. It is 45 seconds, the gap between the two as it stands. But by the time we've had the pit stop, I reckon that's going to be within sort of 5-10 seconds.
It was what's the Satellite car diving up the inside there, and still watching the leader in GT3, Rusty Spatzlers, and yeah, that gap's down to about 2.5 seconds now in GT3. So David Barraclough is definitely on a charge, and is definitely giving it the beans.
He has been for quite a while now. Let's see how this one progresses. Once you're in that window now, as we were mentioning, once you get under that sort of 5-second window, all Chino's really going to be doing is looking at that relative delta, looking at the in the rear view mirrors as well. Of course, he's got the BMW up behind him at the moment, but he will be seeing that Porsche of Torque Freak in behind and will be feeling the pressure coming his way. So he needs to try and just hold on to that position if he can. It's going to be difficult with an hour and a half to go. And we believe he's in the car to the end, and his pace isn't too bad, to be honest. It is one of the slower ones, though, on that previous lap. I just wonder if there was some GTP traffic holding him up at some point. And having said that as well, the general pace of the GT3 field is all pretty close together. But yeah, he's definitely going to be spending more time looking in the mirrors over the next few laps.
Indeed, and yeah, that's the thing with from my experience of racing GT or doing endurance races. Once you start seeing the gap coming down, you keep getting up. You keep getting tempted, or you get that thing in your brain that tells you, "Oh, I should start driving a little bit quicker, or start overdriving." But the only thing is, if you start doing that, you just end up making silly mistakes, and you just end up losing more time. So, yeah, what I always tell myself is just do my thing, and if someone catches me, they catch me.
Yeah, that is true, especially with an hour and a half left. The chances of this these positions swapping is very high, and therefore, is it going to be worth to defend for your life at this point of the race? Probably not. But of course, you're fighting for a race win, and that always comes into it. The driver is always thinking about that, and you never really want to just let a position go. That's just not in the in the driver's mindset, which is you just always go flat out. You always race the cars that are around you. Once the visor goes down and the green lights are shown at the beginning of the race, it is all go, and every person for themselves, as you obviously just try and fight for the track position around you.
Yeah, indeed, as what's Fabi and Zizek in the Paceworks esports Lamborghini at the moment, currently down in 14th place in GT3 Pro, and it's kind of not been the best of races for this team. I think they had an incident earlier on, but currently in a battle for 14th and 15th place, and I think they might lose that. I was going to say they might lose like they were going to lose that position, but they probably won't lose it straight away because the Satellite Racing GT3 car is stuck between them.
Yeah, that's obviously an awkward moment when you get other cars in with your battle. You're obviously trying to focus on your own thing, but it is nice to see, though, that we're getting these closer battles start forming as we're getting towards the end of the race, and everyone is coming back slowly but surely as we have this Roscoe car as he's trying to get closer up towards the back of that satellite entry. But we also have battles a little bit further up, side by side through the final corner. Pablo Laser jumping up a position there and enjoying that move as Team RSO go back a position as well, churning in that car. So loads of positions, about half a second back. We come back to this battle where actually Orozco has got past there. So the Ingersoll Rand car getting past Satellite and enjoying another position. But of course, that is not for the class position. That's the overall position in the GTs, and that's opened the door, of course, for this battle now in the class, and this is the one he's going to be focusing on.
Indeed.
As he survived. Did he keep it out of the wall? Going off camera. Can't quite see. I think he is going, but that was a big moment.
I was going to ask, did you see the same thing?
Yeah, definitely.
That was a heart and mouth moment.
Yeah, that's the name. Waszewski is just spinning up the rear tyres a little bit, maybe going on curb too much, coming out of the penultimate corner, and that has really lost in the battle for the overall position in the GT. Though of course we don't really look at that in this series. But here is Ingersoll Rand trying to get up to that position. It is between 14th and 15th place. Paceworks up ahead, but any position counts, and when you have just a few tenths of a second between you, you are going to be fighting for this. And definitely Orozco there getting closer now through this massively fast and long right-handed corner, but I don't think he's just going to be close enough. Yeah, not enough for a dive.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a move there, but I think Orozco might just be maybe just weighing up where he's going to make a move, and I think he's getting closer enough to the Lamborghini in front, but it's just a case of I don't think he wants to make a move into this chicane because not close enough to make a move, unfortunately. But I think if he can get close heading onto the home straight, I think he might make a move into turn 1.
Yeah, that's definitely the best overtaking opportunity on the track if you can get that slipstream, and that's definitely a thing to think about around here, because you have sort of the tight and twisty sections, you've got a couple of other long straights, but the slipstream is really just such a factor down this 1.5 kilometer straight. Decent exit there. Is it going to be enough? I think it might just about be. Don't know if the Lamborghini is going to be able to hold on from that BMW. We will see though, as actually coming down the mid part of the straight, the gap seemingly opening up just a little bit actually. So Ingersoll Rand maybe not making that move into turn 1 this time around, looking big in the mirrors and trying to make try to force a mistake from the car ahead, but not this time.
As we're just about to look at a replay of the 236 the Valorius Motorsports BMW into turn 1, and it looks like something might have happened here, and it looks like oh, I thought that disconnection, but it came back. It looks like they're refusing to let the Beniti Racing, or they do now, the Beniti Racing Porsche through, and the Glacier Racing Ferrari gets held up and a bit kind of barged off in a way. And just talking about that, looking at the penalty or the race control notice board, the car 236 reportedly failed to facilitate passes under blue flags over the course of the race, despite being warned previously, and has been given a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, Vimbo's not had the best stint, has he? He's been in the car for a few hours now, and has spun a few times, and has now got a penalty. And that is just a bit of a sad penalty, unfortunately, to get for that car. So yeah, although actually I've been told that actually Vimbo's not in the car, so sorry about that, Vimbo. Kaiser's in the car as it speaks. But yeah, either way, that car, let's say, has not had the best last couple of hours. Blue flags is always a bit of a silly penalty to give away as well, because especially with the amazing relative overlay that there is in iRacing, it's so easy to know the cars around you, and you just need to have that little bit of situational awareness to understand what's going on as well, to make sure that you are not holding up the leaders coming through behind. And as we continue with this battle, Paceworks managing to hold on. I thought this was going to be a pretty easy pass, Ryan, but it doesn't seem like it's turning out for Ingersoll Rand.
Yeah, it's not been. Yeah, the pass has not happened as quick as I thought it would. It looks like, again, it's just a case of maybe both cars being evenly matched on pace, or maybe just the Lambo seems to be. Maybe the Lambo is maybe better in the twisty stuff, or better in a straight line, and the BMW is better in the twisty stuff.
Yeah, that is potentially a good factor as well. I mean, we've seen that a bit earlier with the way that Maniti and Urano had set up their GTPs, but maybe it's a bit of a way, of course, in the GT3 category, we have the chassis differences as well, and there's a lot of difference between these two cars. One is, of course, mid-engine with a V10. The other is I believe it's a V8. Correct me if I'm wrong, in the BMW. So definitely, obviously in the front engine configuration, and also the physical shape of the car is completely different. So the weight balance is all over the place. They're quite different cars, and as you say, they might actually be having some big performance differences. And definitely, the Lamborghini just pulls away a little bit down that front straight.
Indeed, and it's come down the home straight now, and definitely that Lamborghini just holding its own on a straight line, and the BMW is just can't really do anything as the BMW pulls out from behind, trying to distract the Lamborghini into turn 1, but can't really do anything. And again, the Lamborghini stays in front. Yeah,
at least for now, I do think there's going to be a bit of a battle at some point, as that's Pure Sims diving up the inside. That's going to lose a couple of tenths for sure. I think so. Randu actually end up going wide at the Coca-Cola curve, and that does separate that battle a little bit, but we'll have to see there if Orozco can catch back up and make that into a battle once again. But that 158 Paceworks car definitely has the pace to hold on, which is very interesting around here. We've seen this a few times actually, that a car that is potentially maybe slower overall can hold up a car around here despite all the straights.
Indeed, as they come through the chicane now, and they come up to probably one of the most difficult sections on the track. It's a challenge, but it can be difficult. But it's one of those things. I think this Lamborghini doing a good job to stay in front. But yeah, I think this is probably the closest battle on track we've got at the moment. But still, I've still been keeping an eye on the GT3 lead battle, and that gap between the Yuka and the Barraclough is up to about just about 5 seconds now. So Barraclough, he was closing down that gap at one point, but has started to increase ever so slightly.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few close battles to talk about, to be honest, and talking about or categorizing them as sort of under 5 seconds, let's say, which at this point in an endurance race is actually not that much. As we come to Glacier here, they've got Impulse behind. They do have a car in between them, so that this sort of light blue and yellow Porsche in between is not involved as such, as Glacier just blinking there a little bit. So hopefully that is all good, which I do believe it is for them. But yes, that's a Ferrari, and then the Porsche at the back of the shot. They are battling for what is currently, I think, P5, if I'm not mistaken, in the class for them. But of course, we have this P9 battle as well with Sapini for WS Racing, also, trying to battle with Cherney ahead. So sort of 2 battles in one as we're getting Glacier just opening up towards the inside of turn 1. They should be getting past, but Cherney needs to be careful because he's got his own battle to think about behind.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like Glacier Racing getting the move done into turn 1, and the team RSO, they've got to watch because, like you say, they've got another Porsche behind them, not too far behind. So, but I think Team RSO probably realised that Glacier Racing at this point is probably quicker in the race, and I wonder if Glacier Racing has just decided to put the foot down and push as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely need to do that if they want to hold on to this position, because they've got a minute ahead, so they don't really have much to fight for ahead, and there's also a minute and a half, basically a lap, to Obsidian behind. So this is literally the only battle that they need to worry about at this point in the race. So yeah, definitely something that they need to focus on. But it's always so tricky for Impulse when they now need to get past these 2 Porsches, but how are you supposed to do that? They're fighting for their own position. They're going all over the track. They may be going side by side at one point, as Impulse, of course, try to find their way past. They get past the first one, the 120 machine of WS Racing. But now, of course, we have a Team RSO, I believe Team RSO just up ahead that we have to worry about as well. So definitely an awkward battle for these drivers.
Indeed, and it looks like they've got one of the, I think it's like the Urano GTP coming by to lap them heading down to turn 1. So it looks like, I believe it is. It gets by all the GT cars before turn 1, and again, there's not really some battles going on, but there's not as much action going on. So I think I don't know if it's field spreading out or just been slightly spread out, but it's not really many incidents going on, or there's hardly any incidents going on like there was earlier on in the race, or the first half of the race.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Let's see, is Impulse actually going to be a bit impulsive in getting past, because they, of course, want to get to that Glacier car. They're starting to pull away a little bit, and especially as this battle with WS Racing dropping back, RSO can afford to, of course, let Impulse through, coming down potentially towards this hairpin corner. Impulse half thinking about it. RSO hold on for now as it stands. Of course, a very tricky section of the track to really find a way past. A lap difference, though, between these cars, and therefore really do need to be, of course, looking out for the fast cars in general. That gets a little bit awkward. Tries to move over for Movano. They have to go all the way around the outside now, and they might actually slow down RSO actually a little bit coming onto the front straightaway. But that is not what Movano would have wanted to do. They've got Pure Sims coming up behind them. That is a battle for 4th place in your GTP category. 0.3 of a second, and on cue, both into the pit lane once again. They did this the previous time, so they've spent literally the last 2 stints nose to tail. That is pretty incredible.
Yeah, that moment coming out of the final corner, trying to get by some of the GT cars, that was well, I'm not even going to deny it. That I had my heart in my mouth for a moment there, but luckily everyone survived, and Bavano and Pearson's dive into the pits together. But that could have ended up being a big one.
Yeah, that was a lot of bad body language and miscommunication from those guys. So hopefully they are a bit better when we come around and lap them next time around. But as you say, Pearsims and Movano coming in. We've got Barilaro for Movano taking it to the end, and we've got Daniel Kraft as well taking it to the end of Pearsims as they remain in the pit lane. It's really just the battle for them now for that P4. They've got a lap ahead and 3 laps behind, so that is the only thing that they need to focus on. As Impulse on screen still can't find a way past this RSO car. RSO not giving way just yet, which is interesting because WS are actually catching up now. Had they already done it at some point, they might have been okay, but Impulse diving out the inside of the final corner, and that is actually not going to help RSO. They're going to have a bad exit onto his front straightaway. WS is going to be getting a bit of a run, actually, and that really wasn't the most efficient way for RSO to be giving that position back. And now WS Racing get the run, get the move done, and that has really worked out very badly indeed. In fact, is that even a slowdown penalty? It might have been a slowdown for the off-track out of the final corner, and to be honest, that in some ways serves you right a little bit for holding up the leaders for longer and not just letting them pass at an efficient place.
Yeah, it's definitely a slowdown, and that was, I think, in a way, that was a poor awareness from team RSO rejoining on the track like that, because they could have caused an accident doing that, taking out the WS Racing Esports car. But yeah, I guess you could say, or in the words of Fernando Alonso, that's karma.
Karma, yes, definitely. I would agree with that. As we get to Movano and Pearsims down the front straightaway, Pearsims have been there for pretty much 2-3 hours at this point. I'm sure they're a bit bored of what the back of the Movano car looks like. Diving into the inside of turn 1 though for Pearsims, maybe not half thinking about it, half-hearted move, but not really enough there for the number 1 car. I think just trying to open up some possibilities for a potential move a bit later on as they go past the Pearsims GT3 car. But this is definitely turning into a battle. I was considering maybe Pearsims are just sitting there, but I mean they were for quite a long time, didn't save any fuel, but that's because they weren't quite in the slipstream range for those couple of hours. But they always pitted on the same lap, which is a very intriguing factor. As we've seen the Ingersoll Rand car, they have got past Paceworks in the background there of the GT3s as well. So loads of moves actually still coming in as we get towards, very quickly, the final hour of this 12 of Fuji. So still lots of action out on track if you look for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. I thought it was all quieting down, but it's all starting to get spicy again, or spice up rather. But Movano and Pearsims together, and the Pearsims car, I think this is number 1. This is a championship winning car from the last season, so caught up to the back of the Movano GTP car, and I wonder if they'll try and make a move into turn 1 again, but I don't think, as it stands, they're not going to be close this time around.
Yeah, definitely a bit further away, and maybe that's why who's in that car? Yeah, Daniel Kraft in that car as it stands. Maybe that's why Daniel Kraft didn't go for the move last time, because maybe he knows he's not quite quicker, potentially, and just wants to be pulled along in the slipstream and just use Movano as a good benchmark. We'll certainly have to see how that one moves as they're coming up behind the Urano GT3 Pro, your champions elect, when we get to the end of this race and all the points are 100% confirmed. They will be the champions, and they are now 9 seconds back off Impulse in the GT3 Pros for 4th place. Nicholas Laubish still in that car, has been for quite a while now, but they are just enjoying their drive to victory lane in terms of the championship as this battle with Pearsims still goes on. But I do think, Ryan, we might get to a situation where Pearsims just sit behind as they have done for a while.
Yeah, it's quite, excuse me, it's quite possible as looking at Mavaro yet again, and the crafting the number 1 Pure Sims car closing right up. But again, it's going to be, he maybe needs to try and take a wider entry and maybe again, like I've said before, try and carry that speed. Like, as he clips the little sausage curves ever so slightly, but he'll get away with that. Just try and take a wider entry, get on the power early, carry that momentum down the straight and see if it works. But again, both cars seem to be just evenly matched.
Certainly is coming towards turn 1. Yeah, definitely no look this time around. As talking of the Impulse GT3 Pro, 3rd place, coming into the pit lane. That puts the Urana car we were just talking about up into 3rd place in the replacement. Although actually Lavish will need to pit in about probably 2 laps time, so that will swap around. So Impulse, one of the earlier pitters, and they are going to need to do a splash, I would say, at the end of this race. Whereas the cars ahead of Pure Sims Maniti leading the race, they might actually be okay not to splash. We'll have to see about that one. Whereas I think Lavish as well also might just have to do the splash for the GT3s, but isn't going to matter too much if Impulse are doing that as well. And they have a fairly decent gap to Glacier behind. Just showing you that strategy still is a fairly important thing in these 12-hour races when you get towards the end, even when the gaps get a little bit bigger. Although on this lap around, we are seeing, driving-wise, Pure Sims dropping off Movano.
Indeed, there's a lap of GT car, and again, looking back, I keep going on about it, but we keep looking back to this league battle in GT3 between the Rusty Spatzlers and the Torque Freak Racing, and it's fascinating. It always seems to be like Barraclough can close his gap down to about 2.5 seconds, but it always seems to just slowly increase. So it could just be either the leader being strong in one part of the or one section of the track, and Barraclough maybe being stronger in the last sector of the track, as the satellite GTP car goes by and they gets Barraclough before the chicane. But I think it's just this battle for the lead in GT3 is a bit of a swings and roundabout battle.
It certainly is, and just looking at the lap times though, and Yuka Taino in that Rusty Spatula's car is definitely up to speed now. I mean, he was struggling with his pace a bit earlier in the stint, but he's looking really good now, putting in some very competitive lap times, which just for reference is a low 1 minute 40 for these GT3 cars. And pretty much everyone is in the 1 minute 40s at some point. So of course, if you can do a low 40, that is good. The beginning part of the stint, he spent a lot of time in the high 40s, even some 41s, when everyone else was still keeping in the 40s. So he's definitely got comfortable in the car, and will be taking it to the end, we believe. So if he can hold on to this pace, he might actually have half a chance. That gap went from 16 seconds to 3, and as you say, has stayed there for quite a long time now. Coming back to the battle though with Pure Sims and Movano almost bump drafting down the front straightaway. Movano go massively defensive to the inside. Pure Sims keep on the outside. It's going to be side by side in the braking zone. Who's going to be braking later? Looks like it's Pure Sims actually. Daniel Kraft on the outside, but he's going to struggle to hold on with that. There's going to be a GT3 car up ahead of him. They're going to have to go side by side, split the difference, so that actually both comes the inside now. Up towards turn 2. Pure Sims get that move. Daniel Kraft makes it stick. It's been coming for a good couple of hours. And with Movano maybe getting slowed down a little bit in Sector 3 on the previous lap, they have dropped down now into that 5th position, as Pure Sims are going to be trying to defend once again in towards the hairpin, but Movano can't dive it back.
Yep, it was just a matter of time before the move got done by Daniel Kraft, and he managed to get the move done, and fair play to him for holding on the outside in turn 1. You probably think at turn 1, something's happened, there's been an incident.
Certainly has. That is Virtual Motorsport having a spin at a very awkward moment of the race. Just coming in, Ingersoll Rand there, going past one of the Maniti cars as well, coming up. Definitely an awkward moment, awkward place to spin. So I wonder if there was some extra help, potentially from another car. We'll have to see about that one. But we are focusing still on Pure Sims. And that was a very, very tasty move on the previous lap. Can he pull away now? Kraft has sat there. Pure Sims in general have sat there for a good couple of hours. Do they have the pace to pull away from Movano?
Yeah, that question remains to be answered. And I was just saying before we saw that incident with Garrison, like, you probably think you can't get that move done on the outside, but because of the way the corner is, and you've got that little bit of camber, you can hold it on the outside and carry that momentum on the outside. So it can be done, but it requires both drivers to cooperate and they leave each other just enough room. And like we saw there was it was a bit close, but it was a nice move. As we're just about to look at the replay of the virtual motorsport car, and they looking to see what happened.
A Porsche in front of him. Is that going to be any sort of help? Coming towards the braking zone. Just losing the rear. It wasn't actually too bad of a racing line, I don't think. But don't hit the wall. Oh no. I mean, it's not going to be the most damage in the world, but that's a little bit awkward when you didn't actually crash into the wall, but then you crashed yourself by driving into it, which is always a little bit awkward. But back to the battle for Pure Sims, and it seems like with traffic, they haven't been able to pull away on this lap. They're coming up behind the Valoris car that we were seeing a little bit earlier, getting in towards some troubles, and I think that maybe Rusty Spatula's up ahead of them as well. Yes, it is with Barraclough just in the background there, so still loads of battles to be looking out for. But it seems like Movano and Barilaro can't seem to get up, which is an interesting one, because Pure Sims sat for so long. I thought they were just being dragged around, didn't have the speed, but it does seem like Kraft is able to hold on, which is a good one for us to see how this battle continues in the final hour and 8 minutes of the season.
Indeed, as they come round now to the long right-hander, and I thought Kraft was going to pull away after he made that move, but credit to the Movano Racing, they're doing a good job of keeping up, and I think this is a battle. It could come right down. It could go down to the finish, and it could be decided by the final set of pit stops.
Yes, certainly will. Of course, this is going to be. There's not going to be much difference between these two drivers, but some of the other battles, there definitely is going to be a difference. And as ever, the final pit stop is so crucial as we start to get towards sunset here, under the shadow as well of Mount Fuji in the background here, the Fuji Speedway. The 12 hours of Fuji for the GSI Endurance Series by IVRA coming to a close, and with it, the season for 22-23. And we still have so many questions to be answered, actually, of quite a few of these positions, which is great to see, especially this Rusty Spatula's battle. Barraclough has dropped off by another couple of seconds, Ryan. It's up to 5 seconds now. I reckon Tino can hold on to this. Yeah,
I was about to say, it looked like Barraclough was going to close them down at one point, but I think, he, just like our director just mentioned, being lapped by those two GTP BMWs, I think it cost Barraclough probably a couple of seconds, and Barraclough had a bit of a moment over the little sausage curbs, and there's no damage, but it just cost him a little bit of time. And I think if Yuka can hold on to this lead, they hold on to his lead until the end of his or the stint rather. I think you never know that. I think it's going to be game on for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely still a pretty straight fight between them. No real things coming their way, as we've seen Laubish into the pit lane. He's been there for 2.5 minutes. So Laubish has got some damage or some sort of repairs going on. And this is, of course, your champion of the GT3 Pro, but maybe not finishing the season with the bang that they would have wanted.
I'm just checking now, and it looks like they might have got a meatball flag.
I mean, that explains why they've been. It's over 3 minutes now. Just how has Nicholas Laubish ended up with a meatball? Was there damage from a GTP? Was there damage from one of the sausage curbs? We have to find out.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of as well. I wonder if he's been caught up. I wonder if he's maybe had an incident with a GTP car, or if he might have lost it on his own. But yeah, I was having a look there and just caught it, and saw that it had a meatball flag. So I think something definitely has happened. Whether that's assisted or if it's been self-induced, that's a question that remains unanswered.
Yeah, they've had such a good season, of course. They won the first 4 races of the season. Road America, COTA, Daytona, Monza, back to back to back. They really struggled last time out at Motegi, but still, of course, plenty strong enough position to be trying to win the championship. And of course, with the halfway points, still got some healthy points to win. Let's have a look. What does it say? Yeah, anti-cuts in the final sector. We are being told braking the front left. Let's get a bit of a look here. Not through that corner there, coming out of the chicane.
I wonder if it's. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to wonder exactly which corner it was. We're saying front left, so maybe it's the exit of this corner here. Yeah, we're getting a nice zoom in. Oh, that is way too wide. Massive hit there from the Mercedes AMG, and no wonder that broke the suspension. Yeah, you see already the left wheel not rotating, really struggling, and that is going to be some huge damage. Even the front right there looks a bit funky. I know it's a left-handed corner, but definitely, I think some big damage up the front.
Yeah, it's definitely one thing you don't want to do around here, especially with those sausage curbs. If you take the sausage curbs wrong or hit them at a slightly wrong angle, that can definitely break your suspension. But it looks like the rusty spatzels has been held up.
Oh, that contact could be crucial if any damage comes of that, because Baraklov is getting really close. But wow, this is certainly turning into a very feisty battle, as Tyno is of course trying to get the run, trying to do what he can. Actually, this is sorry, that's this. Who was that? Was it Satellite? The car maybe getting involved in that battle. Loads of cars all over the place trying to get involved with this, as we will see once again the 211 car having a few issues potentially coming through turn 2 here. They're going to be going a bit wide. Yes, he did. Bouncing all over. Massive slide there.
Oh, can I say that?
Goes for a spin. And is this going to be the moment that we, of course, see Rusty Spatchers losing the race victory? And it looks like it does, as Baraklov has gone through.
Yep, but I wonder if that was the pressure starting to get to Yuka a little bit. Just pushing. I wouldn't say he didn't really need to push that much. He had a decent gap behind him. I think it was maybe just getting on the power too early, running a little bit wide, and just caught the outside of that little slippery green slippery paint. And from my experience, if you catch too much of that, you're pretty much sort of one-way ticket into a spin.
And that is pretty much down to Talk Freak putting on the pressure over the last couple of hours. If there was a 16-second gap, I'm pretty sure Yuka wouldn't have made that mistake. But the fact that Baraklov was coming, they've had such a tight battle for the last 45 minutes, last hour specifically as well, and just big pressure being done by Baraklov. So that is well done for him, really. And that is part of racing. Sometimes you don't physically overtake, but you force your opponents to make mistakes, either on strategy or on the track. And of course, that can switch things around. Talking of switching around, Pure Sims, they've gone back down to 5th place. Movano have got back up into 4th. And that one didn't last too long either. Just showing you how quickly things can come around. We've seen quite a few pit stops, actually, as it stands. We've got the Pure Sims race leading GT3 Pro also coming in.
Yep, I'm just watching the Torque Freak racing Porsche in the pits at the moment, and I think I was expecting David Baraklov to jump out, but I think he's staying into the finish as we watch the replay of the Pure Sims and the Movano battle going on at the moment, and it looks like there's a bit of a side-to-side contact.
Oh, yeah, saw that coming from a mile away from the helicopter camera. Daniel Kraft there, a bit of contact on the inside, but they've managed to get back through. They swapped around again as Movano go down. What a battle this is turning out to be for P4. Even though they're a lap down, they are fighting for it. Movano trying to slide up the inside once again in towards the hairpin, with the Pure Sims GT3 allowing plenty of space for this battle for their sister car to come through. And this is, turning into a really nice little tussle between these drivers, going back and forth. They've been so close on the track for quite a while now. It's good to see that it turns into an actual physical battle and not just a tension battle.
Yeah, and we're getting into just pretty much, we're just coming up to the last hour now, and this is where I think it's all goes. We've got a replay going on, and something happened in turn 1 between the Movano and the Pearson's cars, and it looks like the Movano ran wide, or yeah, that was strange.
Yeah, I think Marvano, I think just missed the apex, to be honest. Didn't look like much else, and Pearson's getting back through. And then we did see another car off on the live, picture-in-picture as well. So much action coming here as we get towards the final hour of the season. The 12 hours of Fuji has just 1 hour left for the GSI Endurance Series by IVRA, and it is still so much action out there. We don't need the safety cars always to have action here at IVRA, as we're going to see once again Virtual Motorsport. We saw them having the spin earlier, ironically, at this part of the track. We've got Maniti coming up the inside. Doesn't seem to be a direct issue, but actually, yeah, just losing the rear end just like they did just one corner later a few laps ago.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the excuse me, that's the thing as well with this the latest tyre model. If you spin, or if you spin and overheat the tyres, it takes them a few laps to cool down. And I wonder if Virtual Motorsport might have just been pushed, or maybe just been pushing the tyres too much and not letting them get back up to temperature. And again, they've had another spin and basically maybe just pushed it too hard, but they managed to get going again.
Yeah, it's just such a sad spin when you get that though, because you feel it coming from a mile away. As soon as your wheel sort of like jinks to the opposite lock side, you just know that you're going round. And yeah, it's a very difficult one to come back from, as you say, as they come onto this front straightaway. Movano obviously trying to get back up into that place. They've had it in their hands, but a couple of mistakes here and there have given it the way of Pearson's as we come down the front straightaway. A few more cars coming in. Rusty Spatulas, importantly, are in. Torque Freak have already made their final round of pit stops, so that is going to be a direct battle. But after the spin, I don't think they're really going to be close enough to challenge. Unfortunately, so it looks like Torque Freak will be having the advantage into this final stint now, as we are well into the final hour. So yeah, final pit stops for GTs for sure. We need to go a little bit longer though until we get to the final pit stops for the GTPs, who of course have a bit of a smaller tank.
Yeah, and I think Rusty Spatulas, even though they'll be good until the finish after this pit stop. I think that spin by Yuka, I think it's just cost them a chance of winning this race, and the advantage swings to Torque Freak.
Yeah, it definitely has cost them, to be honest. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to come back from that. We're actually just being informed that the reason why the move looked so easy for Pearson's a couple of laps ago is that Movano basically let them back through due to sort of making the contact when they made the actual pass into the hairpin a lap or so previous to that. So there's a bit of sportsmanship there from Movano. They want to do it cleanly on the track, and maybe this is going to be it. Down the front straight away, the Valoris car getting some slipstream for them both as well. Up towards the braking zone of turn number 1. Is Movano going to be close enough to dive down the inside? No, I don't think they're going to be close enough this time around. But maybe, actually, with being held up with the BMW there ahead, Movano might be able to get the run out of turn 1, up towards the Coca-Cola corner. We've seen them swap places at this part of the track before, but maybe not this one.
Indeed. Yeah, it was good to see that position being given back. I think it was a bit of a hard move as we watched the replay of the Archer brothers onboard the BMW. Oh, was that the Rusty Spatulas?
It was, and the reason why we're showing a replay is they've got a 60-second. Am I reading that right? A 60-second penalty for that. If I'm reading that wrong, but yeah, that is a pretty big penalty, and that is a bit of a shame if that is the case, because of course they were looking at a race win. They were looking at a race win, and unfortunately, they have now not only they've had the spin, they've got a 60-second penalty, which is best part of a lap, of course. So they have absolutely no chance now of coming back. Just showing you how quickly your race can change around.
And I think 60 seconds, that's nearly a whole lap, I believe.
Yeah, that especially by the time you come into the pit lane as well. If I don't know where it works out with their pit stops, but because they've just made their pit stop, I don't know if they will have enough time. They might have to serve it before the next pit stop, which will effectively turn into a very lengthy pit stop as Movana car there just slides up the inside of Impulse as they obviously try and work their way through for this battle for P4. But wow, that is a huge penalty and a huge change of events in your GT3 category. The 211 Rusty Spatchers, they were leading for so long. They had the gap. They had a comfortable gap of about 16 odd seconds. Then David Barraclough gets in the car for the final 3 hours, and all of a sudden, the pressure goes on. A mistake is made, and a penalty comes from that mistake as well. And now we're looking at a pretty comfortable victory for Torque Freak. The next car behind Prestanda Nomad is almost a minute behind Barraclough.
Yep, I was about to say that. Yeah, that's that penalty for Rusty Spat. So that's going to benefit Prestanda Nomad, and it's also going to benefit the next car in class behind them, Satellite Racing, in third. That'll be leapfrogged Satellite Racing to third place. So yeah, talk about late race drama.
Absolutely, and it's so weird how, for some reason, you always get like a lull in the middle of an endurance race. And as soon as you get to the final couple of hours, more things just seem to happen, even though everyone's still just circulating in the same way. But everything just seems to come to a head when we get to the end of these races. So the final couple of hours is actually pretty exciting point, often even in these 12-hour races. So we've had over 11 hours of racing, and we still have just a few seconds covering some of these positions. We still have a close battle between Pure Sims and Movano for 4th place in your GTPs, and just looking a bit further down, Prestanda Nomad are they're a bit closer to GSR, but that is not for position in class as such. But yeah, most of the positions, they're still under 5 seconds, which, to be honest, I'm pretty happy with after the amount of racing and the amount of things that we've seen.
Yeah, and considering that we've had loads of green flag running, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, it's certainly a change from Motegi last time. Myself and Joey Tebben finished off that race, and of course, with that being a distance race as well, not a timed race, our what we thought was going to be about a 4-hour stint turned into about a 6-hour stint, because we ended up with so many cautions and things like that. Just kept on bringing everyone back together. Then because they're close, they then crash again and things like that. Whereas this has been a bit more straightforward, but the action is still coming our way in these final stages. But just to run you through the top drivers in some of these categories. In your GTP categories at the front, we've got Dylan Scrivens leading the way. Urano Esports Data Group, they have led the whole second part of this race, coming back from a bit of a tricky start, but they are leading fairly comfortably now. They've got a 45-second gap to Satellite Racing, who are in second place, doing a great job today in that second place. They've always been thereabouts over the course of the championship, and they are currently sitting in 8th place, but this would certainly be a very good return to them after winning the first race of the season. Maniti there in 3rd place. We do believe, with their pit stop strategy, they are going to need to splash at the end, so they are going to be struggling. And I believe that they lost. Oh no, it's just because we're still waiting for the pit stop for the 2 drivers ahead. So they will come back in contention, but then they will then lose it again. In your GT3 Pro category, we haven't really seen too much of them, actually. Pure Sims, they've been leading the way. Ross McFarlane is in the car as it stands. 47 seconds is the gap. They are just absolutely cruising out towards the front, and they are good to the end of this race on the fuel strategies as well. Maniti Racing, the 179 machine, they are in behind in 2nd place in your GT3 Pros, and then Impulse as well have also rounding out your top 3. We jump back to WS Racing. Did they have some damage on the front there? Am I just seeing that? Or is it just the paint scheme? No, it might just be the paint scheme. Actually, no, it is. I think there's definitely some damage on the front there.
I believe in the chicane, the exit of the chicane, I don't know if they've had the help or basically had a sail spin, but I just saw smoke and they were facing the wrong way or reversing on the infield.
That is not yeah, that's not too good for them. They've had we've definitely seen that car. Yeah, the front right of that car is definitely bent. Let's have a look at this. WS Racing Esports coming down is this one of the orange. Is that Rusty Spatula? Maybe
it's
no, it's not. Torque Freak, yeah, that's it. Diving up the inside, and then we're also going to get Glacier coming in. Contact made on the exit. WS go around, get a secondary bit of contact as well with Glacier trying to go past. And I guess the reason why they're doing that is because the Impulse car was very close indeed. But that is a very unfortunate bit of contact for WS Racing, because that was just Glacier basically overdoing it into that corner.
Yeah, I think that move by Glacier was never on, and you can't. I think you can't really put the blame on the WS Racing for the blame on them, because they had to turn in at some point, and the Glacier Racing just that was a bit. I could see a bit of a slam dunk, maybe not a harsh penalty, but maybe getting a penalty nevertheless.
Yeah, we've seen sort of 10 seconds for some drivers for spinning others, so maybe that will be coming the way of Glacier. And where are they currently? So they are sitting in 4th place as it stands, with Pustinen still in that car. Has been for pretty much the whole time I've been in the commentary booth. 5 seconds back, crucially, is Impulse. So if it's a 5-second penalty, they're just going to hold on by 1/10 of a second, but it might actually go the way of Impulse if it is maybe even a 10-second penalty, as it's actually under 5 seconds now, the gap between those two drivers. So yeah, that is not an ideal situation for Glacier, but they have long enough that they can get back. Although, have they actually made their final pit stop? 6 laps. They might. Yeah, I'm not sure if I think Impulse will need to splash, but I'm not sure about Glacier. In that case, if Impulse have to splash and Glacier don't, and the penalty gets added at the end of the race, that might actually not work out so bad for Glacier.
Indeed, as well. The 156 Impulse Porsche of Philip Bogolic at the moment, currently in 5th place, and yeah, Impulse is one of those, again, another of those teams that I recognise in iRace, and they've been around for quite a while. And I think I first came across them at iRacing back. It was probably go back about 2 or 3 years ago, when I think the name evades my brain, but Timo Hayden, that's it. They came across him. He basically, I think it was him that started the Impulse Racing up at the time.
So as we get the leaders come in, Urano number 90, the Urano Esports Data Group car, Dylan B. Scrivens at the wheel, cruising to a victory, coming in for the final pit stop. 47 minutes left, so yeah, by the time they come out of the pit stops, that should be good for them to get to the end of the race. They might need to save a lap of fuel over the stint, but they should be okay on that one. We jump back to the second place, Maniti Racing. Satellite are 38 seconds back, and Maniti are going to need to splash somewhere in the region of 10 laps, if I'm not mistaken. 10, 11 laps they're going to need to splash, and therefore that is still a fairly decent amount of time they're going to be stationary for. So I reckon this is going to be fairly close with Satellite when we get to that final splash. Satellite are going to the end from here, so we are just waiting for Maniti to pit, and then whatever the gap is for Adam Crane to hold on for what will be second place.
And I think Alex Gall's just jumped out and Adam Crane's took over. I'm surprised by that. I thought Alex Gall would have took it to the finish, but I think if Adam Crane's jumped back in, I think that could be something to do with drive time. So I think Alex Gall is maybe getting close to his driving time limit, or basically the driving time limit. I think is 7 hours altogether. You can't do any more than that. So I think they've decided to stick Adam in, and basically they don't have to worry about the drive time.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you have to keep an eye on over the course of the race. It can be quite easy to actually forget something like that if you're not really, if you're not really keeping concentrated. It's one of those. It's one of those things where you kind of just you just want to put your fastest driver in, or the driver that's like motivated, that's comfortable to drive that time. You just want to put them in. But of course, you have to comply with the rules, and that would be a pretty silly penalty to get, especially if you can just easily do a drive stop as they have to the end of the race. Just trying to read this penalty that has come in. I believe there's no further action. Interesting. So that's the Glacier car. When we saw them dive down the inside into the Bridgestone hairpin chicane sequence, even though we were saying, Ryan, that we thought they sort of dived a little bit too late, it's been judged at least. That it's no further action. So slightly, I think, on the lenient side towards the way of Glacier, but definitely not what who was it? Was it WS? Definitely not what WS would have wanted, because of course they got damage from that, and a spin involved as well.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what to make of that decision, to be honest, but I think it would be quite rightly so. I think if I was WS Racing, I would be rightly annoyed by that decision.
Yes, I definitely would want to see it again to make that judgment. But for sure, the door was definitely open at one point. But that's also because the other car was coming past WS. So just interesting how they judged that one. But fair enough, no further action. So we continue with the racing, and Glacier do not have to come in, which means that gap, which is now under 4 seconds to Impulse behind, the 156 is getting quite close for that fourth place, or fifth place, I should say, in your GT3 Pros. That is, potentially going to actually turn into quite a nice fight towards the end of the race in that case.
Indeed, as still watching Adam Crane now currently down in third place, and I think we're about to get another replay of the incident with WS Racing and Glacier Racing, and just watching now, watching on board from the Glacier Racing, they turn into the corner, and I don't know where the WS Racing Porsche was meant to go. I mean, they can't just jump out the way.
And it's always what you hear, especially the rules like on the Australian highway. If you are the car behind, you're generally at fault for those kind of things. And I think there is definitely a tiny bit of not necessarily miscommunication, just misunderstanding from the Glacier side. They thought maybe they were going to be let through as well, but they were very late and they hit the rear corner of the car as well, so they didn't have much overlap. But at least that is the way it's gone. And as you say, I don't think WS are going to be too overly happy with that one, because of course they've dropped back quite a bit from that, as we continue to focus on the satellite GTP car. 36 seconds is the gap, and they are, as we mentioned, nicely going to the end of the race. They're quicker than Manuel Sudal as well for Maniti, so I reckon Satellite might be able to hold on to this, and that will be a very nice result to finish the season for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Adam Crane, he's a name that I recognise on iRacing. He's been around on the iRacing scene for quite some time, but I first came across his name on, I think it was the IndyCar community, because he's quite a famous name in the IndyCar, or basically IndyCar racing. But yeah, he's pretty much my team boss now, so I have to be nice about him on the broadcast. Otherwise, I'll probably lose my job. But anyway, he's a nice guy, Adam, and he does a good job of running the team. And yeah, I think it's good. His pace at the moment is pretty good, and I think he could close his gap down to Maniti. And I think do Maniti need? I think you said that Maniti need to make a splash and dash.
Yes, it looks like they're going to need to do that. They are currently on lap 15 of the stint, and there's still 41 minutes to go. So in 20 laps time, that's going to be roughly half an hour, give or take. So yeah, they're going to need to splash somewhere in the region of 10 to 15 minutes at the end of this race, for sure. And oh, that's getting very close there up the inside. I don't know if there was actually contact there, but definitely some aggressive driving from Adam Crane, who knows that potentially every second counts here in this battle, because Maniti will have to drive through the pit lane. Plus, they will need to stop for probably about a third of a tank, which is probably somewhere in the region of 10 seconds of fuel that they will stop. So it's going to be pretty close, actually, by the time they come out of the pit lane.
Indeed, as Crane comes into turn 1 now, and I think, I think he realises now, and he's probably been told by his teammate Alex Gall that he needs to push as much as possible to try and close his gap to Maniti in front of them. Consider that, excuse me, Maniti need to make a splash, and as Crane gets a bit sideways there and just gets held up by the Rusty Sparks' car ever so slightly.
Yeah, didn't judge the overspeed on that. Caught the Rusty Splashes right on the exit. So when you get into a situation like that, obviously, I don't need to Adam Crane out to drive. I'm sure he just slightly misjudged that one. But what you generally need to do is slow down more for the previous corner, so that you basically get to the traffic flat out, but in the right part of the track. If you go in too fast and then have to slow down the exit, that is where you get a very awkward situation like that, because you're sort of still braking and turning. The car isn't really in a good position because it's sort of overloaded, and you can definitely get into tricky situations. So Crane needs to be careful, because in the last lap he's had a couple of close calls like that. I know he's pushing, but doesn't want to throw away a pretty good chance of a second place here.
Yeah, I just think I can understand that he wants to push, but he just needs to be very careful and not do anything too silly. Otherwise, he might, like you say, he might end up throwing it away. But at the moment, he's definitely closing that gap down. But that moment with him and the Rusty Sparks' car could have ended up in disaster.
Yeah, genuinely, that was centimeters really from disaster, and a few kph faster maybe into the corner. As we see, diving up the inside this time around, actually making that move quite nicely. So yeah, that's definitely the issue with the faster corners with the GT traffic. Obviously, in the slower corners, the prototypes, they're still faster, but they're not massively faster. But in the high-speed corners, we're talking like 50 k's plus difference as your apex speed, and especially like turn 2 there at the Coca-Cola curve. So you really have to work the traffic at the right points of the track. Fortunately, that's really the only major corner on this track, actually. That's too much of an issue for that, because the whole of this Sector 3 is pretty slow speed.
Indeed, as we move back to the Uraro Esports, basically the leading GTP car, and I don't want to put put a jinx in this car, but they've pretty much been in command, and after having I think they had to serve a penalty at one point during the race, and they've done a great job to come back and get back into the lead. And at the moment, they're pretty much in command, and they've got Dylan Scrums at the wheel, who came for an interview with I think it was, I can't remember who it was who interviewed him, but yeah, he popped into the booth for a chat and did a good job in the lead, and I think it's just a case of this team just having to get it to the finish.
Yeah, they are pretty much just in that mode of getting towards the end, and as we're getting towards the final half an hour, the sun is definitely really starting to set. The dusk effect is in, the sunlight is starting to go, and the headlights are starting to take over here at Mount Fuji for the Fuji 12 hours to end the season of the GSI Endurance Series by IVRA. And it's certainly been a very, in many ways calm, but in also many ways hectic and chaotic race as well, with sort of the amount of changes that we've seen actually over the course of the race. If you actually add it up, and we come back here to the satellite racing entry in your GT3 category, as they of course are trying to work their way up. They've got the Paceworks car in behind. That is not for direct position as it stands, and unfortunately for this satellite car, they are 1 minute off Rusty Spatulars ahead, but Rusty Spatulars still have to serve their penalty of 1 minute 60 seconds, so satellite here should be getting up by the end of the race to second place.
Yep, and as I've got the you've got the satellite GTP car coming by as well. So a bit of promotion for the team going on here. With two cars in the same shot, but I think Wasilewski will probably realise that this car behind is not for position, so he'll probably be getting told to just let him by if this Lamborghini does get a run as they come round this long right hander, and just look at that beautiful sunset.
Yeah, it's really, really beautiful. This is definitely a track actually I want to go to in real life. Fortunately, haven't been to that part of the world yet, but certainly hope to get the opportunity to do so, because the mountains and the hills and all the trees is just a very, very good looking view. As we see Barraclough there. I always get scared when we quickly jump back to a car, wondering if they've had any issues of sorts, but I don't think they have. Gap to Tano, still about 10 seconds or so, as it has been, but of course you can never count your chickens. The last lap was actually a little bit slow for the Talk Freak car. I don't think there's anything to worry about just yet, and as ever, with that penalty coming the way of Rusty Spatulas, Talk Freak can just cruise to the finish now.
Yep, and I think this 223 car of WS Racing has had another spin possibly, because I did see them going very slowly, and I think this might be a bit of contact possibly as they head up to this tricky twisty section. As I take that back, actually, it was a bit of a self spin.
Yeah, that's what we saw of that BMW a little bit early as well, and that's not the nicest place to have to sit on pretty much on the apex for quite a while, as WS have not had the best time of it over the course of the last few hours. Loads of curb and grass being taken there on the entry of turn 2 as they work their way now through the 100R corner, and definitely an important corner of the track before coming down in towards this hairpin, and that is 23rd in the class. So this is otherwise known as last, unfortunately. 3 laps down on the next car, which is Laubish, who I believe is back out on the track actually after having that meatball a bit earlier.
Yeah, so it looks like, excuse me, it looks like they maybe struggling with that damage slightly as it was. Oh, sorry, I was talking about the WS Racing car, but I was looking at Laubitz, and it looks like, yeah, you're right, it looks like they've got a damage fixed, and they probably just decided just to get it out and get it to the finish, and maybe use it as an opportunity to take a picture for maybe social media, or to show for their championship winning season.
Yeah, it's always good to be there at the end of the race as well. I know this isn't quite the same as 24 hours of the French countryside and things like that, but it's definitely always nice when you can be there at the end, crossing the finish line. Even if you had a few issues, you've still accomplished the 12 hours of involvement in the races we've had. Why was there some smoke there? Was that just wheel spin? Was that someone spinning in the pit lane? There was definitely something going on there on the right-hand side of the picture, as we're getting 4 of the GT cars now coming up towards turn 2, trying to find the space on the track for themselves, as Urano sit behind there. Of course, they're not really involved with any of these battles, as they are now. How far off the lead are they? They're quite away. They're about 6 laps off the lead.
Indeed, as always, like this the Urano GT3 Pro cars tried to get by these cars in front, and that's the thing as well with like you could be really quick after fixing damage, but you've got cars in front of you. You kind of want to lap them, but you don't want to lap them at the same time and possibly ruin or hinder their race. It's one of those what do you do situations.
Yeah, for sure. We've got another pit who's there. That's Pure Sims coming in. Interestingly, this time, is that a different lap to Ravana? I think finally they might actually have been pitting at a different lap, or is that them coming in? No, that is them pitting on a different lap, I believe, which is pretty interesting to see. They finally saved a lap of fuel after all these laps and all these stints sitting behind. Pure Sims for the GTPs have finally made the extra lap, and it's actually worked out quite nicely overall as well, because they're over 2 seconds ahead of Movano in that what we thought was going to be a close battle, but it seems like Pure Sims have a hold of that. As ever, a lap down to the leading cars, but it's still always nice to be in a tight battle like this for the final few hours.
Yeah, absolutely. That so pretty much Pure Sims has gained about 2 seconds in the pit stops with that fuel saving, and yeah, they managed to come out in front of Movano, and as I say that actually, Movano's actually closed that gap now, but it looks like Pure Sims might just be getting back up to speed. But yeah, I think this is going to be the battle that goes down to the finish, and hopefully if both of these cars get close together on track, they don't do anything silly. The race seats are clean.
Yeah, certainly is getting closer though. Is Movano coming out of the final corner now as we hit 30 minutes remaining. The time is definitely come down fairly quickly, fairly suddenly now. 11.5 hours done, just 30 minutes to go in this GSI Endurance Series by IVRA, and it has certainly been a very interesting race that has progressed slowly but surely, and we're starting to get the final couple of battles work themselves out in this final part of the race. And of course, we are still waiting on a couple of final pit stops for some drivers, which of course will spice up some of the orders, such as that Maniti car in second place. But we're still waiting for quite a few laps for them to do that just yet. Impulse there in 5th place in the GT standings, 1.2 seconds behind Glacier. So they are getting closer and closer. Glacier not having a penalty from the contact we saw earlier with WS. So they are just going to the end now. But they do have Impulse getting closer. And I do wonder if this is going to turn around by the end of the race.
Yeah, it's quite possible. I mean, yeah, I wonder if I think at this point, Glacier Racing are probably pretty much, I guess, fuel saving for them is pretty much just out the window now, and it's pretty much just push every lap. But as you see there, the Impulse Racing with the, let me have a look to see who's at the wheel. The Impulse Racing with the 156 with Philip Gogolak rather at the wheel, closing them down.
Yes, coming in, what is the pace difference talking about? Yeah, it was about second on the previous lap, actually, between these two. Of course, a bit of traffic probably getting involved in that one. You wouldn't always expect, a pace difference of that much, and certainly Glacier, they would have been letting through Maniti probably. That's probably what it would have been on that lap. But either way, Impulse getting closer and closer in this final sector now. And very soon we'll be getting to the proper major, the proper major slipstream, which is where you really start to gain. And I wouldn't be surprised if this one is going to turn around. We've got Gogolok in that car and Puustinen in the Glacier car up ahead for this battle for P4.
Yeah, as they've got the sister car from Maniti Racing and GTP coming up to lap them as well, and yeah, that's the thing. They felt might be able to close up on the Ferrari under braking, but in the slipstream, that Ferrari is an absolute rocket.
Yeah, it certainly is, and maybe a little bit may become a little bit more difficult for that Porsche to take. But let's see how it works out, as they're definitely getting closer. Glacier not having the speed that they would want to hold on onto this. Previous, that was another second faster. And that was a really good lap, actually. That was a 39. We don't see too many 39s in race trim for these GTs, especially when you're sort of halfway through the stint and the tyres start to wear a little bit. So really, really good place by Gogolok as it stands, and starting to really, really close down that gap.
Indeed, and as Adam Crane comes round to lap these cars at the moment and head down to the chicane, and Adam Crane manages to get by the Glacier Racing car, but that might have compromised the Glacier Racing on the entry to the chicane, and that will give Philip and the Impulse Racing Porsche a chance to close up definitely now, as you see now all three cars together.
Yeah, it's great to see the cars coming closer and closer in the final stages of this race. Impulse definitely in with a fight now for this 4th position. as Maniti, of course, really just trying to hold on to that lap advantage. With Glacier not actually dropping back or anything like that. Impulse getting closer, though, on this front straightaway now. They're in the slipstream, but how close can they get coming towards turn 1? A few too many car lengths back to do anything crazy, but maybe a little cheeky dive to the inside to try and get big in the mirrors and try to get that overtake done. But of course, it's one of those things you have to sort of build up with. You can surprise your opponent, but yeah, you can't just break 50 meters later, because you of course miss the apex. But they're definitely in with the battle now.
Yeah, that's a good point that the director they just brought up as well. I wonder if Impulse might be a little bit tight on fuel.
Let's have a quick think about this. They're sort of doing 37, 38 laps. They've done, how many have they done? 19 laps. So if we've done 25 minutes. Yeah, true. It might be quite close, actually. But my assumption is a lot of these teams are doing it to the lap, like to the final lap. That could be... that could be quite important. Actually, was my live timing update? Yes, it was, actually. So it's 23 laps, not 19. Yeah, so they are actually going to be struggling a little bit. Talking of pit stops, Maniti Racing into the pit lane. Here comes Satellite down the front straightaway. When is Maniti going to be moving? How big is the gap going to be? Sudal looks like he's going to be staying in that car. Adam Crane will take second place. Maniti's still stationary, but that is not a big gap. 24 minutes, and the gap is going to be somewhere in the region of towards 10 seconds, I'm going to say, by the time they all get up to speed. And that is really the battle that we need to focus on. But is there going to be enough time, Ryan? I'm just not sure with the amount of laps that we got left.
I don't know, because I mean, Manuel, his pace is pretty good, but it's a question of can he close the Adam Crane down with about, what have we got, about 23 minutes left, well, 23 minutes, 40 seconds left in the race. I don't know, it's going to be a hard task to close that gap down, but you never know. But it just takes probably 2 or 3, probably takes a bad couple of laps for Adam Crane to get caught up in traffic, and Manuel could close that gap down.
Certainly could. We'll see what the pace difference is, because obviously you probably wouldn't have changed tyres, but will definitely be on lighter fuel, and will be pushing as hard as he can. Replay up the inside. Impulse Racing getting past Glacier. Was there any contact on the exit? I don't think there was, but that position has swapped as Gogolok eventually made the position stick side by side for quite a long time, actually, down the front straight. So this is going to have to be on the brakes. Pretty even top speed, it might look like, or maybe the Ferrari just having the tiniest bit more. But as it stands, though, Impulse still side by side coming towards the braking zone. They're getting dived by one of the GTP cars. That might make it a little bit tight, actually. That's Pure Sims. The Pure Sims GTP still side by side on the exit. But in the end, Impulse keep that position. But Pure Sims definitely made that a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, good heads-up awareness by all 3 cars to leave each other just enough room there. That could have ended up being a big one into turn 1, but thankfully all 3 cars survived there.
Yeah, it's an amazing sequence of events, but it all worked out well. And that is what we like to see. And so Impulse now have a 3-4 in the standings. Unfortunately, 30 seconds does separate them, and we are not 100% convinced by this Impulse car getting to the end of the race. So it might still swing back towards Glacier, but Glacier also going to be on a long stint by the end of the race. Obviously, 20 minutes approaching us very shortly left in the race. And the teams will be quickly trying to do the maths just to double check everything is okay. And especially for the GT cars, of course, the race finishes for them. The race finish for them is determined by where the prototype leader is. So they also have to work out roughly where the prototype leader is, and if they're going to have effectively an extra lap or so, depending on how many times they get lapped between now and the end of the race.
Indeed, as we watch the Maniti Impulse and the Glacier cars still together, and I think yeah, I've got a feeling that this Impulse car right here could be a little tight on fuel, but yeah, we'll wait and see if they are tight on fuel, how far they can get. I think I've got a feeling that if they do have to splash and dash, that they may try and make it to the 15-minute mark or 15-minute remaining mark. Just to try to stretch out and not have to take not have to take loads of fuel if they do have to make a splash and dash.
Yeah, you want to go as far as you can. To be honest, at the point, if you know you're going to be making the extra pit stop, you of course want to make that stop as short as possible. You're already taking the drive-through effectively, and then your stop time, you just want to make that as short as possible. So that's really the biggest factor when you get to that stage. I guess in some ways, maybe a second here or there isn't going to make the biggest difference with how big some of these gaps have gotten. But either way, yeah, you just want to be sitting in the pit stop for as short a time as possible. Here we are, coming up towards the final couple of corners. RSO there. They're just going to lose the rear end potentially, no, as they have actually one of the Mercedes behind. So that's like diving it all the way up the inside, and that could be crucial. Actually, in the end, it wasn't actually too bad, but that's still not contact that RSO would have wanted and not contact that Satellite would have wanted. They cannot be giving away any silly penalties with how close the gap is at 10 seconds.
And that was what I was talking about with Adam Crane. I can understand that you want to push as much as possible, but you can't really afford to be going around making any silly moves like that, especially when you've got race control watching, like I said before, watching every move that you make. If they see anything that's questionable or a very aggressive move, they'll pick up on that, and you'll pretty much be under review. And as our director just confirmed, that Adam Crane is under review for that slight bit of contact.
And that'll be a silly 5-second pen to give away, and yeah, it's just something that you can't really be doing, unfortunately, when you are having such close battles, which is what we like to see. Valoris here, they've got Prasad and Nomad right up behind them, side by side. Although, is that actually going to be a late splash? It is. Yes, it is. It's late splash and dash for Valoris, which unfortunately drops them back, and Prasad and Nomad will jump nicely up into P4. And they'll be happily singing those praises. How many laps they've done? Yep, they should be good to go to the end from now. And therefore, they should be securing that 4th place in the GT3 standings. They are more than that. They're quite away. They're at 15 seconds behind the car ahead, and they have quite a big gap of 22 seconds to the car behind.
Yep, and I think... What do you do if you're the teammate of Adam Crane, in this case Alex Gallo? Do you tell Adam to settle down and just take it a little bit easy, or do you just do you not tell him and just let him do his thing?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd probably tell him to calm down by the fact that we've seen him have quite a few close calls in traffic so far.
I mean, I guess on one hand that you want to tell them just to calm down a little bit, but on the other hand, if you don't want to say anything to them at the same time, because your drivers maybe in that kind of like they're in the zone just doing their thing and they're doing a good pace.
Yeah, and that's a bit difficult, to be honest, because when you tell a driver, as you say, to not push, they kind of go out of the rhythm, allow the flow a little bit, and they, in some ways, if you lose concentration because of that, you might actually then end up losing even more time. So it is certainly an interesting, an interesting discussion there with what's actually better. But either way, just not hitting GTs would be quite nice. And unfortunately, Adam Crane has had 3 incidents that I can remember in our commentary stint that he's had. But second place is where they sit for the moment. 9 seconds is the gap to Maniti. 1.2 seconds gain last lap for Maniti as well. If there's a couple more mistakes like that from Crane, this gap is going to be very close.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm just looking to see what the gap is, right, between Adam Crane and the Maniti GTP car. They're not too... It might not look it, but they're not too far behind, I believe. It just takes I'm not wishing it on him, but it just takes maybe a few more close calls, or maybe a silly incident from Adam Crane to, to be caught by the Maniti car, and you could have a battle for second place on. But I think at the moment Adam's just doing enough to hold on to that second place. But I think it all comes down to whether the incident that's under review with Adam Crane and the team RSO car. It just depends what race control decide.
I don't see it being more than a 5 second, to be fair. Obviously, I'm not Steward, and I don't know exactly how they judge these things always. But it wasn't the worst thing I've seen in the world, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was a 5. One thing that Iku was saying behind the scenes to us is that if it goes after the race, it gets doubled, if I'm not mistaken. So that might turn into a 10-second penalty, or a 10 could turn into a 20-second penalty, and that could start to be a bit of an issue. Maybe that's why Crane's pushing so hard. He wants to try and keep that gap at about 10 seconds to Pseudo if he can. Therefore, he might just about get away with the penalty if it comes.
Yep. So I can I can understand why he's pushing so much now if he's just been told that the incident's under review, and basically build up a bit of a big enough gap that he doesn't lose that position.
Yeah, that's the tricky part though, because the more risk that you take, as we've seen, the more potential there is for you to make a major mistake in traffic. And yeah, let's see it. We've been told they got a warning, so that obviously shouldn't mean any time penalties as such, but they need to be careful not to do that again and then get more warnings that will lead to penalties in the final 14 minutes of this race. And one thing, I know obviously Maniti have had to do the extra splash and dash, but Urano at the front there, 53-second gap to Satellite. They have just absolutely dominated the last couple of hours. Maniti were pushing them so hard in say 2-3 hours ago, but then after that they've just absolutely run away with it.
Yeah, but like you say, Urano were pretty much under pressure at one point with was it Vlad Kimachev behind the wheel, but yep. Vlad, to his credit, handled the pressure so well, and they'd done a good job of pretty much keeping the lead and handing over to the Dylan Scrammons, who we're looking at now, who they've got a pretty much a commanding lead now over Adam Crane with about 53 seconds. So this team's pretty much just been rock solid.
Yeah, and also from what I was speaking with Dylan earlier, he was saying about basically how they were saving the laps of fuel as well, to make sure they didn't have to do the splash in the same way that Maniti did. And it's good that they did that, because obviously otherwise they would be behind Satellite as well, ultimately. So yeah, definitely an interesting strategic decision, but they were able to hold on to the lead and save the fuel where Maniti weren't in the same way, because it got to one point where the gap between Maniti and Urano was about 5 or 6 laps in fuel in terms of the difference of the pit stop window. And then by the time we got to that final stop, I think it was up to about 10 laps. No, 11 laps it was actually, by the final pit stop. So Maniti, in all those stints, could have saved those laps as well, but they didn't. And that has really turned out to be a major factor in this race.
Yeah, but it definitely proves that if, even though it's probably boring sometimes during a race when you get told to save as much fuel as possible, or just basically do as much fuel save as much as you can, it probably sounds boring, tedious, whatever you want to call it. But on the other hand, it can gain you loads of time if you can stay on track as long as possible, you'll gain tons of time.
And also, if you just do some just quick simple math, say it's 3 litres a lap of fuel, and there's 30 laps. That's what 0.1 of a lap. 0.1 of a litre per lap fuel save, which over the whole stint. And if you think about, and that's compared to absolutely flat out as well. So the fact you take into consideration when you're behind traffic like this, you're not accelerating 100%. you're sort of lifting off early into some corners, you can naturally save some fuel there. Plus, if you add on top of that some fuel that you purposefully save, like maybe a little bit of lifting, coasting to certain corners, maybe corners like the 100R, the massively long right-hander that we've been talking about, maybe you just don't use as much throttle in a corner like that. Places like that where you do it on purpose and you save that extra 0.1 of a litre per lap, of course you can easily then add up those litres over the course of a stint, but it's got to be something that you actually think excuse me, that you actually think about. Because if you get to the final 10 laps and you're like, oh, I want to save a lap of fuel, saving those 3 litres in 10 laps, all of a sudden you're trying to save 0.3 a lap and your job becomes even more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. As looking back through the GT field, and they've still got some close battles going on, and it looks like Rusty Spatzlers, even though they've still got to do that 60-second penalty, they're still doing well in second place, and only about I know the win's out of the question, but they're still doing well to only be 15 seconds behind the top 3 racing car of David Barraclough. And
considering they had quite a nasty spin as well, yeah, you're right. They haven't just dropped away. Yuka Taino has actually done a pretty good job to get back composed and not lose too much time since then. They have lost a bit of time though. I believe the gap was near 10 seconds, but even then, I think Taino's done quite a good job there to really minimise the damage in terms of the speed. Of course, the mistake really sealed the deal, but at least in terms of the lap speed, he's put on a really good fight.
Indeed, and I think, again, going back to that mistake that they made, or that mistake at Yuka made earlier on, it doesn't. I know from my past experience of making mistakes in the endurance races that I used to find it used to affect me like mentally. My pace would drop, or I would just couldn't get focused again. But yeah, that mistake doesn't seem to have hindered him too much, and his pace is still really good.
And that's, Ika was saying as well, basically about him being a bit more experienced, and that's definitely something that comes into these things, being able to shrug off a big mistake, especially as that. A lot of younger people may have crumbled with their pace after that. That was a bit of a high pressure situation. You had your opponents coming up behind you very fast in the grand scheme of things. And then making one spin, you can easily just lose your head at that moment. But he hasn't done that, and he's kept still within with a fair shout of the car ahead. And of course, they wanted the race win today. It's not going to come their way, but I think a second place is still going to be pretty good. Although Satellite Racing are still just within inside that 60 seconds behind them. So I think either way, it's actually going to be probably third place, which is, just makes it even more a bit disappointing.
Yeah, and I think if Rusty Spatzlers, I was about to ask, are Rusty Spatzlers a Finnish team? Or I've just checked the side of the car and they are Finnish, so yeah, that answers my own question pretty much. But I was going to say, I guess that I know we don't condone drinking on a race spot, but I think that beer that they had saved up for the victory, they've probably just went outside and thrown it in the lake.
Yeah, you see on the side there the Porsche Club Finland as well. So definitely having some good Finnish backing, and it's pretty crazy actually the Finnish community on sim racing. There's definitely a very strong group of guys who race in sort of Finnish leagues, and then of course come out with the Finnish teams as well. Definitely some very fast drivers getting used to driving their sim rigs over the cold winters. I remember going to Finland many years ago, minus 35 centigrade on the first day. That was not very nice for my fingers.
I've never been to Finland myself, but I have heard it's very, very cold. But I'm Scottish and I'm used to the cold, so it wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, see, I'm a fake Scot. I identify as Scottish with my blood, but born down in England. Unfortunately, don't have the accent But yeah, definitely from cold parts as my roots. But as you say, Finland is that next level. Even when you get some hand warmers and you still can't feel your fingers, it's certainly an interesting moment being on a ski slope. But yeah, that is obviously for another day. 6 minutes to go now in this race, and certainly it has slowed down just a little bit for some of these positions. We did have just a couple of seconds separating a lot of these battles. It has opened up just a little bit more than we would have wanted. Rusty Spatchers, though, trying to get further up. Sorry, Talk Free, I should say, trying to get a bit further up in terms of the overall GT order. They got Fiercely Forward ahead of them. I haven't really mentioned Fiercely Forward at all, I don't think, during the whole 3 hours that we've been here. They've just been sorting themselves out in that midfield battle as Beraclough is in behind Aidan Young there. Of course, not directly for position, but both Porsches nevertheless. And then we also have another car in behind. I believe that's one of the GSR cars trying to obviously unlap themselves and get involved there. So 3 cars battling, but not directly for position.
Indeed, is what excuse me, Watson there, the German sim racing Audi. That's I think this is a car that's had pretty much been in one of the German sim racing cars. I believe it's had the issues with self spins earlier on in the race, but still managing to keep going with Marcel Egberts at the wheel. Currently down in 13th place in class, and I think it's pretty much this is going to be a race for this team of what could have been. But as we look back at a 3rd place in GTP, or 6th place in GTP rather, Tom Hooper for Beniti Racing, all by himself goes by the German sim racing Audi, and Fiercely Forward, the name that I recognise. I think they were one of the, in the Club Sport Series anyway, they won the championship in GT4, I believe. I think it was a season or 2 ago.
Yeah, and that's it's a difficult one for this car actually, with Tom Hooper, that you're saying with Maniti, because they're 5 laps down on the leader. They have been for a long time, and they've still kept on going. So fair play to that. Even 3 laps down on the next car, and that is a very difficult mindset to get yourself into, to keep on racing and keep on having some interesting things to think about and to drive for. But nice to see that some of these teams are actually trying to finish the season strongly, which is what we like. It's not always that you see these teams going to the end after they've had issues. We've had quite a few DNFs. We started with 42 drivers, and I believe we have, well, it says 29 still remaining, but Prestado Nomad, I think, are potentially in the pit lane, unless I just need to update that. But yeah, we're still ending roughly with about 29 drivers. Rusty Spatchers serving their penalty with 3 minutes to go, and that is going to be a hard one to take for them, Ryan, because of course they were leading for so long. Yeah,
it's pretty much that phrase. It brings that phrase up as well. It's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. It's a race of what it could have been, and yeah, it's just that mistake they made earlier on. It just cost them. And as you see right now, Ryan Wasilewski coming across the line, and he'll take 2nd place in the GT3 class into turn 1. And like with 2 minutes. Pretty much 2 minutes 15 seconds on the clock. It's pretty much just a case of getting to the finish for this car that we're looking at right now. And considering they got spun into turn 1 in the early stages of the race, but I think it's been a good recovery from this team.
Yes, certainly has. And of course, the GT3 field is a lot smaller than the GT3 Pros, but there's still a pretty good fight in there. Still some, half decent teams and drivers as well. There's nothing to be shy about with the talent that we have in that GT3 class. And there is Tino coming out 3rd place still. So yeah, not overly terrible, but they will definitely be disappointed that they couldn't battle for that race victory. Dylan B. Scrivens, he's going to have a lap after this one as well. So we've got 2 laps to go, including the one that they're on. Just needs to bring it home, leading by 54 seconds.
Yep, and it's been a great job by this team. currently leading it at the moment, and just pretty much got to bring it home now, not do anything silly, and just not ease off completely, but just take it nice and steady, just get it round.
Exactly, and here is the GT3 Pro leader, Ross McFarlane. For Pure Sims, we haven't really shown them much, to be fair. They've just been out the front. They've been leading their way as we're into the final minute now of the 12 hours of Fuji. And they are just bringing it home, as you say. Is this point of the race? Still got to obviously, drive the lap, but don't need to be taking any sort of crazy risks at all at this stage with 30 seconds left in the race. And they are leading by quite some way, 55 seconds as well. So the two leaders of the top two classes absolutely have gone off. And to be honest, it looks like that in the results with Talk Freak for the GT3 categories, such as the gap due to Rusty Spatulas now being lapped after their penalty. It's crazy how things turn around over the course of a 12-hour race.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look at David Barraclough now, and I said it before, the guy when it comes to the strategy is just an absolute magician. But as I look back up at the front, looking at Dylan Scrubbins now just coming around on the final lap now, and I think this team will be absolutely ecstatic with this win to round out the season, and especially with a GT3 car or GT3 Pro car taking the championship as well. So it makes it a perfect day.
Yeah, Urano have had a pretty up and down season. They've got 3 victories, including this one. They've also got second place as well. They've had quite a few second places in the halfway stage of the race. They've always been towards the front, but unfortunately with that DNF really at Road America, first race of the season, that was a big killer for the championship, and they're going to fall short, unfortunately, but not today at Fuji. They are going to be taking the top step for the final time this season. The 12 hours of Fuji is going to go the way of Urana Esports Data Group and Dylan B. Scrivens weaving towards the line, the long run to the checkered flag. But congratulations to Urano taking the final victory of the season. It won't be enough for the championship, but they should still be happy with their result today. They've absolutely slapped everyone on the pace. And there is your GT3 winner. Barraclough there putting the pressure on Rusty Spatulas, and it worked a treat. They made a mistake, and Talk Freak have gone through to take the victory. And also not too far behind is Pure Sims Esports. Ross McFarlane in the 116 entry. Comfortable victory for them in the second half of this race. As the sun sets here in Fuji, they cross the line to take the final victory of the season for the GT3 Pros as well. And with that, we have all of the champions sorted for this season. But first, we'll get through Satellite Racing coming across the line. They started the season with a victory. They fall short to finish the season with a victory by 1 position, but they should be happy with that one. They did the strategy right, and they beat Maniti Racing, who unfortunately had to do a splash and dash, and in the end will be finishing in 3rd place for your GTP category. And here is your next second place finisher of the other Satellite entry. 2 second places for them. So Satellite will be very happy indeed. And they should be very happy to do that one as well. Getting past Rusty Spatulas after their mistake as well. As we see a number of the other drivers coming across. The next second place driver, Maniti Racing in the GT3 Pros as well. They are very much enjoying their time over the course of the season, but not enough for the championship this time around. It'll be about 5th place for them. But here is your winner of Dylan B. Scrivens. And Ryan, that was certainly a very commanding performance from them, and it was never really in doubt as we got into the second half of this race.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, once we got into that second half of the race and Urano built up that big advantage, I think it was their gap, or pretty much their drive to the finish, has been pretty much commanding, and that's been a great job by this team here, and the racing as well. We never, I think it was I counted about 7 or 8 hours of green flag running, or pretty much green flag running right up to the finish, and I have to take my hat off to everyone for pretty much helping in that.
Absolutely, and just to reiterate and go over all the results again. Here is some graphical confirmation. Dylan Scrivens there, Urano taking the victory by almost a minute from Satellite Racing. Maniti round out the podium, 1 minute and 10 seconds behind. The strategy just not working out for them in the end. A lap behind, we have Pure Sims and SRC Movana Corsa. They put on such a great battle over the course of the final few hours. And then the final driver finishing the race, Tom Hooper, for the other Maniti Racing 79. And then as you see, quite a few teams, many laps down, unfortunately, there in the GTP category. It was a great addition to this season, overcoming the LMP2s, of course, coming in for Daytona round 3. And in the end, rounding out a very nice season of racing. And I wonder what's going to happen next season with the top class. We'll soon find out. Pure Sims take the victory for your GT3 Pros by about a minute as well from Maniti Racing in second place. Impulse and Glacier finished 1 lap behind. And that is a very mirror image result, actually, of the GTPs with the gaps. Pretty crazy how that works out. Impulse, WS Racing on Obsidian come 2 laps behind, with RSO, SimCity and Fiercely Forward rounding out the top 10, all 3 laps behind in the end of it. Of course, the gaps opening up massively with the huge sort of 10 hours almost green flag running we got towards the end of that race. Deutsche Payment with Paceworks 4 laps down, then German Sim Racing, Ingersoll Rand and Virtual Motorsport 5 laps down before we ended up with Urano 6 laps down, unfortunately with that meatball losing out the fight for the podium today. And quite a few teams, as you see, many laps down as well before we move into the GT3 category. And of course, a bit less cars than GT3 Pros, but they still put on a really good performance. Talk Free Racing taking victory by 1 minute 15 seconds. Rusty Spatulas throwing away the victory today, to be honest. They really should have been there, unfortunately, with a spin and then a further penalty, finishing 1 lap down, along with SRN and Valoris, who had many excursions today. Prestanda Nomad as well finish 2 laps down. WS Racing finished the top 7, who are really in the fight at the end, 6 laps down before Archer Brothers 41 laps down, and as you see the rest many laps down, DNFing way towards the start. We will bring in though a couple of interviews. We have Urano Esports with us, Dylan Scrivens. We brought home the car today. You had some very good pace, and really the second half of the race was all about your car. You held off Maniti, of course, with your teammate Kimichev as well. How was that race for you?
Let's not forget Yoop as well. 3-man team today. Yeah, it was first half of the race was good, then not so good, then we brought it back, and then the last half of the race it was just like control and just keep it clean, safe, all of that stuff.
Yeah, and you had such a good a season as well. Looking at the results, it pretty much came down to that DNF in Road America. Do you really sort of rue that mistake that you couldn't quite get the championship overall?
Well, personally, I don't rue the mistake because I wasn't driving, so. But I mean, me personally, I'm happy with my driving this season. It was good. But mistakes happen, stuff happens, and that's where championships are won or lost. And I don't have anything against what happened. Stuff happens, you know. It happened at Daytona, it was unfortunate. It happened at Road America, which was also unfortunate. So, yeah, after that we did what we could.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations today, though, for taking home the 12 hours of Fuji. A nice way to round out the season. And we'll move to your sister teammate, Nicholas Laubish, and the 190 machine, of course, taking home the championship as well. So congratulations to that, Nicholas. But also some issues today with the meatball. Do you want to talk us about that?
Yeah, basically after 3 hours I got kind of hungry and I just full on ate a sausage curve. I don't really know what happened there. I mean, already in the chicane I just completely missed both apexes, and yeah, at the end I don't know, like my head was completely empty and I just drove over it, and the car was completely done with like only 3 tires still connected. Yeah, I hope this never happens again.
Well, fortunately, obviously the championship was already sorted by that. So how do you feel has the 6 races gone so far this season?
Yeah, I think it was really good. Like, we showed really good pace in nearly all of our races, except for the last 2 races where we had some minor incidents and which caused us to like finish a lot of laps down. But at the end, it was enough. It was quite fun. It was also hard when the LMDHs got introduced to the series, with like people not quite knowing how much faster the LMDH is. It was quite complicated, but in the end, it still was a nice season, and everything worked out for us.
Yeah, congratulations, and hopefully we will see you next season to come and defend your title. And we will now move on to Pure Sims. Ross McFarlane had quite a quiet race from our point of view. We didn't show you on the stream too many times, and I'm sure that was a pretty much a good thing for you. How did your race go today, from your point of view?
Yeah, that's about as smooth as a race can go. Especially the second half of the race was just plain sailing. Couple tests in the first bit, got a penalty that was a bit unfortunate. And the Manatee guys, the Obsidian guys were really quick. But just as the race panned out, yeah, it was a quiet cruise to the end, and I'm glad we got the win.
Everything under control, so that's always a nice thing. Is there anything that you feel like you could have done maybe a little bit better over the course of the season, over the course of some of the races that you did enter in the end?
I think the team as a whole definitely had a few unfortunate races. They were very strong pace wise. I think at pretty much every track, just it didn't pan out. So maybe just positioning, thinking about the long run, sometimes you just can't avoid those kinds of incidents to happen. And yeah, I think just being super consistent and staying away from those incidents in the busy race that these races are. They're very hectic at the start. So maybe next time we come back and we have a bit more success throughout the season.
Well, absolutely. So we'll wish you luck for next season. We'll hopefully see them. But congratulations for today.
Cheers, guys.
And finally, we will bring in the 281 drivers. We've got David Barraclough here. Had a massive stint at the end of this race. Really put the pressure on Rusty Spatchers, and it worked. You managed to force them into a mistake. How was that from your perspective? Really, just grinding in the laps there.
Hey guys, yeah, that was really good fun. First off, I'd just like to say, commiserations to Rusty. They put up a hell of a fight all race. They came from quite a way back in the first kind of third of the race. We built up a 20-second or so lead, and they managed to cut into that and take us when it was really hot. And I don't think our car was working quite so well in the heat, but when it cooled off again and the car started working again, we started to come back at them and got it down to a few seconds before I saw them go around, loop it around, and it was a really fun battle. And yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to them for putting up such a good fight for the race, and it was really good fun. Really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it's great from our perspective. Were you a little bit almost disappointed that you couldn't have a wheel-to-wheel battle for the lead, as obviously you went past them facing you?
Well, there's always a little bit of that, but you drive 11 hours and you see your opponent kind of facing the wrong way and go by, and there is also that sense of relief of, yes, we're going to win. And I think it's a fair way to win as well. I mean, you'd always take that, but no, we had a good close wheel-to-wheel battle with them earlier in the race, actually, when they caught and overtook us. So we'd already kind of been there, done that, I suppose, in a way. But it was good battle, good strategy battle between the two of us. They were going longer than us on the fuel, and so they would have had a shorter final pit stop, which would have made it even more interesting, I think. I don't know if I would have caught them or not. It would have been really close. I think it would have come down to the last few laps, but yeah, we'll never know, of course.
Absolutely. So congratulations to that, David, and your team, and good job on the win today.
Yeah, cheers, guys. I just want to say thank you also to yourselves, of course, for doing the broadcast. Always do a fantastic job, and it's been really great following along the season. And I'd also like to thank IVRA for the season. It's been a really, really great season, and looking forward to coming back next year for the next one.
Absolutely. Thank you. And yeah, we'll see you next season.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
And finally, we will bring in Mamo Sudal, of course, from Maniti Racing, number 17, and eventually taking home the championship. Not quite the victory today. That just escaped them. Still on the podiums. But Mano, how do you feel taking the championship here for the GSI Endurance Series?
Yeah, thank you. Very relieved, to be honest. I don't know, after the halftime points, that was all in. Like, we totally put our strategy towards that and got the win after 6 hours. And then we just kind of carried the car home. So podium in the end is even a very nice gift, but the biggest gift obviously is the championship. After 3 years of hard work, this is just incredible. It's really cool.
Yeah, that's a really good job. So were you saying that in the end, you maybe weren't quite so favourable with your strategy in the second part of the race? Because we did see from our time in the booth, obviously you had a very big battle with Kimichev for quite a while, but you just couldn't when your teammate was in the car. But you couldn't seem to quite get past them. They seemed a lot faster in the straight lines. Is that just sort of a different sort of setup on the car that you had?
I can't really tell if the setup was so different. I think ultimately we weren't willing to risk anything there. So congrats also for Urano for having a great pace as throughout the whole season. Very unlucky that they had I think 2 races where they couldn't score very well. But yeah, I think today's race was also a little wrap up of the season. So consistency is super important. We had 12 hours with 5 inks or something, no report, nothing. So this is how we won the championship ultimately. And then pace is one thing, but no mistakes and good teamwork and good prep is another thing. So yeah, very proud of my team. Also big thanks to Maniti and all the guys who welcomed us throughout half of the season. And yeah, last but not least, Maxi, Mats, Luca, and Niels, the 5 that were sharing the number 17 this season. Just an incredible job. Very proud. Thank you.
Yeah, well, congratulations again. And hopefully you have some nice celebrations. And hopefully as well, see you next season to try and regain the championship again.
For sure. Thanks also to you guys. Amazing broadcast. Always fun to watch, and I know what I'm going to do tomorrow.
Thank you, and yeah, good luck for the future.
Thank you. Bye.
And Ryan, we'll bring you back in for some final thoughts. Of course, it's kind of the 12-hour race we're expecting in the end, with the fact that we went green flag for so long, but we still ended up with some pretty major changes in the final couple of hours.
Yeah, they still plenty of good racing. We didn't have well, to pretty much say it wasn't the chaotic like I thought it was going to be, but the green flag running was really good for the amount of time we had it, and I think it's just pretty much just a good sign of the basically everyone just being sensible today and not doing anything silly. And overall, the racing in all the classes was really good, and especially the battle in GT3 for the one that between Torque Freak and the Rusty Spatzlers. Unfortunately, it's just unfortunate that Rusty Spatzlers had that issue. Let's say, I wouldn't say handed the one to Torque Freak, but it swung the advantage over to Torque Freak, and the Torque Freak doing the job and getting the job done and holding on for a well-deserved victory.
And after 12 hours of racing here at Fuji, we finally know our champions of this season, and definitely somewhat to be expected with the 278 Maniti Racing, of course, taking the victory, taking championship last time out at Motegi, and then the 190 Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports taking victory in the GT3 Pros, and finally the number 17 Maniti Racing in the GTP. So double champions for Maniti, almost double champions for Urano. Who is going to come out on top next season? We will have to find out. And for then, we have to, of course, wait till the new season starts. But for the GSI Endurance Series for 2022-23, that is it. And we will see you soon, and goodbye.